just what I am. That's all. I'm just what I am. That's all.
Ooh, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delayed start there. Just waking up, trying to get my notes together. My notes are all over the fucking place. Notes are all over the place. I got this new lighting set up, but I don't have it right or something. I have to like readjust it, so I don't know. It's like unbalanced. I'll have to figure it out. But I'll switch back to it when we get into it. What's up, everybody? Good morning. For those, YouTube's bugging. YouTube is bugging crazy. So when it comes to others like chat not showing up, getting booted. Like with my own feed, I'm telling you, like I don't know how many times I have to hit retry because the chat feed on my end completely shuts down multiple freaking times, and it just gets to a point where I quit hitting the button and I just look at StreamYard. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard or YouTube or what. No freaking clue. But it's driving us all crazy. So, I don't think that anything's wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's just YouTube and StreamYard and all this other crap bugging out. So I apologize. It messes with me too because Kelly gifted 100 memberships yesterday morning, and it only showed 20 of them. So it's bugging for sure, and it sucks. But we're still here. We're still here another day. We're able to have a show no matter what, even if it is a buggy mess. So good morning. Yum, that tastes so good. Good morning, Skittles. Good morning. Good morning. let me know if next Saturday works. I'm going to be doing a members only next Saturday. Not tonight is Sigma Chi Part 2. And I'll be putting that notification out during the show this afternoon. I'm going to be setting it for I'll be setting it for like 6:30 Eastern is what I'm going to be making it. That'll be Sigma Chi Part 2. Next Saturday, I'll be doing a members only with Michael 007, and we're going to be talking the story of the Black Keys. That's going to be a great time. I'm excited for that. If you like the Black Keys or you want to hear about a cool story about how the Black Keys not only became a band but became popular and ended up playing the Super Bowl, definitely come hang out for that. It's all about music. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then also Skittles. If you would like to do something, right now it is, can't see my clock with these lights. It's 10:16 Eastern. So maybe around sometime around this time next Saturday. I think for you that would be early in the afternoon, maybe. Maybe early afternoon. So Skittles, let me know if next Saturday would work. I would love to be able to join your panel and hang out with you. I know I've been crazy busy lately, but that's one thing that I think it was like a month ago or something. You were asking, and I want to if that works out for you, just let me know. I think that would be cool. I'd love to come hang out on your show sometime and just kick it with you. What's up, Fallon? Senny Kerf. Bonnet Bailey Todd. Hope you're doing good. I got some sleep. I was gonna play last night, and then after the show got done and I was just sitting there and I was like, you know what? It's been a long day. It'll be a long day tomorrow. I probably should. The best thing probably is for me to just get some sleep. So I ended up going to bed. And speaking of the new members, I went and looked to see how many members I had this morning. Holy shit, y'all. I have like 600 and some freaking members. Wow. Thank you all. Thank you all who purchased and thank you all who gifted. That's crazy. I appreciate it. What's up, Nat Cat? That's a cool icon photo. What's up, Jameson Sussin? What's up? Excuse me for the like drippy nose. It's these allergies and sinuses. Oh, well, I appreciate you. One of the best icon photos of YouTube now. So colorful. Tracy, what's up? I love that picture right there. Cleveland rocks. Caddy Crime, good morning to you. And you too, beautiful. Think of how blessed we are to, right, Doodle? We're never promised tomorrow. Never. Hell, we're not even promised the next minute. So every day we wake up is a beautiful day, even if it's raining out. What's up, Big Ohio Al? Thank you, thank you. Shout out to the Buckeye State. Tony Dolby, good morning. Catastrophe, there she is. With the sunflower, the purple heart, and the cup of coffee. Yum. So good. Sarah D. Irish. This is the jam. Yes. Save that to your playlist. I love that song. It's like, I don't know, it gets you. I don't know. It's extended my intro because I gotta have like my 80s, beat with the cop sirens and the fake, just for the fun. But man, I love that other song too. So it kind of extended my intro a little bit. So if y'all are on replay or if y'all don't care to see me with the intro, just skip ahead like 9 minutes. But it's pretty much the same. I just like it. I don't know. I like the music. I like getting into the groove, and then we kind of get inside that limo ride and we start taking our journey through these stars, you know? I love this little background that I added with me, the little stars floating through it. What's up, Jesse? Rock on, buddy. Oops. I keep forgetting my camera's straight ahead of me. I'm thinking it's right here. I'm going, rock on, buddy, but really I should be like, rock on. See, I don't know what's up. I didn't do this lighting right. Look, it's like I'm plastic or something. I gotta mess with it. What's up, the architect? I just woke up this morning and I was like, shit, I was trying to hurry. I was like, it's so cool. Like, you can change the colors and everything. It's so neat. It's so cool. So there'll be like some nights where I have like red lights on me. Yeah. Change different colors and stuff. It'd be neat. I should see if I can get my neon blue back, because when my LED lights on my ceiling used to work, I always had it with the neon blue to match the evil CJ neon blue. This one right here. And it looked cool because it was all blue and glow, you know. And when it took a shit, I was like, damn. But now with these lights, I think I'll be able to. I just haven't been able to mess with them too much. Good morning, Randall and Lori Gray. No chains. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Marie. There we go. I got you. Sally. Yes, I need to add K to the mod chat as well. Go Bucks, baby. I can't wait for football. If you're into sports or you just want to hang out at the lounge, we'll be kicking it at the lounge tomorrow, doing some football shit. We're going to be myself, Dago, and Pappy Man. I'm the head coach. Dago is the defensive coordinator, and Pappy Man is the offensive coordinator. And we're going to coach an NFL team. We're going to do a fantasy draft, and we're going to coach our own team throughout the entirety of the NFL season. And each week, so week 1 for the NFL season will be our week 1 game. We are going to televise our coaches' meetings. We are going to televise our games. Our football games will be Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock Eastern. So you can look for our games every Wednesday. We will have a bye week. So we will have a bye week. It will be real. And but we'll probably do coaching stuff on that bye week. But I think it's going to be really fun to just kind of do something different with us true crime content creators. We're all going to be coaching. We will be doing it on this channel, the True Crime Content Creator Coaches. We'll be doing it on this channel. We're also going to be having special guests come up on panel as well to join along and have fun, and also help pick plays. So it's going to be a thing where the special guest coach will get to help pick a play with the defensive offensive coordinator, and then I'll be the tiebreaker vote if it's split. And that'll be my duty as a head coach. Basically, I'll just be we'll be going through, doing decisions. I'm going to let the play calling, I'm going to leave it up. 95% goes to Dago and Pappy. And then when it comes to like certain situations, key spots, challenges, things like that, that'll be a collective effort, and I will be the tiebreaker for that. So I'm more of just like a manager / tiebreaker type thing. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It doesn't even matter if you're not into football, if you don't know anything football, if you just want to hop up and have fun as a special guest, I'm going to put out a thing where you could message me if you'd like to be included, and then we'll have like a raffle type thing each week. And then we'll also have special guest coaches like other content creators as well, hopping up there. And we're just going to have fun, lay back, kick it, see how we do, and have some fun, and see if we can win a ball game each week. So definitely come hang out for that if you want. Tomorrow night we'll be doing our game show night where we chill back. It's Sunday night. We're gonna chill back. We got Jackbox. I really want to try and do Jackbox if we can. Um, who wants to be a millionaire? Deal or No Deal, Wheel of Fortune, Family Feud. I think we need to do some Family Feud tomorrow night, honestly. So I'll probably be promoting that a lot. But there's a lot of games that we can go hang out and play. Let me see if yeah, right here. So we have all these games right here. Wheel of Fortune, Jackbox, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Deal or No Deal, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, Family Feud. And then we got a couple other games as well. So definitely, if you're not busy, it's one of those nights where we just kick back, play games, open panel contestants, and we just have a lot of fun. Whoops, I lost my freaking border there. Tonight, Sigma Chi Part 2. And then we'll get into these body cams and stuff here soon. So give me 1 second. Let me get to chat and we'll get into it this morning. And I'll kind of I don't know, there's so many things that we can go over. So we'll let you decide when we get through all the hellos. Keith, good morning. What's up? Detective Golden, yeah. I don't know. It's bugging like crazy. It's driving me nuts. What's up, Nutty McPoppins? Bubble? Bob? Yeah. Leah Story, what's up? Natural Healing. Good morning, everybody. Jackie Young. We are alive, that's right. Good morning. Oh, snap. What's up? Dark Faye. What's up? Nice seeing you back. Sarah Sweetness, Marie. Thank you for the kind words on the comment section, Dark Faye. I appreciate that. Devil Doll. Sally Shepard, let's do a timeline of Brian K's on the early morning and according to the soap. I can play a highlight for you. I did want to play a highlight. I wanted to play a highlight that I made I think it was like a month or two ago. And I never got to it. Out of all those hours I was on yesterday, I never got to it. And I do want to play it because I'm going to be making another one. It's part 2. Shit's fucking crazy. But I wanted to play, well, it's a part 1 now because part 2 was yesterday. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the Freeway. Good morning, Crystal, Kimberly. We'll be having a Flora 4 episode coming up here soon. We'll be having a Long Island SK episode coming up soon. We'll be talking about Karen Reed. Let's see here. And a couple other cases too. So I'll probably be having combo shows. Sometimes I do combo shows where I cover 2 cases in one night. We cover one for an hour and a half or so, another one for an hour and a half or so, just to kind of highlight both of them, just because we're so busy with all this other stuff, especially now with yesterday with, we got the grub truck to finish up. We got body cam deep dive. We got the witness's testimony, analyzation, the previous court hearing, this court hearing, which I might get into today. Honestly, if anybody has the court hearing that was prior to the one we just had, can you send it to me, please? Because I would like to try and, honestly, I didn't have any time to look for it, but it's somewhere in my folder. I honestly kind of want to watch that one first and then watch the one from yesterday, in order, without the dumb BS commentary that they add to it. We'll just skip through that. It'd be nice to clip it out. Now I saw J for Justice. Shout out J for Justice. I saw J for Justice had a version of better audio for yesterday's court hearing, so I'm thinking about using that for when we listen to the one from yesterday again instead of the other stuff. Um, I have not checked out Court TV's YouTube version yet, but the Twitter version sucked. Sucked. What's up, Unravel? Good morning, baby boop. So we'll highlight J for Justice. Appreciate her. All her hard work. Good morning, Jillabine. Such a cool name. Cappuccino. You always remind me to take a drink of my coffee. Yum. My dog dragged me 5 miles this morning. Motivation. Football weekend. Yeah, and I don't want to. That's why having the games Wednesday night, because I don't want to take up. Like if you do watch football, that's already a long day in itself, and I'm not trying to distract anybody. So Wednesday nights, Wednesday night football. We need to get some kind of freaking. We need to get some kind of football intro for Wednesday night. Like, what's his name? Hank Williams or whatever? Get some fucking Hank Williams. I'm gonna have to figure something out. I need to write that down. I'm gonna have to make something. Call it football night. So we're not like stepping on anybody's toes. And then if we play on another night, it's not Wednesday night on a Saturday, Football night. I need to make something like some. Oh, yeah, I need to make something cool for the football games. I need to make some kind of cool intro. Grizz, if you're out there, bro, we need to link up. Definitely sub to Grizz. I'm gonna throw his link in chat again. He's the one that made my intro with the creepy hands and the sirens and all that stuff. Definitely go sub to him. He deserves some love. Very talented individual. And Grizz, if you're out there, if you're listening, bro, if you're on replay, hit me up, man. We need to make some kind of like true crime content creator football night or just football night. Like just call it football night. Something, dude. I gotta hit you up. We gotta come up with something here. Some fake ass Hank Williams shit, so we don't get in trouble. Shine bright. What's up? P Fox. Good morning. I'm sorry I missed your call this morning. Good morning, Brandy One and True Crime. Yeah, you know what? I think tomorrow night I'm gonna heavily, because like each night there's a certain game that I try and like focus on more. A couple weeks ago it was Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? I think Family Feud and Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader would be good tomorrow night, and then we can do Jack. You have to make sure people have 2 devices with Jackbox. So I don't know if most people would be able to. We'd have to see, but I think Family Feud and Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader would be fun. Kansas 997. Good morning, Nevada cops. Yes, I know. I was gonna do some police simulator, but I was like, man, I probably should go to bed. Yeah, let's do Family Feud tomorrow night. We'll do that. Family Feud. Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? P Fox in the house. Oh, deception dismantled. There's no worries, man. I usually take my time and say what's up to everybody, give everybody updates, explain the next couple days. You know, so I've got my website. Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm decent at it. I just okay, my YouTube chat feed just closed out. Um okay. What the hell is going on here? Okay. Let me see. All right. You coming along fast? Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I um I'm not, I'm not it's a steady thing, and that's what I appreciate. I'm not worried about trying to have the most. To me it's more about, like I always said, I'd rather have my foundation built off of diamonds instead of pebbles, so it's solid. It's solid. And that's why I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Football game to me is Georgia Tech, Yellow Jackets, baby boop. Coming up next year, because we can't do it this year. But I'm excited because coming up next year, it's not going to be NFL. It's going to be NCAA. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. NCAA. Good morning, Crime Time with Mama Bear. A true pillar in this true crime community right there. 80s is the best music. I don't know what's up with my damn feed. I hope it's not like that the whole show. Definitely don't want to nah. No. Or plus, ask you guys to decide between an NFL game and our freaking game. I don't know. Definitely go sub to Grizz. See you later, Natural. Thank you for hopping in. Aw, what's up, Cyber Ninja? There's Say Please. Aww. Speaking of a logo, I gotta show you guys again. Good morning, Kelly Miller. Commercial Zone. Gremlins. Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie. That's right. That's right. It's about the solid foundation. That's why I don't mind, when somebody tries to come in here and fuck with the atmosphere. That's why I don't mind getting the boot out real quick. Because it ain't, I don't fuck with pebbles. I fuck with diamonds, That's who I roll with. Watch out for my Buckeyes. You've been warned. You always got to watch out for Buckeyes because, oh man. And those chocolates are so good too. I'm telling you, Say Please is so freaking talented. So talented. She makes all these graphics. The banners. I mean, hell, look at this thing. It might be hard to see with my screen. Hold on. I mean, look at that. Peace, positivity, progress emblem there. With the blue diamonds on there. The blue frickin' diamonds. And that's just new. That was just new. She made this. She made this. She made these borders. I'm telling you, I am so lucky to be surrounded by all you people. And I'll tell you every frickin' day. because it'll never get old to me because I mean that shit. I'm a dork. Like, that's what this channel's about, man. That's what this atmosphere is about. It's about all thoughts, theories, and opinions as long as it's respectful. That's what it's about. It's about respect. Because I give you, in the 150 is respect, and if I don't get fucking 100 back, then I don't even fuck around. I don't even do it. You're rowing in a different direction, and we just need to part ways before you mess with the community, before you mess with the atmosphere. Go see which one you like. I'm finally doing. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know there was more in Discord. Boom. She is so talented, everybody. Gosh. And even if you're not a content creator, you know someone that you might want to like do a gift for or something. Seriously. I'll put her Twitter handle up here in a second. Let me see. Man, this thing, that damn chair won't keep it like keeps. Man. All right. Excuse me. Let me get you her link real quick. Then we'll finish up the hellos and we'll get into the show. There's some stuff to get into, and I'll probably be going 5 hours or 6 hours. We'll be doing the members only tonight, and then after the members only, depending on when it gets over, I'll probably be having a hangout show afterwards around 9 o'clock Eastern, because we're going to be doing the Sigma Chi Part 2 at 6:30 Eastern. Right? 6:30 Eastern Sigma Chi, and then probably 8:30 or 9 Eastern for a hangout show. And we'll just hang out afterwards. After that tonight. What's up, Crime on a Dime? What's up, Skittles? Casey, happy Saturday to you. Yeah, she is yeah, healing vibes. Healing vibes. It bugged out. Oh, thank you, Mama Bear. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ashley, what's up? Good morning and welcome. Yeah, prayers, Crime on the Dime. Brandy OG, what's up? Just making sure I didn't miss anybody here. If I did, I apologize. The frickin' chat's bugging. My YouTube chat feed's down. For some reason, I don't know why. Alright, I think we're good. Well, I only have so much time, okay? And I'm still working on getting those emojis, okay? Because I have so much time. This is when I made when I made it, right? I'm I only have so much time when it comes to everything going on. So I want to make sure that I, number one, give you members only content. Okay. Now, when it comes to the different tiers, when I'm able to, I don't want to make different tiers and not be able to give you the quality for those different tiers. Okay. And so I don't want to open that part up yet until I know that I have the time to devote to those different tiers. And I have ideas already for the different tiers. I already know what I want to do with the different tiers. It's being able to set aside the time to create and perform those. Okay. And so when that takes place, there will be different tiers that pop up. I can promise you. Because I'm going to have different tiers. You're going to have, because I made Google Guy a long time ago, zoomed in version with watermarks and all that other stuff, but I've only showed certain versions, okay? And there's a reason for it because I've been keeping the actual version zoomed in, everything Google Guy before it was blurred out and taken away. I'm saving that for one of those higher tiers, okay? That's one of the reasons I haven't shown it for what, 2 months since I've made it. I haven't shown it for 2 months. It's because I've been trying to save that. That's one thing for a different tier. Another tier is where you get to sit there and it's like completely personal, where it's a small like a small venue, and I'm gonna sit there and I'll have the colored lights on me and I'll be jamming out to my acoustic guitar just for you guys. Um, that'll be a different tier. That'll be more of like a personal tier type thing where it's not something things that I'm not going to be doing for everybody. Also, different tier memberships where if I go on location, which I plan on doing here in a few weeks. Different tiers to where you'll have, at the higher tier, you'll have access to all the footage that I took, and then the lower tiers will have access to the important footage, the footage that was meant to, that the final product, I guess. But the higher tier will be like more of a behind the scenes, deleted scenes. You know what I mean? Like when you buy a DVD movie, you can get the regular DVD or you can buy the deluxe edition, which gives you another DVD with deleted scenes and behind the scenes and different stories and things like that. So it is something that I've always had in the back of my head, but I don't want to open up something and not be able to give you what you deserve for doing so. And so once I'm able to get some more time that I can do that, it'll be soon. I promise it'll be soon. Um, but once I'm able to, I'm definitely going to be opening up. I'll have 3 different tiers. I just didn't want to do different tiers and then you guys get different tiers and then not be able to offer. You know what I mean? Um, because it's about it's about the exchange. You know what I mean? You support me and I want to support you back. And if I'm not able to give you that kind of tier content at this moment, then I want to make sure that it's a fair balance. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I just want to make sure that I always give you the support back that you give me, and I also know, if something might be, with time constraints and things like that, I definitely don't want to. I don't want to open up another avenue for a river and then the water. I just want to make sure that we are all good. Delana, what's up? Cassie, good morning. But that'll be coming soon. There's a lot of different things I have. Like I said, I have a lot of stuff up here and a lot of stuff up here, and I wish I could just go, but I can't. I can't. So I have to wait. I have to wait. What's up, Gloria? You never be. Listen, I'm still saying hellos. We're all good. Dawn Marie, good morning. Need a drink of my coffee. Nice. 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 Have fun. That is so awesome. Aw, no change. You're a freaking rock star. That is so awesome. Have fun at the game. And if you're cool with it, um, if you want to take pictures and send them an email or whatever of the field or something, go ahead and I'll show them during the show. I love showing those things. Even like if y'all have family pets or something and you want to show everybody, send them in. I love showing the family pets. They're part of our family for sure. Man, that'd be so fun to go to a football game. That's awesome. All right, so let me check. I do want to play this highlight that I made. Let me see. When was it? Because I was trying to get to this all day yesterday. Okay, this is from. This was from June 27th. And this is pure speculation. Prosecution says Ann Taylor spoke pure speculation. Now, at some point this weekend, here's the link to it if you want to save it. At some point this weekend, I'm going to be making a part two from 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 yesterday's hearing, and I'll probably be, I don't know, we'll see. We had it yesterday. I was kind of, I don't know, shit was very, it was upsetting me yesterday with what the families had to sit there and watch. Um, oh, nice. That'd be cool. What's up, Mike D Experience? Um, so I don't know. I was a little upset. I was like, I would be. The families have to sit there and listen to this shit of the prosecution, and we how can we provide documents that we don't even have because we didn't even perform the shit on the other DNA? What? So this one is my pure speculation video from June 27th. There'll be a part two coming up here this weekend. Just wait for it.
This is information that the defense needs to conduct its investigation and preparation.
Any response to that?
Well,
I had a look.
not necessarily, other than just to reiterate that this isn't covered by Bill 16, except for if the state were going to rely upon this decision on the trial, and then at that point, we would furnish all of that. Much of what this Taylor is saying is just pure speculation.
You could say pure speculation, except she just had quite a list of what these particular officers were.
Not necessarily, other than just to reiterate that this isn't covered by Bill 16, except for if the state were going to rely upon this decision on the trial, and then at that point, we would furnish all of that. Much of what this Taylor is saying is just pure speculation.
You could say pure speculation, except she just had quite a list of what these particular officers were.
Whoa, she just said what Ann Taylor is saying is fucking speculation, and the judge is like, well, she just gave a lot of fucking information. If it's, are you serious?
So that,
Well,
I had a look. I thought maybe you wanted to say something.
not necessarily, other than just to reiterate that this isn't covered by Bill 16, except for if the state were going to rely upon this decision on the trial, and then at that point, we would furnish all of that. Much of what this Taylor is saying is just pure speculation.
What the fuck?
You could say pure speculation, except she just had quite a list of what these particular officers were involved in investigations. So, is that it? Is the motion to compel?
For today.
For today, of course.
And the judge is sitting there fucking talking to her, and she's sitting there jotting notes down. Look at that shit. That is disrespectful.
all investigations. So, is that it? Is the motions put to ballot?
For today's.
Wow. Wow.
No motion.
Wow.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to take this
Wow.
under advisement. Look at the rules, look at some case law, and get a written decision.
Oh,
With
shit.
that, we're adjourned. Thank you all.
Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. She just said speculation. And the judge kind of went, well, she sure did offer a lot of information. Wow, we are going to have a lot to chat about Thursday night when it comes to this press conference. I have a feeling that's going to take over the whole show. Wow. That's for sure. We are going, it's going to be nothing. So, seriously, check it out tonight, check it out tomorrow, whatever. Jot down some things that stick out to you. Give me timestamps, and we'll
Let's do
discuss
it.
it Thursday night when we do Idaho 4 again. Holy. Yeah, there's going to be a part 2 coming up. And I don't know. I've even said like I've even said when I first started to learn how to manage my anxiety, uh, one of the things, in my younger days, one of the things that I would do is I would go for drives at night in the middle of the night, windows down, no radio. And that was the only thing that could calm my anxiety, was just feeling the fresh air, hearing the with the windows open and just driving. It was that noise, it was the quiet, it was the dark, it was not having cars around, it was just the calmness of everything around me that helped me figure out how to start managing my anxiety, because I was using other things to do it, and that wasn't healthy. Um, and so when I was able to do that, you know, uh, I can see how that could be legit. That's just from personal experience. Um, so I mean, it's not an alibi, but at the same time, no, right. We all have our opinions, but at the same time, from personal experience, that's what I used to do when I started to learn how to manage my anxiety. Now I don't have to do that because I've learned over time, how to manage it, but in a healthy way. Um, but during that time, that it was very, I didn't understand what anxiety was for a long time when I was younger, ADHD, things like that, and I didn't really understand it. And then as I started to get older, in my later teens, that's when I started to really like try and understand uh, how to like, not that there was like labels out there or anything like that. It was just I knew something wasn't cool, and I knew I had to figure out a way to manage it because I knew that the path I was going down was a very destructive path in the future. And half of it was from choices and half of it was from environment. And I needed to figure out a different way. And so it is like I said, when I heard, I've always said when that Alibi came out, I was very disappointed because I was like, where, like Harsh says, where's the meat and potatoes? But at the same time, because I do explore all thoughts, theories, and opinions from experience, and knowing what those late drives can do, knowing You know, you're in a city that you don't even know. You don't really know anybody. You're alone. Those late night drives really do help. So, you know, is it a great alibi? Hell no, it's not, because you want, unless there's some kind of video, picture, or something, you know what I mean? There's something, then it's an alibi, a good alibi. But other than that, I can't say. I was disappointed when I heard it. I still am disappointed about the alibi with the alibi, but I can also say that I understand, because I've done those things too. Brandy wine. I know everybody was loving that shit. That was a great time, wasn't it? That was a great time. Yeah, I mean, and you would hear stories, right, of vacuuming in dishes late at night or something. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm just saying for me. I'm not even saying the dude has anxiety, I don't know. I'm saying about me, and my situation. Wait, let's see. I have a ton of questions, but there is way too much high level. Must be so. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There is a lot of conspiracies out there. That's for sure. There is a lot, and I mean everybody knows that. Hell, sometimes the conspiracy shit floats in this chat, and we have to boot it real quick. You know, and we also have to boot disrespectful people too, that aren't about peace, positivity, and progress. So it's a two-way street. But I have a ton of questions too, for sure. I mean, we've always talked. And it's that small town shit. Hell, we even talked about it last night. Made jokes about it on last night's show. That small town shit. I cover a lot of these small town cases, and that's what I keep telling everybody when we do cover this shit. I'm telling you, I covered these small town cases too, and the shit is corrupt like a motherfucker. These small towns are fucking corrupt. Speaking of small town cases, I'll be having a Flora 4 episode coming up soon. When you see the notification for that coming out, please come hang out, because Flora never gets enough airplay, everybody. It really don't. And you want to talk about a small community where there's corruption? Right there. Right, exactly. Because like I was getting to a point where I didn't know what else to do, and one night I got so upset because I was restless. I couldn't get any sleep. The more I tried to fall asleep, it just got worse. It was so bad. It was bad. It was really bad. And then just because I got fed up, and I didn't know what else to do, that's when I got in my damn car and I started driving with the radio off and the windows down, and I was like, holy shit, this works. And then from that point on, that's what I would use. So I actually did it on accident. I just did it out of frustration one night, and then when I did it, I realized how much it worked. I mean, not saying anybody else has those things, those issues or whatever, or even BK. I'm just saying from myself. I'm just saying for myself. Brandy is very therapeutic. Good morning, Dago, buddy. Hey Dago, you need to hop on sometime with a mask and have your mustache sticking out of it, buddy. You should read Thompson background. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm sure you have. Yeah, that's a cool pic with the fire back there. That's so cool. Thompson is pathetic. I don't know. I was kind of like, I don't know. You guys heard my commentary yesterday. Maybe. Oh no. Maybe we'll just rewatch. Maybe we'll just rewatch what we did yesterday for the commentary, because I don't know. Hope you are too, man. I think I put the link there in chat. Did I not? Thompson proved. Well, they sure don't seem prepared. I don't know. It just looks odd to me. I don't know. I just sat there and I'm like, this is what the family gets to listen to. Like, this is what the family, like, where is the confidence supposed to be coming from if you're a family member? Because I look at these cases like this. I didn't start the show to be a true crime content creator. I started the show to be a talk show, and I got into true crime because it just ended up morphing into it because that's what I watched on YouTube for a long time. But this shit's crazy. That's right. But damn, you're talking about this high profile case and you're coming in with 50% effort for these families when it should be 150%. It should be fucking boom, you know? Boom. It should be not. Oh shit. Oh shit, I tried. No, it shouldn't be like, it should be boom. This is the victims. This is justice. This is what the victims and family deserve. They don't deserve this. They deserve this. That's what they damn deserve. And when I'm sitting there and I'm watching this shit I look at these cases like a family member. That's why I got into true crime as much as I have in the talk show. Because I look at these people like they're a family member of mine, just like I look at everybody else. That's why everybody gets 150. And when I'm sitting there watching that shit as a family member and I see the fucking prosecution doing all this shit, and if they ain't doing this shit, they don't have the documents to do this shit with, that's when I'm like, yo, I got a fucking problem. That's when I got a fucking problem. Because I'm sitting there and I'm like, if I'm hearing this shit and the family's hearing this shit and they're seeing this shit, or the ones that don't exist, the documents that don't exist that they can't provide because they never kept reports, it's like, what? Where's my 150? Where's my 150? Just like anybody that comes in this show, I ain't asking. I'm realistic. I give you 150 from the get-go and always will, even if we don't eat at the same table. I always give you 150 no matter what. I'm realistic. I don't expect 150 back. I'm realistic. I know I'm going to give you more than what you give me. But shit, I'll be damned if anybody gives me less than 100. And that's the damn truth. What's up, buddy?
What's going on?
That shit pissed me off yesterday watching the fucking prosecution. Where's the fucking boom, man? Where's your homework? Where's the fucking homework? I don't know. How can we provide reports we don't have because we didn't do it?
Good morning.
Just saying.
I'm not surprised by anything with this shit anymore.
It's the same shit as the other fucking hearing that happened. Let's deflect. It's gaslighting, people. You think I'm gonna fuck with a woman that is gonna sit there when I go to her and I'm like, hey, I want some attention. Hey, I want some of this. And she deflects it and says, well, you're just too busy. That's gaslighting my ass. You think I'm gonna fuck with her anymore? Hell no. There's plenty other people on this damn planet.
Well, it's a game. They're both playing on both sides. We all know that. Either way, it's what they're supposed to do. But
many people out there.
But at this point, the prosecution needs to step up. If this is really the guy that did this, okay,
for the family. For the families and the community.
It doesn't make any sense. Good morning, Jesse. Good to see you, buddy.
What's up, everybody?
Delaney, good to see you as well. I will think of you while I'm in the stadium cheering on the Steelers. You do
Yeah,
that,
man.
Elena.
Going to a football game today, dude. That'd be so
Kelly
awesome.
Miller, Detective Golden.
That's what
Jelly
it is.
Bean,
It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting.
Brandywine, P Fox, and Loving. Everybody that said good morning to me and hello.
Ridiculous.
Good morning, hello to you as well.
It's ridiculous.
And of course, Chains.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I don't
Get
think
up
I
there,
moved
Chains.
last night when I was sleeping. Usually I move all over the bed. I don't think I moved like one time in this 8 hours period.
Oh really?
I was burnt. Like the tips
Oh
were
yeah.
burnt. I was burnt up like a struck match, bro. Done.
Struck match.
Yes. Commercial zone, what's up? We are 6 weeks from the start of the trial. Why don't we know the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt? Is it that's exactly it right there.
I'm just
We
looking at,
should know so much more.
well,
Just
that'll
just
come out in trial. You know what I mean? That's
mean-
fine if it comes out in trial. I'm talking when there's supposed to be fucking reports. You know, we heard all of this stuff from this DNA, even the people that testified yesterday. How much reporting should be done, and that has to be done because you have to go back to it in order to get your frickin' profile. And when you're the frickin' prosecution and you say, well, how do... That's when I'm like, I'm sitting there as a family member going, what the fuck is going on, prosecution? And my confidence goes from here to fucking here. And then you got other DNA there, and you didn't even give it the same effort that you gave BK's. Why not? Why not? Why didn't you do the exact same thing to all of them? What if there is 4 people? What if there is 3 people? What if there is 2 people?
They don't
And that's
seem to
the kind of
even
effort you want to give to the fucking families?
they don't seem to even want to think that that's an option. They haven't since. Okay, here, this thing right here. I'm gonna share something with you if you don't mind putting it up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just looking at it as a family member, because if that was my fucking sister, yo, I don't know if I would have been able to stay quiet in that damn courtroom. For real.
I know I would.
For real. I might have stood the fuck up and said something, because like yesterday, I was...
Okay. This part here.
Here's some
This
kinda-
part here. Hold on one moment, folks.
It's like echoing my music or something.
Sorry, my wife was talking to me. Okay, this part right here is the part that bothered me. This woman was standing here for the defense. She's obviously another defense member, okay, of the team, basically pleading with the judge and the courtroom to give them the tools they need to be able to give Koberger a fair trial. Okay, this in turn is not. This isn't how this works. Hold on 1 second, folks.
For real. Like, if I...
All right.
If,
Sorry about that.
I don't
again.
know if I don't know if I could have. That might have been one time that I might have just lost it. I lost it.
So she was standing here. All right, I want you to just watch this for a second.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft. We want to toss back into court because the attorneys are getting ready to do their argument. So let's take a listen.
It allows us to make decisions about how we might cross-examine this evidence, how we're going to confront this evidence. And he also made it crystal clear to you that it is scientific evidence because we began with a surface trace sample that has been extracted to DNA. A portion of that DNA went to an STR test, and a portion of that test went to some other lab that we really don't yet know. There's been discussion in pleadings about whether or not it's Hoffman Lab or some other lab, it kind of the general knowledge, it's that it's often, but we really don't even know that. So this original scientific sample from this surface trace DNA has been the product of multiple scientific experiments that we are entitled to have the underlying data on. And if we don't have that information, we are not going to be able to be effective attorneys for Mr. Koberger. We then were educated by Dr. Larkin, and it was helpful to really understand what is this genetic genealogy and what's going on. And one of the first questions that the court asked as we began today was, if we have a sample and we have a buccal swab, why is all of this other material that you're asking for related to the genetic genealogy so important? And the first, the second, the third, and the fourth witnesses really all set that up. But in particular, Dr. Larkin explained to you that in that process, there are so many human decisions that are being made about the ultimate SNP sample that that was used to take further action. Some of those human decisions are what type of test was run. We don't know if it was a whole genome sequencing or if it was this next generation sequencing. That's something that's not being disclosed to us. Whole genome sequencing has a whole set of information that we may be able to look at and see if our STR sample that the state is relying on is indeed reliable, or if there are contamination issues, or if there are mixture issues. Next generation sequencing, if that was the method, has identifying information that was used, decisions that were made by human beings about what to include in gaps, what to strip out in gaps, and how to create the SNP sample that was then uploaded. Another critical piece of information that you learned today, Judge, is that law enforcement may or may not have used databases that they had the right to access. We don't know. We don't know.
Sorry, bud. Sorry. I muted myself.
Very good.
Anyway, I don't mean to take over here. I'm just trying to say something real quick about this that really bothers me. She's basically pleading to the judge right now to give them the data that they deserve. It's not something that they're not supposed to have. It's not something that they're not deserving of. This is what's deserved, what they deserve to have to run this trial.
Mhm.
And this case for him to be effective attorneys in a sense, like she said. Okay, she's begging him and telling him, law enforcement has this possibly, they have that possibly, this is what's that, and blah blah blah. We don't know. In a sense, we cannot be an effective attorney in his case. Is that fair to him? No, he's not getting what he deserves as a human being and as a U.S. citizen. Period.
Right,
Based
it's
on the Constitution. Yes, that's it right there. What happened? Excuse me for saying this, but what the fuck happened to the Constitution? Where is it?
We love the F word here, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't like saying it. I feel bad when I say it. It's just who I am, and
I don't give a fuck.
I don't like offending people. I
You're
just
not
don't get it.
Nobody.
I don't understand. And then this idiot over here with the whatever the hell, this head right here, okay? She stands up and says, I object to this, and I object to that, and I object to this, and I object to that. And then Santa stands up and is like, well, we can't do anything with it if we don't have it. But you did have it. Where is it? Once again. And, I was so pissed yesterday, dude. I couldn't even speak. Because if I would have, I'd have been F-bombing everything in the world would have been F this, F that, F this, MF or that. I just don't want to talk that way. That's how pissed I was. Where is it?
Yeah, you should have seen how pissed I was.
Where is it? I was
fucking mad.
I do. Where is it? Where the hell is it? I don't believe, and like I said, she said, or they're sitting over here saying, you expect us, to not think that this is suspicious? It is 100%. Anybody can look at this that has no legal sense whatsoever. Okay, you could be a YouTube toy channel and walk in here and look at this and go, huh? Wait a minute, what are you talking about? We were told from the defense in the documents that there was 3 other male DNA profiles found next to those bodies, okay? Near those bodies. In their words, I'm trying to keep it right. Excuse me, sorry. So if that's the case, you would think that the state trying to prosecute this person right here is going to go, oh shit, what's this? Let's check this out. We got to find out who this is. Did he have an accomplice? Did he do this at all? This and that. I mean, no. Instead, they're focusing in. I'm sorry. They're focusing in on a piece of DNA that has been found in a little tiny piece of something in here like this. Okay. But you're going to tell me you can't find the other 3 male DNA profiles? What? You threw them out. That's why. That's what I think. That's what they're making us think.
Mm-hmm.
It's pure bullshit.
Something.
And you're
something don't make sense.
Right. And then they're saying that there's not okay. Then how did you know there? How was there enough of it to figure out that it was a male DNA profile? Explain that one. I don't think anybody can, because I think it's about the biggest bowl of bullshit that I've heard. It makes me so mad.
I know. I felt it yesterday. I was like, I'm glad I'm having a fucking break in between, because
I slept, bro. I
just
slept.
To hear
and I'm
that.
fired up now. I'm fired up and ready to go now. I'm just telling you, man. I was watching
still
this,
good.
and I'm going, "Are you kidding me?" And the arrogance that he has, the prosecutor, when he stands up and says what he says, I just kind of turn my head like, "Did you really just say that?"
I thought they said there was 5 yesterday.
There probably is.
I did too.
Missed that.
I thought they said there was yesterday.
Yeah, there probably is.
That's what I had heard yesterday.
There was 2 inside, like near the bodies, from what I understood. There was a 3rd on a glove. They had the cigarette butt thing. That's 4. I don't know what the hell the deal is with the cigarette butt, but the 5th one, I don't know about that one. But
there was like 2 cigarette butts, 2 gloves, and something.
There it is. Then
Catastrophe was typing it out.
Yeah, I keep probably missed it, because I'd like to meet the person that decided it was okay to turn a fan on when you're trying to film something in a courtroom. That was a joke. That's why all that background.
Yeah, the audio was pretty bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I did find a place though, just so you guys know, East Idaho News. Yeah, we're playing. That's where we were watching it at until they locked it down. But
no, we started. We had that up too, but we had it up on Twitter first, because nobody else was playing it yet. So we went on Twitter first, and then we switched over to East Idaho. They had better audio.
Yeah, I had Heather. Heather just was insane yesterday. She was awesome. She was commentating via Twitter live as everything was going
we had
on.
that too, man. There was like 8 people doing that shit. It was wild. Like the updates were crazy. It was pretty cool. It was like, it's great for us because we don't have to go to freaking Twitter to highlight it. You guys were doing it in the community, and it was fucking awesome, because then all we had to do was literally keep focus on the court and then highlight your messages in chat. That's beautiful.
What we were doing. Yes, Mama Bear was up there watching that and bouncing one off. It was like Heather was in the courtroom. It was crazy.
It was.
But yeah, this right here is the thing that makes me the angriest. I'll let her finish saying what she
shout out to everybody too for doing that yesterday.
Every one of you guys. Okay. Shane says 2 gloves, different locations, a cigarette butt, 2 male DNA by Maddie and the girls. Yeah. Right. Okay. Here, let me finish this for you guys.
What databases they uploaded to. We don't have the raw data to know if they accessed people that had opted out of the database.
That's the other thing. How do they not know the databases that they uploaded those to? Isn't that like just common that they should know exactly what that is? Why don't they?
When you listen to the witness's testimony, yeah, it should already be able to be supplied because it would be needed to get the
Yes.
profile.
Yes. I mean,
That's how you
if
get to
any,
the profile is the
right.
homework.
That great word.
If you
great
don't have the
phrase.
homework,
Yes.
how do you get to the
Show
fucking?
your
You
work.
can't.
Show your
Not
work.
even
Thank
showing your work. You're writing your work down because that work helps you determine the profile in the future. So how do you determine the profile in the future if you never kept track of the fucking work that you did?
Right.
It's not.
Same thing.
It's not.
Yes. And that goes back to the same thing the FBI did when FBI said, "Don't use this. Don't use this. Okay, don't do this," because they threw it all out. Why? Something is wrong with that. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
You know that this is a quadruple homicide. You're not going to hang on to something. Why is that? Because something's wrong with it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be
Anyway.
analyzing this and the one prior to this morning. All of it, both of them.
I just couldn't get over
Not
that.
the
dude.
witness testimony, but the hearings. Well, that's what we're going to be analyzing this morning is the one from before and this one for sure.
At this
And I
point,
got some
honest to
special
God,
shit for the DNA.
At this point, it makes
Found
me
that shit.
feel like he doesn't have a chance at a trial. That no matter what goes on, they're gonna make sure they're gonna screw this up for him, and that's what it looks like. It may not be true, folks, but that's what it looks like to me. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Give me 3 minutes. I'm going to make a K-cup real quick.
I'll go ahead. I'll play there some more of this.
That they are allowed in, and we don't know if they uploaded information to MyHeritage. If we have that raw data, we will be able to make that determination. It could be that nothing is amiss, but certainly when we're having to fight this hard to get this information, it makes us quite suspect, especially when you've got a witness like Ms. Vargas with her experience who's saying this happens in the industry and I know because I work for law enforcement. And every single person in this courtroom should have pause when we are talking about forensic science that is no more than 5 years old. We know through the course of time with forensic science that there are all kinds of problems that arise when we rely on it. Teeth marks are.
And you know what, you guys? That's another good point right there that she says this is no more than 5 years old. So it's a new science. Okay. It's a new tactic that they use when they're working these investigations. That in itself should give people or they prosecution or anybody that's dealing with this should be looking at this a little bit more closer, knowing that it's only 5 years old, that it's not something that's been solidified or anything like that. You know, you can't, you get something brand new, you don't just let it go off and run itself by itself without monitoring it and looking into it. Do you know what I'm saying? And they're not. They're just like, here it is, boom, buck away. No, that's not how that works.
A key example of where, years ago that was reliable science, and now it's been determined that it's absolutely not reliable science. We are dealing with something that is brand new and with all kinds of possible mistakes that could be made, and it's also possible that things that could have been completely appropriate. And finally, when it comes to Ms. Barlow, I think what you see and what also you heard from Mr. Mercer is this intersection between the science side and the legal side and everything that our team is having to do with that, and the state as well. We've got to understand it. We've got to have the raw data to know what we need to do with that. And then we've got to figure out if we have defenses that we need to raise for Mr. Coberman. So individually, each of these experts gave you the information that you needed to order a motion to compel on the genetic genealogy information that we've asked for. Cumulatively, it is overwhelming that we must have this evidence to do our work. Thank you.
And that's it. That's it right there. They cannot be an effective attorney to run this case for this guy without these things. And the prosecution knows that, okay? They know that. In a sense. So how is the judge just not like hammering them? You know?
I think he's doing great.
He is. I agree with that.
Especially yesterday.
I'm hoping that he sees what she said and he takes what she said and he just hammers them and says, listen, they need their shit now, not they need it yesterday. And that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen. And you can tell the prosecution is nervous. They're not.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
uncomfortable.
The
They're
fumbling
uncomfortable.
papers. The fumbling
Completely.
papers. Or they don't have them. And, you know, with, I think a lot of the things with the judges is just politics, man. He has to do it that way in order.
Oh, yeah. There's a way. Yeah. You're
so there's
right.
no you got
to take the steps. Yes.
Yeah.
But you can't.
But
that's the thing.
I get the feeling he's onto their BS, bro. I get that
I think
feeling.
he is.
I got the
agree
feeling
with
he
you.
was before
Yeah,
this.
he started watching the way he responds to the prosecution. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You can see he's a no-nonsense judge, and he's not going to put up with this bullshit. He stated it, okay?
Right.
Just like he doesn't want I do too. The courtroom, the cameras, that they're ignoring him, and what's going to happen is he's going to figure out they don't care. They keep, especially court TV. How stupid can you be? I was in there on that hearing when he stated it. Do not focus on the defendant. Do not focus on anyone in here. Keep your camera pointed at me. None of them do it. They're just ignorant. So that's going to end up being screwed up for us, but whatever.
Yeah.
I think
a great learning moment. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree. And I think and I agree. I think that where you said you think he's onto that he's got he knows what's going on with them, I think. And I think that he wants to see. That's why every objection, you noticed all the objections that prosecution made yesterday when this first started. Well, I don't think we should have this, and I don't think we should have that, and I don't think this witness is vulnerable, and I don't think this one and that. Why? Because they're going to tell the truth? Is that what it is? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. We're going to...
Sorry, man. I'm fired up about this. I really am.
Oh, I am too. No, we're good, because that's what... I got some of the videos for the next couple shows. We're going to have... Today, we're going to be analyzing different things like the court hearing, the one before that, then this one. And then I got all the shows that I wanted to get to include with the witness's testimony about the forensic DNA. And then so that'll be its own show. And then so we're going to be digging into this shit for sure. And I'm probably going to have to wait to do the body cams until Monday night or something.
Well, I'm expecting to see some new documents dropping by Monday, probably.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure. And
and thank you for the $20 super sticker, Vicky. Let me see what it is. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you, and thanks for becoming a member again, Vicky. I appreciate that. I want to say thank you to everybody. We have over 600 and some members right now. I checked this morning. That's freaking amazing. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. And thank you to Brandy Wine and True Crime for the...
I think you bypassed me, bud.
It's crazy.
That's good.
I could have never imagined. But I'll be opening up different tiers here in the future. I just kind of went through why I only have one tier right now and some of the different things that I'm going to be offering. Yeah. Some of the different things I'll be offering.
I'm doing that with mine now too. I've had a couple tiers, but I got to make more what are those things called that you give for members? Like
Perks.
special. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Perks.
Yeah.
I got to add more perks for the different tiers for them because they deserve it. So.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, exclusive shit. Like one of the highest tiers gonna be because I'm gonna go on. I plan on making a trip up to Florida here in a few weeks, and also swinging through Akron, and I'm gonna get some footage at both places and stuff. And then like for another tier, I'm saving. I have stuff that I'm saving for the higher tier right now. I have saved for a while. And then different things like, you know, behind the scenes and deleted scenes and things like that for the higher tiers. But everybody will get, you know, the actual edited program and stuff like
What
that.
did you look under? What did you look under to find how many actual members you have?
Oh, I just went to the YouTube studio because I was in the studio this morning and then I was like, oh yeah, I've been wanting to look for a long time.
Me too. I keep forgetting.
But yeah, this morning I was in there and I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to look real quick. And then,
which section do you click on? To get to it, I keep forgetting. Yes, ladies, speed well.
I just click on view all members and then it tells me however many out of however many.
Under what though? To get to the view all members?
Under the studio.
Well, yeah, when you just go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. you just go to YouTube. Here, I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah, I'm in the studio right now, and I'm just on the left side. They got like dashboard, content, analytics, comments, all that. What do I click on the left side?
It's under latest comments. So you know how you got your analytics. You scroll. It's in the middle. Then you got latest comments. Then you scroll down more, and it's recent activity, and that's where I click on. See all members because it shows all members.
I don't have that same setup then because I don't see that what you're talking about.
Yeah, here I'll share it with you real quick.
That's weird.
Yeah, see? And it shows latest comments and recent activity. And then I just click on
completely different than mine. That's weird.
See all members. And then right here it says 1 of 600. Holy shit, 664.
Hold on a minute.
So it shows all the, you know, how long they've been a supporter, when they joined, and how many.
Hold on. Let me grab something.
Wow, that was even more than I thought it was. Holy shit, I'm almost at 7. What's up, No Chains?
Good morning.
Awesome. Good morning. Yes, go refill it. I just got done doing mine. I found that video, the other DNA video, to go with the CC Moore stuff. So, yeah. I was looking all over for that one. And I want to thank the person who sent me the link to the live that I had that video on. Somebody sent that to me yesterday. I wanted to say thank you. So what's up? Would you do some digging on Bill Thompson or something? I saw you chatting a bunch in there. What's up, War Eagle?
Yeah, there's some echoing, hun.
On my side?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Anyway.
Oh, there we go. Is that better? Holy crap. Is that better?
I think it's like, hold on, try again.
Is that better? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry about that.
No, it's still echoing.
Am I echoing to you, Dago? Am I echoing to you guys in chat? No.
No.
Here, let me. If I get dropped, then just bring me back up. Let me try something.
You have an echo.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here.
And Vicky, welcome as a member.
Forget about it. It's a Fugazi.
Right?
Get out of here. What? Hey.
Go, No Chains. What
are you doing, Chains?
Yeah, come on.
Do you hear me now?
What are you doing?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Now you're not echoing. Probably my headset. I took it off.
You got it.
Hey, now, chill out.
Hey, babe. Oh yeah. There we go.
Yeah, you need to pull up Bill
shoot it down.
Thompson's background. Oh man, he was a prosecutor before he became a prosecuting attorney for Latah County. So he should already know how to present any case, especially one like this.
Where was
You just
he?
you put in Bill Thompson, Latah County prosecutor, and it gives his background.
Well, I'm sure you already read it. You sound like you already read it. Why don't you just give us the cliff note? What's up?
Well, he's been
talk to us.
One for 30 years, and like I said, he should be well versed on how to present a case. Why is he coming here saying he doesn't have anything? Why does he say he can't produce that?
Okay, I found it.
Thank you.
I have 400 members total.
Bam.
I've gained 300 of them in the last 30 days.
Nice.
Well,
I need 200 to catch up with you.
We got to work on
is crazy.
No worries. No worries.
Might be why Thompson was a bit emotional rather than remaining disconnected. Yeah, he did. He seemed frustrated to me. Commercial.
Completely.
Definitely.
Completely. Yeah, I agree.
Well, and then it looked like it was a training episode, and I'm like, wow.
He's usually quiet and he doesn't say much. And he stood up and he kind of had that stance where he was standing there kind of cockside and then, you know, like leaning, and he's like, well, you know, what do you expect me to do? Basically is what he's saying, you know. Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's professional. If this guy doesn't retire after this, I'll be stupidly surprised.
And he just kept standing up and shit, you know, just to interrupt. And it's like, damn. Yeah.
Oh, he was irritated with them completely. Yes.
That's why I want to watch the one before this one again, because I want to, like, before I wasn't really focused on it too much, but now, like, I was more worried about the wordplay back and forth. But I think with what took place yesterday in court, that's why I want to reanalyze the court hearing before that, and I really want to like focus on the prosecution on both of the rewatches this morning. Yeah, because you know, I think there's a lot of the same shit, and it almost seems like it's the same script. And I definitely want to. That's something I want to do, and I might even. I don't know. I got to set a notification that I'm just going to say it right now. I don't have a notification out there, but the Sigma Chi Part 2 members only is going to be at 6:30 Eastern. And then we'll be having a hangout show after that whenever the Sigma Chi Part 2 is done. But I might just go extended this morning in the early afternoon and even do the witness stuff too. And just do it all in one.
You know, we're here at 10 months. 10 months. And he still doesn't have his shit together. Excuse my French, people.
No. Ruffling papers, the ones that do exist.
He doesn't have anything, though.
The ones that do exist.
Did you notice yesterday, by the way, something I need to reminded myself of this morning, that they set a commercial zone. Yeah. That just said it. He set a deadline by September 1st to produce the toxicology and autopsy reports. Are you kidding me? You're kidding me, right? 10 months and there's nothing out there yet from that? You gotta be shitting me.
Yeah. And then you had to be a family member listening to that shit, you know?
I feel so bad for them. I'd be curious to talk to Steve this morning and see what he thinks about yesterday. Yeah. Seriously. I would really be curious of that. That toxicology and autopsy result, that report should have been given to them the day that it was done.
Exactly.
End of story.
Yeah. I reached out to Steve in my damn show yesterday. I was like, bro, I just want to talk to you, a dad to a dad. I ain't even trying to get details of the crime. I ain't trying to get personal fucking information. I just want to sit down and talk to you, a dad
how
to
are
a
you?
dad.
That's what I said that before, like a month ago. Like, how are you? Yeah.
Like what? And I, you know, I'm not reaching out. Like, I don't want to interfere with anything they got going on. You know, I'm not trying to be a distraction. 100. So, You know, I'm sure if
Yeah, I
there is a
wouldn't do that.
message, to get put out there, nah.
It just makes me sick that they have to sit and watch this shit go on,
Yeah.
knowing in the back of their minds, like,
Where's
they're
my
probably not
effing?
gonna, they're probably not thinking it on the surface. They probably don't want to talk about it out there like that, but they're in the back of their minds, especially after watching yesterday's fiasco, because that's what it is to me, a 3-ring circus. It's pathetic.
I would have been kicked out of the courtroom because I would have stood up and said, "What is going on here?"
After what? Yeah, and after watching that, he's got to sit back. He probably went home, and I can just see me personally. I would have went home and been like, what? This is a joke. They have no idea what they're doing.
Yep.
This is my daughter's life. What are you
And
doing?
no, too. He considers Maddie his daughter too. So
Yeah, I know. He speaks for all the families. If you haven't noticed, he speaks for them all.
yeah, he's like a spokesperson.
Because he's the alpha. He really is. It just makes me sick. It makes me sick that they have to go through this. As if they haven't been through enough already,
Yeah, and then to see a prosecutor stand there fumbling through everything, and I don't have it. Excuse me, you don't have what?
Nothing. They have nothing.
Yeah.
What do they have? What have they produced? Now they're talking about, oh yeah,
I see cheesy old prosecuting and state better than what we're seeing yesterday in little cheesy cases.
Ann Taylor has done everything she's supposed to do. She has presented everything clean, clear, organized. Everything is right there. Everything she's supposed to do, she does it. Is it too much to ask for them to do the same thing when they're the prosecuting, they're the state?
I just don't understand why the judge didn't say anything in that fashion of, what's going on with the prosecuting team over here? Why don't you have your stuff together? This team over here is ready, and they want the information, and we're not going to be able to proceed with this case if you're not going to get the information.
I know. You realize that if he says that's going to make the whole, it's going to make the whole state, the county, the town, it's going to make them look bad.
They already look bad, though.
But he can't draw attention to that. Do you know what I mean? As a judge for that area, I can't imagine that he would like put that out there in everybody's face. Oh yeah, we're idiots. Sorry,
I've seen it in other courtrooms. I understand this being a high-profile case, but I see their frustration on the defense team. They're not getting anything. They can't do anything until they get that, so they can fight back.
Right, which in turn is why some of these things have been delayed, I think, on their side of things. It's not their fault. They can't do anything until they have it.
That's right.
The information came out yesterday, War Eagle, during the hearing, and they had the hearing. It's not live. They can't do it live. It's just on delay. But they have live tweets that you can do, and then Court TV comes out with it on Twitter first. And then it starts trickling out to YouTube and all the other places. So they did stream it.
Why is Julie Fry still allowed to handle?
Why is what?
Why is Julie Fry still allowed to handle these documents?
They all are. They all are. They're all fucking intertwined and have different, the small town bullshit.
I know that sounds ridiculous to ask that question, but come on now. You don't think that's a conflict of interest?
I do.
I don't know.
That's in their protocol. I mean, you look at all their fucking shit going on. Any position they have conflicts of interest no matter where you look. It's ridiculous. Even the people that are interviewed on local news, because there was attorneys that were doing interviews in the beginning, and they were even like, what are these conflicts of interest everybody talks about? Like, you name one and then get back to me. And it's like, whoa, this is how shit goes down here. That was in the very beginning. And then they had to quit talking because, you can't even get any Idaho legal professional, even if they're at the bottom right corner of Idaho, they still won't talk to your ass.
I sent you the statistics, TJ, on how many work at the U of I. Over 4,000. I sent you the stats of employees that work at the college.
Or Mama Bear's in here. I just saw that. Good morning, Mama Bear.
Over 4,000 work at the college. Only 150 work with the county.
Right? And how many students are enrolled there? No chains.
Exactly.
And yeah,
Yeah.
Lady Speedwheel, I will be here in a while too.
Not very much. Not very much. I have a feeling it's gonna. I have a feeling it might as well. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna go. I'm actually gonna play 3 of them. 3 of the hearings. We're gonna go through all 3 of them. Actually, one is 50 some minutes. Another one's like 29, and then the other one from yesterday is like 44. So it's about an hour, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. That we're going to be going through. We're going to go through all 3 of them. I was just going to go through 2, but I don't know. I went through them. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go through all 3 of them. We're just going to do all 3 this morning. Not even about it's. I don't know. I just look at it as a family member, and if I'm sitting there and that's the kind of effort that I'm getting from these agencies that are supposed to be serving justice for my family member, I would be taking shit personal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I took it personal yesterday, because I look at every one of these cases, I look at it as if it could be a family member, a sister, a cousin, a mother, a brother, a father, an uncle, a grandpa, any of them. And then I put myself in these positions, and that's why I give so much effort when I do cover the things that I do, is because I do look at these people like they could be my freaking family. And when I sit there and I put myself in that courtroom, even though I'm sitting here in my studio, my mental goes into that courtroom in the back of one of those seats, and I'm sitting there listening like it's one of my family members. And to lose confidence when I lost confidence yesterday, to lose I'm calm and collective, and when I can recognize in myself, like, dude, you're so fucking upset, you're starting to shake.
I'm pretty sure millions feel the same way as you do, to include myself.
I'm glad I kept my mouth shut as much as I could. But it's like, man, that's why, I even, I'm about the innocent until guilty in a court of law, because I also look at it as, what if my ass was sitting in that cell?
Mm-hmm.
What if I was innocent and somebody was trying to pin some shit on me? I have to look at it that way too. I also have to put myself in the courtroom as a juror member when I'm looking at evidence. I have my own personal feelings, but I have to look at it, approach it, and show it like a member of the juror. And then sometimes you get a little extra hot sauce on top of it. I actually did. I got upset yesterday because dude, Jesse, YouTube and StreamYard are all fucked up, bro. My YouTube chat feed has gone down. This morning has gone down 4 times, and then one time I even had to reset my device in order to get YouTube to even pop back up. It's that ridiculous right now. So I apologize.
StreamYard's become garbage.
Yeah, that too.
It really has. It's gone to shit. That's one of the things I'm doing today is I'm looking for streaming services. I think it was Dolphin that threw some out there. I wrote them down somewhere. I'm about as organized as a 3-year-old. So,
is that a video, Jesse? Is that a video that's out? Top 10 misconceptions. That'd be an interesting watch. Yeah, that'd be an interesting watch if it was, just to explore, even if it's a different approach.
I'd like to see that myself if that's actually out there.
Yeah, let me know, Jesse. It is. We are all, and that's one of the reasons why I end up talking about it so much, is because it's like you fucking you take a show off and you're fucking behind 3 days in a way.
Right.
Honestly.
Yep.
And listen, this trial's coming up. If it really is popping off October 2nd, it's going to last 6 weeks roughly. Okay. And then after that, we'll still have shows on it, of course, because there's going to be chatter
Yes.
from both sides anyway.
Yes.
But it'll be like one night a week, and then we'll be and it's going to be like this with any of these cases. Any of these cases that the court date's coming up, and there's a lot of stuff. It's going to be where it's just part of it. That's we have to, because we
You guys
can't.
think it's gonna happen on October? In
Yeah, we
October?
can't fall behind.
September 1st. September 1st. They want to. If they don't have it, remember they got to produce it.
Bye, Mama Bear. No, I'm saying,
Catastrophe. If you made that, send it to me. You said
you guys-
she was going to make a document or something.
do you guys
That'd
really
be
think?
cool.
Do you guys really think the trial is going to happen in October?
I think
Nope.
so.
Nope.
It either gets tossed or it's happening.
Right.
I think the jury selection is going to delay it. I really
Yes.
do. At the very least, I think that
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I could see that.
that's going to be a
Yeah.
huge issue. Huge
Yeah, I
issue.
could see that.
I'm sorry if I cut you guys off, but I think there's a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, there is. On your side, I think a little bit.
Yeah. But no, I think it'll go into next year. I don't think it's going to start in October.
You think so?
Hmm.
I said before, I think July of 24, but they seem like they're trying
No,
to
they're
push
pushing
it along.
hard, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's. I mean, I was thinking next year too, but when the way they've been pushing lately, the last 2 months, it's like, I don't know, man. That's why I'm like, it's either going to be tossed because they ain't going to produce the shit that they're supposed to, or it's going to happen. Because I think they're pushing so hard because they know there's bullshit, man, and they're like, yo, we want to get this man out of here. If that's the case, and he is innocent,
Mhm.
they're trying to get his fucking ass out of there. He's been in there for fucking 8 months.
I don't think that they'll dismiss it at this point. I know a lot of people think that, and you guys can scream and yell at me. That's okay, but I don't think they will. Because it is such a high profile case. I think that they'll.
No, I'm not saying it was 100. I'm saying either or.
Oh no. I know what you're saying.
I don't
I'm
mean
just,
100. It's
right. I just think that they're gonna. Well, for one, the first thing is they need to pull the death penalty off the table right now. That needs to be bong. You know what I mean? That's gone. That's bullshit.
Mhm.
At this point,
Mhm.
you have no reason to have a death penalty case up right now. None, because nothing that they've shown after yesterday proves that this DNA is a joke. So how do you have a death penalty case up?
Or
You know what I
warrants
mean?
the way they apprehended him as well.
It's
The way
unconstitutional.
without bringing him in for questioning. They should have brought him in for questioning.
Yep.
Thank you, Phantom, for the $10 super chat.
Oh.
Got a bad head cold.
Hope you feel
man,
better.
Yeah, for real. And
You're
thank you.
welcome.
Going
You didn't have
around.
to
My mother-in-law
Yeah,
has one
do
too.
that.
Summer colds suck. I do too. Commercial. I want it to start like soon. It needs to start, but I don't think it will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you're
Oh, no,
around later, Jesse, whenever I go live with this, I'd love to have you. If of course, if CJ's down, stop in and come up there and explain that whole thing too. Then, I would love to hear that, here or there, either way, because that's a lot, dude. The 10 biggest
Yeah, it
misconceptions.
sounds
There's
very.
like 30 of them.
Yeah. Sounds very interesting.
Yes.
For real. Like just the title of it, it's like, ooh, even if I don't agree with them,
Well, I probably will. I gotta be honest with you, because there's so many of them.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more.
I guarantee you.
Even if I don't, I'm still intrigued.
Yes. Agree.
Jesse, go ahead and hop up if you want. Starlight, I'll probably be having an open panel later on, and probably in the Hangout show tonight as well. But right now, I'm just going to have Jesse up if he wants to hop up. Thank you for hopping up, though, Starlight. I appreciate it.
So I wonder what happened to Brian's male attorney.
What are you talking about?
Well, the guy that's he's sitting right there.
That was
hold
the
on, let me go back.
investigator.
Oh,
There,
okay.
this is right there.
Yeah,
Now,
that was their investigator.
they had the two ladies there the whole time,
Right.
and that is
The other side wasn't the female. Remember the female that got up last time? She was a joke.
That over here. Oh, you're talking about olive oil on the
there's been
prosecution
different
side.
people. Yeah,
Well,
there's been different people coming in and
Yeah, I
out.
call her olive oil. The defense has their investigator and these two ladies here, and I think there was one other person. And then they have a whole panel of people that seem to be worthless to me.
He says War Eagle says Jay Longden is still on his staff, so that must
That's
be
the other
weird.
guy. Yes, he's the one that wrote the one set of documents, right?
yeah, he's the investigator that went after.
Batanchi is the investigator. Yes.
Batante. Yeah, I had a
Yes,
hard
that
time
guy is.
pronouncing that last name there for a few.
That guy's great too.
Well, that was a good move right there on her part to do that.
What's that?
To get an investigation going after Bethany.
Well, they had an investigator from the beginning. You have to and stuff like this. And look what he's found. He found Bethany. That whole thing with Bethany is that's where that came from, and then so on and so forth. So yeah, it's insane.
Y'all-
Well, let me know if you're gonna hop up, Jesse. If not, I'm gonna start getting into this court hearing here, so we can get
You
this
guys know where
going.
Bethany's at, don't you?
What?
You know where
Yeah,
she's
like
at?
the Southwest.
No. Yeah, well, San Diego.
Hmm.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Floating around in the Southwest in different spots.
Yeah, she moved to
Here he
California.
is.
Oh no, that she didn't move
What's
there.
up, buddy?
Hey guys, good to see
Hi.
you guys again. There's the beach back.
What's up,
What's
buddy?
up, buddy? Great to see you.
Yeah, I seen people were requesting that back, man.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have joined you guys earlier. It's been like, I don't know, a week or 10 days since I've seen both of you on panel. But, this true crime is a bit of a rough go. Dirty business, man.
It can
All the
be.
infighting and drama.
Isn't
It's
it
kind of
crazy, man?
It's
That's why
ridiculous.
I'm all
Little
about
old-
that peace, positivity, and progress. And not
little old me
fucking
gets scared when people start bringing out the knives,
Yeah, hopefully we've eliminated a lot of the issue. I mean, there's always going to be something that we got to deal with. It's just how it works.
Oh, Jesse,
People are attracted to
character.
drama, sadly.
you're a character. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I feel like true crime is like a bad habit of mine, kind of like drinking wine or smoking cigars. Something I need to limit to one day a week or something.
Coffee,
I-
bro. That's why you gotta drink coffee.
Yeah.
There you go, man. Then you don't worry about cigars and wine and all that other shit. You just drink coffee, man. Keeps you alert. What's up, buddy? So, you have this list yourself? Or what?
I mean, it was just
What do you-
something I wanted to put together, and I, as I was sitting here drinking a glass of wine, I only put like 10 minutes into it. So I curb your enthusiasm as far as expectations go. I think maybe 3 or 4 of them are really, put it this way. If one was to do, I think it would make a great show. Like you guys said, that would make a great video, in like a short form clip type video.
Absolutely.
And probably 3 or 4 of the items on my list are probably worthy of a top 10. But because I spent 10 minutes with a glass of wine in my hand, the other 7 or 8 or 6 or 7 maybe could be replaced with better ones. But I think it'd be fun to read them off to you guys, anyways.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm
Please do.
intrigued
I'd
already.
love to hear it
even
from
if
your
I
mind,
don't- Even
especially.
if I don't agree with them, I'd love to
Let's
hear.
hear it.
Sure. Yeah. What's up? Talk to us.
Okay, well, let's start with the last first, or 10 to counting down to 1. But number 10, I guess I have facts are not the same as conspiracy theories. And I guess what I mean by that is, we talk about a lot of the things that we've seen at the grub truck and things that are stone cold facts. But by bringing them up, people think you're indulging in conspiracy theories. And it's very different to have a conspiracy theory and to point out facts that you've uncovered, right? and people seem to struggle with that. People, when you start talking about certain things, there was comment on Dago's show even overnight that you're a pro BK channel because you're talking, but if you're talking about facts, the facts are the facts, and they need to be explained.
Correct.
So that was my number 10.
I saw those.
That's a good one.
My number 9 was this is something that I don't think gets picked up enough, and I don't hear you guys talking. I think you guys should talk about it more, but contradictory statements from experts in the field. And I brought this up on Dago's panel one day about what everybody was saying prior to the DNA coming back out of the car and out of the house and the car. All these experts saying, that car is going to be a rolling crime scene, a petri dish of information, and it comes back absolutely clean, nothing.
Right.
And I think we let them off too easy. I mean, that's something that's a fact that is difficult to wrap your head around. It's a very inconvenient fact that really I don't think we should let them off
though. It's not letting anybody off. That's their fucking gig, dude. Like, I will definitely, if some shit comes in my community, my atmosphere, I don't let nothing fucking happen. I get rid of that shit quick as fuck.
What I mean by letting them off,
he doesn't mean it that way.
I'm not.
I just mean you got to be. If you say one thing, and then you want to change your story after that, right? Like
I didn't get
Jennifer
to finish. What I was
Toffendorfer.
saying is I'm not going after anybody else. I'm not. It's not that I'm letting people off. It's the fact that I don't need to go after. I don't even need to give their misinformation a platform, as far as I'm concerned.
You're missing what he's saying, CJ. He doesn't mean it like that.
No, that's you're right, Dago. That's not what I mean. I just mean that these things have been said, they've been put on the record, and they need to be held to that. That you said that it's impossible for that car to be clean. If it comes back clean, you have to.
I'm not an expert. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. How can I challenge? All I can say is my opinion or speculation. I can't challenge an expert, a lawyer.
But I guess that's my point, though. When the expert says this car has to have something in it, and then it comes back clean, and that expert then has a completely different, because that's what I'm seeing. These experts have a completely different story now. Prior to the car coming back clean, they said that I guarantee you that there's going to be stuff in that car. Yep. And then they say, "Oh, it's not that. It's not that abnormal for that car to come back clean." They're saying
is opinion, though. It's not fact. It's opinion.
Well, I do have a solid gold example for you, CJ, and that is Ken Maines, and I have sent you these clips in the past.
Okay.
where he says about the touch DNA.
Right.
In the Kohberger case, this touch DNA on the sheath, it's as good as gold.
Right.
And then so I've got that clip, right? I give you the timestamp, and then the timestamp for the John Benet Ramsey case, touch DNA. Are you kidding me?
Right.
That's flimsy as all hell. We can't convict somebody on touch DNA, Right. So the very different things he's saying there is that he's contradicting himself, and I'm not an expert. I'm a sports guy. I'm an expert on the Cleveland Browns offensive line. I'm not an expert on true crime, but I can catch people up on their words.
What I focus on is CC Moore. I focus on the people that actually deal with the shit that people are talking about. That's why you don't see Ken Maines' videos on here. You don't see a lot of other people's videos on here, because I'm not going to regurgitate that shit to you guys. I'm going to regurgitate the shit where it's from professionals that deal with those things. Now, Ken Maines, he's got his own opinions, And I guess when I say misconceptions, as much as he could say I'm wrong,
I'm trying to get in the head of the people like Big Dirty that come in here all angry because they're convinced.
I don't give a shit about that. I don't.
They're convinced though, right? Because they've heard these things. They've heard the news nations, and
there's people that'll tell you that I could tell somebody that the sun's fucking blue, and 2 weeks later 10 people can believe the sun's blue even though they're looking up at it and they see a bright ass fucking star. you know, and it's just opinion. I'm not saying like negative anything or anything. I'm just saying like it's their opinion. If I started worrying about other people's opinions, that means that I'm shitting what they eat, and I don't do that. And so whenever I do explore, I don't even watch Ken Mains's shit or other people's shit that I'm not really interested in, even behind the scenes. So I'm not going to be showing it to anybody here.
Okay, well, how's this for you? I will say that some people have made up their mind on this case based on
Of
what they've
course.
heard,
Either
what they've heard
side.
based on what they've heard from an expert say. And I guess my point is, just because you heard that expert say that the time that you heard it, doesn't mean they didn't say something completely contradictory to that
Right.
previously.
Right.
Well, right.
That's
And
what I'm saying.
it goes to other content creators too, because I don't like other fucking content creators talking about a whole bunch of fucking crazy ass shit, and then their community comes in my fucking community spewing
Exactly.
fucking bullshit, and that's where I have a fucking problem. But see, I don't go after anybody else unless they come after me first, and then I'll finish it. What I do go after is the shit that comes in my community, because then if that shit enters my community, I get rid of that shit lickety split. And so when it comes, I get it. There's other people that are totally 100% on either side. We get those people that come in every single day. A lot of it happens on comments and through emails. It's out there. And that's why I compare all this shit to like a party system where you got the Republicans, you got the Democrats, and then you got the independents. And we're part of the independent group. We're part of that group that is a hell of a lot smaller than the Democrats or the Republicans. But there's a reason why we're independent, because we do nothing but explore the other theories, thoughts, and opinions, and then go get through it with common sense and just a lot of
I think
thinking
that's why I'm
involved.
here, CJ.
Right. And
That's why I'm a
so
big fan of you and Dago.
with these other platforms,
I appreciate that,
I
buddy.
understand there's a lot of we listen to it coming in. We have to deal with it, a lot of it behind the scenes, and that's why the community doesn't see it a lot, except for in chat, is because like Dago, myself, we, and with help of other people, we make sure that we handle all that shit before it even comes in, and then some of it does creep in. We can't tell people what to think. People can, and this is why it's important for us to be factual with the information that we say, because we're not experts, and we have people treating us like we're experts because it's coming from our mouth, just the same as the people that you speak with. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so,
but what he's saying though is like like for instance, like if an expert comes out and says they present a fact to this about the case, right? Okay, that's great. We were like, okay, there it is. There's a fact. They're saying that, so on and so forth. It's in a document, whatever. And then in turn they change it.
but we
And then
can't help
and
that.
then we're just well, what I'm saying though is, and then they change that fact. Everybody else is ridiculed for that in a sense when they do it, but they do it, and we're just like, oh well, whatever, moving on.
But
That's
then
what he means
but
about
that's
you're letting them
okay.
off too easy, and I agree with
Wow.
that. I do.
Well, I'm not going to be the channel that calls out Jennifer Coffindaffer. You know what I'm saying? I'll let other channels do that. That's
Oh
not
no,
what I'm
no, I'm
about.
not saying that
That's
anything like
not,
that.
you know what I'm saying? Like that ain't me. And unless I get called out from somebody else, then it's game time, baby.
Is it really calling
Uh,
somebody out? Like for example, if I came on your panel, CJ,
I make
and I
highlights
said,
about it. I made
if
highlights
I
about the prosecution saying it's pure speculation. That's
Yeah.
my response to misinformation, Jesse, is my highlights, and that's where it's at. It's like saying, we just watched it when I started the show this morning, the pure speculation highlight that I made, and I told everybody there's a part 2 coming out, because when we're going through the court hearing again, I already have the video from yesterday that I'm going to make the highlight out of.
Hi, Chili.
I do, when I have the time, I do make sure to highlight. That's why I call them highlights. I make sure to highlight the BS and the misinformation that we are getting, but I'm not going to make a show out of it. I'm not going to,
Entertain it.
everybody knows. Yeah, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm not going to give it any more of a platform on this channel. That's why I don't discuss some of the things that I don't.
Peace, power, and positivity. I'm a firm
Right,
believer in
baby.
that.
Right, baby.
I do like to point out contradictory statements, though. I think
Oh, I
sure.
do too.
there's
That's
Sure.
what my
I see
highlights
value
are
in
about.
that. If I
That's
make
what my highlights are
contradictory
about.
statements, I would expect you guys to say to me, "Hey, Jesse, you came on this panel last week and said something completely opposite to that," and then that would allow me to explain myself as to why I've changed my mind.
And then you just
or,
ask why.
That's
Yeah,
what we do.
right.
Yeah, and that's what we do.
or acknowledge what's going on. So I'm not saying you should hunt down these people and shame them, but
No, I get
highlighting
it.
that contradictory statements are being made by experts would allow some of these people that are so angry at us or you guys, not me,
Yeah.
particularly, mostly you guys, right? These people are so angry. You're a pro BK channel. It would do them a service to understand that.
Well, I
they're
really
not paying-
don't get the much pro BK stuff. I really don't get it that much. And what I'm saying is I do make highlights for that, and I do explore other theories, thoughts, and opinions. So you are able to have a platform on this channel, and you always have been, to discuss the contradictions. You know what I'm saying? That's never not been part of the show. That's one of the things about the show, is that we do highlight those things, whether it's an open panel or whether I make a highlight about it. And I wasn't saying that you were telling me that I should go attack somebody. I was just saying I'm not calling out anybody. You know what I mean? And that's all.
You know, the one thing I've noticed with what you said, Jesse, that does make sense, because I was looking at my comments last night, which is probably what you saw too. And I've stated it repeatedly, over and over, and I had so much repetition with it that I'm not a pro Koberger channel. I'm a pro truth channel and pro, like
Right.
Constitution. Follow. That's what I agree with. And these people still seem to think that no, you're just, you want him to be innocent, you want him to be this, you want him to be. That's not it. No. I want the truth to come out. That's all I want, period. And they just don't see it that way, because I'm not. I guess the way it was stated in the one comment I looked at last night was that you're not talking about any that he could be guilty here, but that's not true. I've said it with Jules on panel with me one time. I'm like, this dude actually could have done this. You know what I'm saying?
I've been on your panel floating theories about him being guilty.
Yes.
Right.
And floating
Both
theory-
sides.
That's it.
Because I think that even if you think he's guilty, you need to come up with better theories than what we've been presented in the PCA.
Yeah,
right.
Because
Yeah,
that's a
right.
weak theory.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
Right. It is. And you understand why it's a weak PCA now when you're seeing all these court hearings, everybody. That's why it's a weak PCA, because you're seeing the weakness on display right now.
As the witnesses were talking about this stuff yesterday. So yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that
100%,
one.
man. And there's been contradictions in this case from the
I'll
get-go.
be right
When
back,
Fry
fellas
was standing out
and ladies.
there in the gravel parking lot saying that it was an unalive self unalive, it started from that moment on, it was contradictions left and right. Are you going to make true crime content, man? Because you have a lot of good theories, thoughts, and opinions. No,
I'm happy
gonna
just to
be
pop
fan-
in to hang out with you guys. Like I say, for me, it's a bad habit.
Is it?
And it's like wine or cigars. You partake in it once in a while, but you can't do it every day.
I got a question for you. What time is it over there for you right now?
We just finished a family barbecue. It's 20 after 11. I'm on my second bottle of wine.
Okay.
I was up till 6 a.m. watching both. I was streaming both you and Dago yesterday because I felt guilty if I had to choose between the two of you who I was going to support. So I won't tell you who I was listening to, but both your streams were on in separate windows, so you were.
Well, I appreciate that.
Keep your numbers up.
StreamYard needs to fix that. They need
Yeah.
to fix that. They really do. But okay, so I was going to ask you. We're doing some football stuff tomorrow, and I know you do sports betting, and I know that's your gig. And I'm going to be doing some football stuff tomorrow, and it's going to be in the morning. So if you're not busy tomorrow and you want to hang out and be a special guest coach that we can try it out, we're going to be testing different things. If you want to be part of it, I'd love to have you. And if you would like to be our first special guest coach when we do kick off our season, I'd love to have you for that first first game.
I mean, I'd like to participate. I certainly know football. I don't do video games well, so.
Oh, it's just having fun, picking plays
But
as
yeah,
a
but
coach,
yeah, no,
just
I mean,
hanging out
it
with the
sounds like
fellas,
fun.
you
It
know,
sounds like
talking
something I'd like to
football.
participate in.
Yeah.
Mornings are not great for
No?
I guess you're talking your
Well,
evening, right?
It's 11:30/12:30 here, 11:30 Central, 12:30 Eastern here. So
Oh
I would
yeah,
probably it'd be
I
about
mean,
this
that's
time or a little
yeah,
earlier.
this time.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
Is that good?
that's doable for me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah. So I'll yeah, we'll yeah.
Like
Just
when
hop
you're
on.
doing your second stream of the day, especially if I stay up all night and watch these streams,
Yeah.
then there's no way I'm catching the second streams, right?
Well, I'll be having 3 today. I got this one.
I might catch
then
I
got
might catch
members
the
only,
tail
and
end
then
of
hangout.
the late night one, like I did this morning
Yeah.
when I woke up at noon or something. You guys were still going strong.
Yeah, it was.
Yesterday was a marathon. It was rough.
It was.
9, not
Jeff.
actually.
What's
What'd
number
you-
7?
Okay, so the no DNA in the car in the house is explained by the fact that he's a PhD student in criminology, and I think that's a bit of a misconception that's an acceptable excuse for that. In my opinion, doesn't matter if he's a criminology student. I don't think that properly explains
Has
that.
nothing to do with it. Nothing
Right.
to do with it.
And I think the experts have previously. It's sort of tying into what like I said. I whipped this up in 10 minutes, and these aren't the good. The good ones get into the top 4 or 5, but
Ooh, okay.
but yeah, basically the willingness to brush off the no DNA in the car based
Right.
on flimsy excuses, and then also the willingness to adjust DM's statement about the bushy eyebrows and the man clad in black wearing a mask. That you know, I've heard people say, well, I think he was wearing a Dexter suit. Well, it's
Right.
it's already bad enough that the man was clad in black wearing a mask at 4 a.m. in your house and you don't know who he is. But if you throw in a Dexter suit, now it's just even more ridiculous. So yeah, that's number.
What I
Right.
enjoy
It is right.
what I like about that is when they talk about that specific situation, Jesse. I think it's hilarious because I'll say something. Well, he was all in black, right? And then they're like, yeah, but he had on a Tyvek suit that zips all the way up and seals on the wrists and the ankles and this and that. I said, but he was all in black. Well, they make those in black. Ooh, okay, what's the next excuse going to be then when we go to the next step? Because there's always an answer and an excuse when you say that these things aren't possible. I love that kind of stuff. So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I had to throw that in there real quick.
But supposedly it was a person clad in black with bushy eyebrows. Was was it even mentioned it was a male? No, saw a person clad in black with bushy eyebrows.
Well, we proved that there's a doppelganger, a female doppelganger of him out there. So I mean, that's that with the bushy eyebrows. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I'm 5'8".
mm-hmm.
So the next 2 on my list are the IDs found in the Pennsylvania home. A lot of people still believe that they, you know, the false reports that they found those IDs were tied to the house. And then the next one was the Instagram stalking, which I believe has been debunked.
It has.
But you know, but the thing is, all this information comes out, and people are fed this information, and then they form an opinion, and then they show up to watch your guys' shows. They show up in the chat, and they start attacking people because they've been misinformed, right?
Right. Court TV still put that up yesterday, didn't they, CJ? You seen it where they were talking about the stalking?
Yeah, that's why I had to.
Yeah, it's not real.
They didn't. It's you know, normally I just use the coffee cup when they would zoom on BK, but yesterday I actually had to fucking use it because they were putting also followed 3 of the victims on Instagram, and I'm like,
probably not.
What the fuck?
Right.
Coffee cup again. It was mostly coffee cup yesterday because of that stuff. And I do want to just say something here real quick and show something. In the PCA, it does state male. I do want to show that real quick.
Okay.
Male, yeah, I see
says-
that right there.
Yeah, right here.
Not very muscular.
DM
see, that's-
describe the 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, but athletically built. So that's like a kind of a contradiction there. So it could be either or. Not muscular, but not athletic, you know.
My problem has always
Or
been,
athletic.
and that I'm glad you pulled that up real quick, because I've had an issue with that from the beginning. How do you know that's a male?
Right.
Did you talk to him? Did you like hear the male voice? Did he say, "Hey, I'm a guy"?
There
We
was
know that's
female
not true.
bodybuilders in the area. You saw all the Instagram posts of all
There's
the female
no way to tell that
bodybuilders.
that's a male, right?
If you're covered in black and you got a freaking mask on, how do you know if it's a guy or a girl based off the hair
This is
or a
what you see.
physical? It could be, you know.
I don't get it. How do you know that's a male? That's a problem for me. It has been for a long time. Cracks me up.
I agree.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think I had to grab something real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just the beach. I'm glad there's
Sorry,
no volcanoes.
sorry guys,
that
I had
go
to
off
step
there,
out for
Jesse.
a minute after a few glasses of wine. I had some business to take care of.
There you go. What do they call that? You got to break the seal.
Yeah.
You guys streamed for like 9 hours yesterday, is that right? Like a
What was it?
9-hour consecutive stream. I mean, there
More
must
than
have been a
that,
lot of
though,
breaks
but-
for a lot of various reasons.
I think it
during
was
that
longer
time.
than 9, actually.
Well, yeah, it was a lot longer than 9. That's why we got these. That's why we got this as well, Jesse. You know, yesterday, when I did this intermission, it was early in the morning. I lost like 100 fucking people with the 5-minute intermission. But hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go,
Jesus.
and it is what it is. You know,
Yes.
it's like, yo, I'm not trying to like install a freaking toilet next to my fucking seat. You know.
Mm,
Well, that's
And
why
I'm
it's
not
good to
gonna
have a
run any of them other weird-ass
teammate on
devices.
panel with you to entertain while you're taking care of business.
Exactly.
You get to pan over your camera with a urinal sitting next to you, like, okay, guys,
Right.
we're
Yeah.
stand down now for a minute.
Yeah, right. Or like whip out the bottle underneath, you know.
Yeah, right.
No, come on, man.
Why do you got all those Mountain Dew bottles? You'll see. Hold on.
Yuck.
Just don't wake up early in the morning and be thirsty, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, horrible.
So what was the
You guys
number
ready
one?
for number 5?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Number 5 is the motive, and I think a lot of people out there think that the state has provided a motive in the form of the incel theory or the jealousy theory, but in my mind, that's been completely debunked, or maybe not completely, but
Yeah, I
somewhat debunked. I mean,
agree.
the lack of motive to me is a real issue, and
Yes.
the idea that the state has nailed down a solid motive is a misconception, in my opinion. I mean,
I can
we
agree to
really
that,
don't
too.
have a proper motive for this crime.
Nope.
I agree.
Number 4. Okay, the car in the surveillance footage is not
Yeah.
confirmed to be Koberger's car, and this is a really common one. Everybody always talks about they got his car here. They got it. Look at there's Koberger over there, and people talk as if he's driving. Like you can see his face hanging out the window with his tongue hanging out. That's not the case, you know. It's a white.
He doesn't pull up next to the camera and go, "Hey, it's me," and then pull off.
No. So that's a huge misconception because there's so many people out there that are like, oh yeah, well they got his car driving around the neighborhood. Well, they don't really.
They got a car driving around the neighborhood.
Yeah,
period.
a white car.
We'll know for sure, you know, when the expert testimony comes out in trial. That's what I'm really interested to hear that, because I've seen a lot of expert testimony with cell phone pings and other cases this year, and it's very intriguing to hear what they have to say. So I'm definitely interested to hear what the experts have to say with all this, with this case. Dang straight.
But they didn't have a
'Cause we
license
don't
plate.
know.
So they didn't have a license
As far as
plate.
we know. As far as we know, they didn't.
And there's
you know, and
20,000 white Elantras in that area. So how do you know that's his car? You know,
well-lit area and cameras from all directions, and you ain't got no plate.
I mean,
No,
maybe they pull out
silhouette in
some
the vehicle.
quality footage at the trial. but we have yet to see it.
They better.
I hope they got a
bet it's
picture
just
of
gonna
his
be a
face
bunch of
sitting in the
grainy
car.
footage.
That's the only thing. Yeah.
And I don't think anybody
Yeah,
has any business
grainy
talking about it in that manner until we've seen it, right? And
Right.
that's the problem. So many
Right.
other creators are like, and Koberger turns left at the lights, and Koberger, and it's like, no, that's
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree. I've
That is
said that
not
100
what-
times.
that's not what I'm seeing.
That's not Koberger until it's Koberger.
Made a highlight about it. Yeah, like months ago.
I
made a
even
highlight
had words
about
with
that
Harsh
whole
about
shit.
this because
Yeah.
Harsh shared a Gray Hughes video,
Mhm.
and I was like, Harsh, I'm a big fan. I love everything you do, but you've stepped out of line with this one because, and I think we have we have an understanding now.
I'm sure he took that with a great humor too, because I love Harsh. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I think he gets my humor anyways.
Yes.
Because I do give
Oh, of
him.
course.
Well, he's British, and I'm quite familiar with British people because I've lived in a beach resort for 10 years with many other. Yeah, I'm exposed to a ton of different people from different nationalities, and the British like to poke at each other a little bit.
Yes.
Which it can be misinterpreted as bullying, but it's really showing affection by poking at somebody. You're showing affection to them.
Right.
So number 3, lost my train of thought. What is it again? Let's go look. Okay, this is something that I brought up on Crime Sleuthen's channel because I hear this everywhere, that this crime is not unique because Ted Bundy did the same thing at the FSU sorority house, and that is absolutely false. What Ted Bundy did should not be compared to this crime at all. Ted Bundy went into a sorority house with only women. There was no males. He was only able to unalive 2 people before he screwed up, tripped over something in the dark, woke everybody up, and ran off and got caught. So a lot of creators are putting out this idea that this crime is equal to the Ted Bundy crime, and that this crime isn't unique because Ted Bundy did it in the past. But what Ted Bundy did is really
is unique in its own.
Yeah,
Yeah,
each crime is unique to itself, I believe.
Yeah, the whole thing. Even the court shit is unique. Like, what the hell?
But I think this is important because when you read the PCA and you get the story that's been given to you by the state, you're expected to swallow something that you're not familiar with, right? They're telling us that this crime happened in this manner, yet we've never seen a crime happen in this manner before. Right. And I think it's important to understand how unique it is because generally we don't believe things that if we haven't seen it before, we don't believe it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That is true.
So when somebody tries to tell you, oh, this happened before with Ted Bundy, it's important to challenge that and say, no, it did not happen before with Ted Bundy. So
yeah, that's the news
that makes
nation BS to get clicks. Comparing a high profile case to another one, people are going to be like, oh gosh, and they're going to click on it. It's just part of that MSM BS, that.
Heather, can you put Jesse's link in the chat for them, please?
Thank you.
There it is. Thank you very much, Heather.
Yes, let me copy that real quick because I do not
Those
have
are some
that.
really good ones too, by the way, Jesse.
Oh yeah. I like these. You're on point with that one for sure.
Like I said, the top 5 are probably the only ones that have any business being on the top 10 list. But I did this in 10 minutes while I was drinking wine after dinner. But number 2, and I don't know how you guys are going to feel about this. I don't think I've heard you guys talk about this much, but it's something that really bothers me is I'm hearing from so many creators. They have 51 terabytes of evidence. 51 terabytes of what? It could be 51 terabytes of toilet paper, in my opinion.
It's video.
51 terabytes. But would you not agree that if we don't know what's in that 51 terabytes, why should we assume that it's 51 terabytes of solid evidence?
That's a good
because if they have all this video, this is why I've said it from the very beginning when 51 came out. I already know. I deal with different. I've dealt with different content for a long time. I know videos take up a shit ton of space.
Yes.
Documents, audio recordings, not so much. You're talking minimal. But video, that's where the shit takes up space. That's why I knew from the beginning. I never said all 51 was all video, but I guarantee you a very, 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 very large portion of that 51 terabytes is video. Because if there's that many freaking vehicles around that community, and they're using all of these different ring cams and surveillances, you're talking about a lot of freaking people's videos just so they can have the videos of all of these white cars driving around. And it's not just one white car that fit, it's a whole bunch of them that people have registered. You have to have a tremendous amount of video
Well,
when it comes to all that.
I said personally, I think because we have 4 victims, okay, 3, 5, 4, whatever, 4 victims. Sorry, we have the 2 surviving roommates. We have, I'm sure there's the people, some of the people that were at the house, Jack Decor, people like this. Okay, all of their phones, all of their social media accounts, and all of their social media accounts have multiple accounts attached to it, like they were stating that Snapchat has multiple different levels to it, this and that, all of that. I mean, throw that all into that terabyte, that 51 terabytes. That's going to be a lot in itself. Like CJ just said, add all that extra video that's probably out there. It's not going to take long to fill that up. You know what I mean? So I don't think
Documents are
that big of a deal.
kilobytes. They're not even megabytes. Documents are kilobytes.
Mhm.
Audio files are megabytes. You don't even get into
Pictures and
gigabytes.
videos.
Right. You
Yeah.
don't even get into the gigabytes until you get into videos, and then you're talking a couple gigabytes. It could be a couple all up to, I mean, shit, if Linda Lane's was real, that's a lot of fucking, you're talking 20 gigabytes, maybe 30 for that footage. And then beyond that, you're talking everything, like he's saying, every kind of video, and especially surveillance.
I gotta say, Bill
is-
Thompson's demeanor at court yesterday didn't suggest to me that those 51 terabytes are concrete information.
I
No,
can
it's
agree.
a bunch of paper ruffling,
Yeah, I can agree.
trying to,
And I
or not
researched
having the
it,
papers.
and it would take 9 years to go through all that, to be honest.
Oh, for real? All of that footage? I mean, how long does it take to? Shit, it takes me fucking an hour and an hour to hour and a half just to make a 15-minute highlight. I can imagine what it takes to fucking go through one footage source over and over and over
What's
and
up,
over and
man?
over and
That's
over, and then you have all these other ones.
Yes.
I'm
Right.
surprised they're still not going through it to this day. They have
They
to be.
probably, well,
They
either
have
that or they're just not. You know what I mean? They're just not going to look at it all. And that's probably not a good thing, but it is what it is.
That's right.
Unless they have a team of people that have been looking at this from day one and they're still going through it. You know what I
with
mean?
a lot
So,
of with a lot of hours. That's a
Mhm.
lot of hours.
yes, sir.
So number 1 on the list, you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Drum roll.
Yes.
It's got to be the smoking gun evidence, right? In most people's minds, and sorry to disappoint you guys. You've heard me say this many times on both your panels, but it has to be number 1 on the list because I still think it's the number 1 misconception of the public is that the DNA on the sheath does not put him at the scene. Over and over and over again, I've said I know you guys are both well aware. I've heard you guys say it. But
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think the general public that's getting their information from MSM is aware that the DNA on the sheath doesn't put him at the scene, and that's got to
100.
be the top of the list because
Amen.
And it doesn't even
that's the
prove
most
the
important
weapon.
thing.
Yes.
It doesn't even prove the weapon used either.
Exactly.
I agree 1000%, sir. That is the number 1 issue right now.
So my list could use some fine tuning, but I think it's got potential.
Absolutely.
Dude, that's why I was
Absolutely.
asking if you were thinking about making some content, because, dude, you should make your top 10 and make that a video, dude. That would fucking be an awesome video, man.
Yeah, I agree. And if
Seriously.
you're around later, like I said, when I go live, I'd love if you just, you have the ability to pop in. I'd love to have you jump up and do that for that group of people too. I'd love that.
Yeah, man.
Conversation.
Right.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
seriously, that's when you put the title in chat before you even hopped up on panel, I was like, damn, that's a video I would watch and promote, even if I don't
absolutely,
agree with what's being said.
absolutely, yes.
Uh, so definitely, dude. I mean, if or even if it's just one video you want to have out or something, if you're comfortable with it, but
I mean, I'm so focused on
uh,
the sports
it's good
thing. You
stuff,
know,
man. Yeah,
I make my money. My bread and butter comes from sports. There's good money in
yeah.
sports. Um,
A lot of
and I know
focus on
you
that.
guys have probably seen my channel doesn't have many followers, but I'm a panelist on a lot of bigger channels in the sports industry, and I'm focused on that, and that's what I got to do. 7 days a week, 8-10 hours a day. And the true crime thing is a hobby. It's I have a
Yeah.
few glasses of wine. I get on, talk to you guys. It's fun for me. It's certainly not something that I want to do or pursue as.
No, that's
You know,
understandable.
I
It's
want to
completely
leave it to you
understandable.
guys. And I thought that the gambling world was full of a lot of backstabbing people, but the true crime, I mean, it makes it look like
Yes,
child's play.
that's a fact.
It really is ruthless out here, and I'm not sure
Man.
how much I want to dive into these waters. To be honest with you, I enjoy coming up with you guys.
Right.
I totally support both you two
Well-
and a few others that you guys work with. But I've got a real distaste in my mouth for what I've seen from
You see it, and we
Absolutely.
noticed it
don't
in the
mention
background,
names,
bro. Yeah, we
but
know
the
what you mean.
backstabbing and the rumor mills and the
Yes,
Yeah.
we
oh
struggle.
man, it's brutal.
It's a
brutal.
struggle.
That's why the community. It's not about how many people, because it's about the right people. It's about the diamonds that you're using for the
Quality.
foundation, not the rock.
Yeah.
And Jesse, you always know that you have that platform here or on Dago's
Yes.
or anybody that's in our community, man, because we appreciate it no matter what. And
Yeah,
that you're never
there's
going to get
always-
treated any other way. Than
You're definitely a diamond in the rough, my friend. That's a fact.
we appreciate you very
Always
much.
appreciate you and always respected you.
I mean, you guys seem to have a talent for finding good people. I mean, so many people you guys bring up on your panels. I'm blown away that there's people
it's
like that out
about
there.
It's
Michael
about knocking out the
007
carbon
and-
dioxide real quick. That's what it's
Yeah.
about. You don't allow it to even rip a hole in your atmosphere. You get rid of it before it even does that. And that's the important part. And that's sometimes people outside of this atmosphere get confused about it. But if you are about what we're about, then you totally understand and you're not confused. And those are the diamonds, and you're one of them, dude. I really appreciate you for real.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me anytime. I wish I could do it more often, but like I say, it's my dirty little habit that I gotta keep it to.
No, hey,
22 days a week.
It's like this, Jesse. These are special occasions here when we get you in the beach and a glass of wine in your hand. All right, these are special occasions, so it's all right if we get a little dash.
I gotta hop out. My daughter just woke up. I gotta go get her.
Okay.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you again, Jesse. Always a pleasure.
Yes, awesome, dude.
Yes,
Such
he
a
is.
kind fella too. Great soul.
Yes, very much so.
He had some really good ones in there, didn't he?
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah, he's on point with them.
That'll be cool.
A hobby, he's pretty good at it.
Highlight him again in your show, Dago. That'll be cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That'll be good for him.
It's great conversation, and it also makes
It
people think even more deeper. Yeah,
that's what you need to. Yeah, I agree.
You have to. Yeah.
Oh shoot, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta do something real quick.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're good.
Because
Let me
you
see
can't
here.
You can't really. We all have a brain, and we need to use it appropriately. Okay, we've been presented with so much a bunch of junk to sit here to try to convict this dude on.
That's why we're doing the freaking hearings again, because it's like a lot of what? Yeah. There's
Because
a lot of that shit.
what mainstream media has been putting out there is nothing but what you can use the word, but I won't. But the fact remains is that you've got to keep an open mind in what they're presenting to us and what we've already been given from them, as in the facts that there's no DNA in the car and so on and so forth. There's no connection. How can you place them there? Really?
That's why I'm ready for these experts with this trial. I'm ready for this trial to happen. Oh, Jesse, are you trying to hop back up, buddy? Wave to me if you're trying to hop back up. No? Okay. All right, hold on. There we go. All right. Let me see here.
And then
So I'm
for
gonna.
Dom
Yeah, go ahead.
to state, hold on, to state that it's him, dead set that it's him. I feel sorry for those people. Those are the ones you need to be concerned about, especially if they go on a jury. You know?
That's right. What's up, Thomas? I'm working. Yes, as soon as I woke up. And I'm going to be going through all the court hearings. I don't care how long it takes. That's one thing I wanted to do this morning, early afternoon, is do that. Got the Sigma Chi Part 2 at 6:30 Central, and then the Hangout show after that, where we'll just be hanging out and kicking it, talking true crime, just true crime and chill. Just a little hangout afterwards. And then game stuff tomorrow.
His number one is most important at this time. You cannot place him there. You can't place him there off of the sheets alone, because where's the murder weapon? That's the one that you need.
If it's even a K-bar, we don't even know that for sure. That's just what's being put out there.
And then
never been proven.
By their injuries tells you what? There was multiple weapons.
Yeah, multiple weapons, and at least one of them wasn't a K-bar from the description.
Right. Just a sharp-edged. Okay, come on. That could be anything, actually, to be honest.
Sharp, blunt. What? Sharp and blunt? What does that mean? What's a sharp and blunt? Isn't that a contradiction too? Sharp and blunt. There's two different shapes. Yeah, thank you, Jesse, for hopping up, man. Appreciate it. There's something I did want to check out that just came out a little bit ago. Yeah, blunt. There's blunt and sharp. Which is it? This is a chaos sector video. I like checking these out. I figure we could check this out real quick. And then I'm going to start getting into these court hearings, and we can kind of go through them. This one's only 16 minutes. I don't know. They all seem to have the same titles. But I do like their little animation stuff that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the chaos sector. Briefly, if Dylan were to testify, there is no doubt the defense will drill her on her accounts. And that's just from the affidavit. Some may suggest that in court, the reports of her giving a different account would be considered speculation and not substantial, right? But this would mean the mainstream media presented an article on their website claiming that a source had spoken directly with Dylan as she gave them those specific details of that night. The problem with that anyway is what would the media gain from that, as it would essentially throw Dylan under the bus, contrary to her official affidavit, right? We only deal with logic. There has to be an official document of this interview from that private investigator or source. The reason the mainstream media uses the term source instead of private investigator is because they don't want to establish that there are individuals in the detective field interacting with the witnesses. It's a wording game. By saying things like, quote, according to a source, it gives this vague perception of the source of the information. It could be a friend of the housemates, an associate, a friend of an associate of the housemates, an associate of an associate of a friend of the housemates. You get the point? But if they say, quote, according to the private investigator, this directly links them to the investigation itself. And everything they claim is to be treated as credible information regarding interactions with the witness. It's clever, but we know the only person pulling information from those housemates are authorities and private investigators. If she was frozen in a shocked state after witnessing the alleged Koberger, this would mean she was concerned. She locked herself in the bedroom, right? Now keep in mind, Moscow PD made sure to point out that she stated she locked herself in the bedroom. If Dylan locked herself in the bedroom, there is no way she went to sleep, no matter how long it had been. But let's move on to recent developments. Okay, the surveillance footage leaks are starting to reveal an ulterior motive. I'm not liking the underlying vibe of deception. There has been another so-called leak of surveillance.
Yeah, and when it comes to this photo, this was never a photo of 1122 across the street. It was always when you look at the railing here for the deck, it looks like it has some kind of wire type fence type look to it, and you can definitely tell, even when you're on Google, you can definitely tell that it's the corner of King and Queen, and this parking lot is at the corner. So I don't know why you can tell right from looking at it, it's not 1122. So please don't believe the rumors out there that this has something to do with 1122 or it's in the view of it. It's definitely not. And if anybody wants to see that it's not, I can show you on my Google guy before it got blurred out and taken away. It's definitely 1112, the porch of 1112, facing the complete opposite direction of 1122.
Yep.
Surveillance from the neighbor's home. Before we go any further, I want to clear the screenshot, removing the yellow lines, so we can focus on the screenshot entirely. Here at the Chaos Sector, we don't classify ourselves as a part of the true crime community. I hope no one takes that the wrong way. But we have a wider range of focus, and sometimes, cases such as the Idaho murders require our investigative skills and intuitions. With that being said, I believe these leaks of surveillance footage are to stir up the true crime community, provoking individuals to jump at every leak of information or quote, evidence, especially visual evidence. At first glance of the screenshot, I immediately came to a conclusion of what to make of it. There is no physical evidence of Kohberger driving to that home. If it were, then instead of a screenshot timed at 1:56 a.m., you would see a screenshot around 3 a.m., the initial time frame the alleged Kohberger had arrived in the neighborhood. Now, of course, the camera doesn't stop recording at 3 a.m., right? So the individual who leaked the footage is intentionally displaying a time frame, to be honest, nobody is really focused on. We want to see Kohberger's vehicle make that left onto Queen Road, right? This is why I believe it's an ulterior motive. It is presented as if there may be evidence to obtain from it, but in reality, there is nothing going on around 1:56 a.m. But, I'll tell you what did come about from it, and I want to thank True Crime Design for examining that screenshot. Kaylee's sister claimed that she knew that Kaylee and Madison arrived back at home around 1:56 a.m., right? She even criticized Moscow PD for reporting the wrong time of 1:45 a.m. But it is assumed that she would have reviewed this very surveillance. Yet, are we to suggest that Kaylee's sister recognized the vehicle that brought Kaylee and Madison home? How would she know? Yet the authorities, who have a specific time of a return of 1:45 a.m., couldn't recognize the vehicle? But notice how there is no physical or visual evidence that indicates or proves Kaylee and Madison arrived back at home at 1:56 a.m. The thing is, we can't confirm this, as the individual who leaked this screenshot didn't just leak the actual surveillance during that time frame. You have the footage, why not at least screenshot when a vehicle is turning on Queen Road, which would provide more visual evidence linked to the victim's home.
Well, the timestamp on this video, I'll share the link to it. The timestamp is covered up for my screen because it's got a icon of a clock and a share arrow over that. But if you want to check it out for yourself, there's the link to the video. Save it to your playlist and pull it up full screen, and you won't have the icons that I do, and you will be able to see the timestamp. That's why I'm not going to change the screen, because it's covered up for me anyway, and if it's covered up for me, it'd be covered up for you too. This video is Chaos Sector. Are you still up here, No Chains? One second. Hello?
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. That was
All right.
weird. It still showed you in, but then showed you coming back in. There was two of you. I was like, what?
When messages come through, it's like it drops me or something. I don't know.
Oh, when you okay, I got you.
Home. Couldn't do that for some reason. Mind you, the sister didn't go by the actual private driver's accounts, negative. She stated she viewed the quote, Ring doorbell camera footage, which displayed Kaylee and Madison returning back home. But wouldn't this mean the sister recognized the vehicle driven? How would she know which vehicle was driven by the private driver? And then that's a problem in itself. She stated that she wanted to verify that the Uber driver took her home. But they didn't get an Uber driver, they got a private driver. Oh, that's semantics, hey? She just
Hold
called
on
it
a
a
second,
Uber
stop.
driver as a generalization? We
Stop
can
for a
give her that. Or can
CJ.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they
Sorry.
spoke. Remember, they spoke to the driver. Remember in the interview?
That's what they said in one of the first interviews. Yeah, that they spoke with the
Private driver.
is it the private driver?
Right.
Well, that's not the DoorDash though.
No, this is the private driver.
Right. About what time they got home.
Mm-hmm. It
Let's
was
see.
a misclarification on the fact of it being Uber, but it got corrected to private driver.
Right. Yeah, because I think Uber got upset because they didn't have a driver that had did that, and they didn't want their name associated with it, and
Yes.
which is good because that is what clarified, it made them clarify, you know, and get the truth out there about, hey, it could have been this or that, or who knows. That some kind of school program. It may not have even been affiliated with any kind of delivery service other than their own, whatever
No,
it's called.
set up through the sororities that
Yeah.
they get a ride home safely if they're
Yep.
drinking.
Like a
So,
provider ride type thing,
yeah.
just to keep the community safe and be there. Yeah, private driver. All right. Let me see here.
we? Another question, where did she obtain this surveillance from? Moscow PD? Well, they were tight-lipped on releasing any surveillance unless they showed it to her. But how could they have the wrong time if she physically saw, you know what, there's something off with this picture. And I'm not talking about the screenshot. Kaylee's sister knows something. In the private driver's interview with authorities, there is no description of the vehicle used to take Kaylee and Madison home. So there are tons of possible vehicles spotted in surveillance, which could have been the private driver, right? A darker vehicle, a lighter vehicle, a sedan, an SUV, bright headlights, who knows? Perhaps a white Hyundai Elantra? Kaylee's sister never stated she identified the vehicle she allegedly spotted around 1:56 a.m., so either she is withholding that information, as it may be problematic if it's in fact a white Hyundai Elantra, or she doesn't know which vehicle it was, because there was no way to prove it, based on that camera angle. If it were literally a camera facing the victim's home, then of course, you would physically see what type of vehicle, color, and what time it arrived. Although that leaked surveillance was to rile up the true crime community, we focus on that little spot in the corner. Meaning, our objective is to find out if they even arrived at the home in either time provided. Wait a minute. Since Kaylee's sister criticized Moscow PD for the wrong time, we assume she viewed this surveillance from those neighbors. Interesting. And this would also mean she viewed the surveillance before, that's right, before Moscow PD had made their rounds collecting surveillance footage. Now remember, this same surveillance was leaked recently. Yet the sister had more than likely viewed it last year, even a week after the murders. Make of it what you will, I hold my tongue until further information is collected. Something is a bit fishy here. The private driver had a few questionable statements that led me to believe he was hiding something. Quote, "It's weighed on me. I've replayed that night a million times over, trying to think if there was some sign or detail that something was amiss, but there was nothing. It's not lost on me that my job was to get these girls home safe, but that didn't really help this time. I picked them up about 1:45 a.m. They had their food, and they were super excited about their mac and cheese, as girls are after they go to the club. They sat in the back, and they chatted, they were normal just like any other night. They weren't upset about anything, or talking about anyone." Unquote. The driver said he was familiar with surveillance footage in which one of the girls appears to be talking about somebody called Adam earlier that evening. But, he said, they didn't talk about him or any boy on that ride. He said, quote, I just sort of pulled in front of their driveway. I didn't pull right into the parking lot. I usually try not to do that, because that's an easy way to get robbed. I try to stay in positions where I can go either direction, so I can get away if I have to. It's never happened, but you hear about these things. Unquote. But, on that night, he saw and felt no threat. In fact, he said, quote, I didn't watch them go all the way in. There were 2 of them, it's a relatively safe place. It's not something I would usually sit and watch. Sometimes I absolutely will ask if I feel a kid needs help. I've taken kids to get their
Okay.
stomach pumped.
Go ahead.
He contradicted.
Yeah, since day one.
Did you hear that? He said he didn't pull into the driveway. For what reason? Why didn't he pull into that driveway? For fear of what? Of getting robbed. And then he turns around and says
Right.
it's a safe place. Wait a minute.
That's
And
why
then
we
we've
love
heard
having you
from.
on, Sophie.
You're welcome. And then they had an interview with a taxi driver, apparently, and he stated that he'd have to lock his doors also. And he quit his job or something. Something along that line with that one. Or was it the DoorDash?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the chat can clarify. But I remember, because I've read so many different articles on all of these people, and it doesn't make sense. And then Olivia stating that she's seen them come home at the specific time, but yet the timeline's wrong. And if she's seen them get dropped off in the car, and she hasn't mentioned the car, that's true. Driver's not mentioned in PCA for them being dropped off either. So, again, what's going on?
I'm not sure.
She definitely knows
Tilda.
more. Olivia knows more.
Well, yeah, she does. I mean, I think Steve does too. They just can't say shit. You know, because honestly, you know, I remember when we first started covering this, and we got a lot of our information from Steve.
Right.
Right? Like, yeah, we were getting fed certain things from MSM, but when it came to like being able to help try and warn the community, just even as a content creator, I remember I got a lot of information from Steve in the beginning of the case, because the community wasn't even getting a lot of anything, you know, when it first came out. And Steve G was the one, and then it got to a point where you could tell where it went from complete switch to talking and expressing things, and then all of a sudden he clammed up, and his emotions kind of changed a little bit, and you could tell that he was having to be restricted on how he felt, even if it was speculation, because that's what we all do. We're based off of emotion. We're human. Everything is speculation.
Right. Okay. And so then this driver states, I saw 2 go in the house. Okay. They were young ladies. They were girls. And apparently you knew them on a personal level. Why aren't names being mentioned? You could have said Kate
or other DNA
and Maddie were. I saw them go in the house.
Names as far as what?
2 people. You saw 2 people enter the house. That's what it's saying in the article. We're listening to the Chaos Sector
Yeah,
Dago.
the new Chaos Sector video.
Yeah, they have great stuff. I like watching it.
I'm just questioning stuff that was mentioned and
25 minutes ago.
And welcome back, by the way.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to jump out of here. I have real family popping in my showing up left and right here. So
that's cool, man. Make them memories.
Well, it's my twins turned 28 today, or on the 15th. I'm sorry.
Yay!
And it's
Yeah, happy birthday.
or the 15th. They turned 28 on the 15th. Sorry, guys. And the weekend is the only time anybody can get together. So we're having like a get together thing today. I thought it was going to be later, but
Oh, that's
I guess
cool.
not. So,
Oh, nice.
but I will
Oh,
be
yeah.
getting in here a little bit later and doing my thing. Sorry that I had to jump out of here, but I love you guys and I appreciate you having me here again, buddy. Always.
Yeah, man, for sure. Always have a
Yeah,
seat.
have a great
But I'll
day.
be
Your
Happy
name
in.
is etched in the chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
happy birthday to him.
Oh yeah, thank you. I'll say that,
You're
and I will be
welcome.
back in here doing my thing here in a little while. For it won't be a real long one when I do it. It's gonna be a couple hours, but I will be live here, guys. You'll see it. So I hope you have
Okay.
a great rest of your show, brother. I really
You
do.
too, man, and enjoy that fam time because that's the most important thing out of any of this is that fam time, man. That's the
Oh
best.
yeah, yeah, 100%. Especially after yesterday, I didn't spend any time with them yesterday at all. They were looking at me like, "Do you still live here?" So you know how that goes.
Well, hey, man, these
Right.
court cases take over sometimes.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. She understood. She understood. She was just like, "Wow, that's a long hearing." I said, "Well, there's a lot of witnesses, and plus we had time that we had to wait for it, this, that, and everything else. So
yeah,
it is what it is. So,
All
all
right,
right,
buddy.
guys.
Thank
Once
you.
again, I love you guys, and I will talk to you guys very soon. Like I
Love you
said, I'll be
too.
live
See you
here
after the
in a
wedding.
couple hours. So,
all right,
Yep.
buddy.
Okay.
Appreciate you, bro.
yes, yes. Have a great rest of your show, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
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 Is P Fox in the live? CJ, are you muted?
Yes, I was muted. Whoops. Does she want to hop up on panel?
No, P Fox has an issue with a skunk smell. Can anybody help her out how to get it out of her house?
Oh no. Oh no.
That's the worst.
Oh no. How do you get skunk smell out of your house, everybody?
That's terrible.
No, you can't. No, vinegar, bowls of red vinegar. Is it like a dog? What's up, P Fox? We want to help.
Yep.
Tomato sauce?
Well, that's on a dog. If it's on the dog.
Her dog got sprayed and ran in the house, jumped all over everything, rolled in the bed. It's just awful. Aw.
Maybe wash it in vinegar, yeah.
Wash,
Baking
wash,
soda?
smoke all. Cowboy.
Okay. Some of you guys are something else.
That's what company's gonna think tonight for dinner.
Ah!
You gotta. I would think like washing the stuff with vinegar, right? Like maybe just in the air, spraying lemon juice.
Yeah,
Just
that
in
could
the air.
help.
Wash everything in baking soda and vinegar and wash the dog in tomato sauce or juice. Boil white vinegar. Oh, there you go. You could boil white vinegar on the stove. Look at you guys. Thank you guys for reaching out, trying to help. That's awesome because I have no idea.
That's like one of the worst smells to have in your house, to be honest.
Oh, I know. It just hits you in your nostril and just makes you want to, even after I showered and left, I still. Burn. What about burning candles? burning candles and then letting them burn for a little bit and then blowing them out in like a rotation. And I think maybe the smell from a burnt candle might kill the smell too, maybe.
Oh, when you
Sage the
kill
entire
candle.
MFer.
Well, yeah, when you kill the candle and the smoke off of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to kill some. All right, buddy. Enjoy that fam time.
Yes, Dago. Okay, so what else does it say with this
All right,
chaos?
let's go ahead. Yeah, let's finish this one, and then I want to start getting into the press conferences here. Let me see here.
If I feel they have to.
I'm
This is a
Rewind
call.
it just. I'm gonna rewind it just a skosh too.
On that night, he saw and felt no threat. In fact, he said, quote, I didn't watch them go all the way in. There were two of them. It's a relatively safe place. It's not
See?
something I would usually sit and watch.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I absolutely will ask if I feel a kid needs help. I've taken kids to get their stomach pumped if I feel they have to. This is a college town. These kids are just trying to live their lives. We try to
Kids.
look out for them. They don't need to be preyed on. Unquote. Now it doesn't appear to be anything suspicious about his accounts, but spotted something. The driver claimed that he didn't pull right into the parking lot, and he didn't watch them go all the way in, because, quote, that's an easy way to get robbed. Didn't watch
See?
them go all the way in is a very specific, yet uncharacteristic behavior. You viewed them long enough to see them open the door, but not go inside. But if you were viewing them to make sure that's exactly what you were concerned about, and them going inside safely, why would you drive off after seeing them open the door, instead of completely opening, going inside, then closing the door? Why even watch them, if you won't make sure they got inside safely? Also, you didn't honk your horn to indicate a farewell? No mention of any interaction between the driver and the girls once they arrived at the door. If this private driver would often drive college students home from partying, he would have gained sort of a bond with them, which he would honk his horn to tell them he's leaving. If they were so excited and happy in the back seat, Kaylee and Madison would yell bye to him as he honked his horn. After all, you obviously watched them enough to be concerned, right? So once, anyway, you get the point. The fact that he mentioned a concern about being robbed, which alludes to why he didn't pull all the way in, also seems suspicious to me. It doesn't sound realistic, considering
Right.
he claims it's a relatively safe town.
Right.
It can't be both in my opinion. Either it's a college town where there is potential crimes of that manner, or it's a college town where you're not thinking about getting robbed bringing college students home. Not to say one shouldn't be concerned, but there has to be the element of relativity to why that thought process would come about, especially being mentioned in your accounts of driving the girls back home. Do you understand? If he had been robbed, let's say, months prior, then I can give that some believability. He never mentioned that. He said, quote, it's never happened, but you hear about these things, unquote. Mind you, he's using this as his reason for not pulling all the way in. He was concerned about being robbed. Quote, I try to stay in positions where I can go either direction, so I can get away if I have to, unquote. So, this is what you were thinking about when dropping the girls off to a neighborhood you were familiar with? And surely everyone recognized your vehicle? Remember, he stated on that night, he saw and felt, I repeat, he felt, no threat. So if you didn't feel any threat of being robbed, such as spotting suspicious individuals in the vicinity of their home, why mention anything about being robbed? Yet after that very statement, it says, in fact, he said, quote, I didn't watch them go all the way in. There were two of them. It's a relatively safe place. It's not something I sit and watch, unquote. Now watch how I dissect this word salad, because this individual is a potential suspect in my book. The phrase, in fact, is in connection to the mention of not feeling any threats on that night. He didn't feel any threats. In fact, as a result of feeling no threats, he didn't watch them go all the way in. He felt no need to watch them go all the way in, because there was no need to, right? But in the same mindset, he is concerned about being robbed. What the hell is this guy saying? I'll tell you what he's doing, double talk, that's what. Is this adding up to you? In my opinion, we have the signs of bloviating, mentioning personal views about his concern of safety, which were basically irrelevant in the scenario, as there wasn't any signs of danger, nor any history of that neighborhood presenting any danger. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's the equivalent of a murder suspect being interrogated, responding to a question in such an elaborate way, due to trying to justify themselves. Is it me, or does his accounts seem a bit unrealistic? And even suspicious? Now let's come back to the confusion about the time. This private driver stated he dropped the girls off at 1:56 a.m. Now the question is, if he stated this, and he was interviewed and cleared by Moscow PD, how did they have a time of 1:45 a.m.? And ironically, that would be the same approximate time the driver picked them up. There is a lie somewhere, and I'm trying to find the culprit. If we were to suggest Moscow PD lied, why would they do this? It would have to be a lie, because they couldn't have a specific 1:45 a.m. arrival, without it being from the private driver's accounts. Which they would know what time he dropped them off anyway, based on the interview. If the driver is lying about the 1:56 a.m. time, then why would he lie about this? One of them is lying. Maybe Moscow PD went based on the driver telling them he dropped them off around 1:45 a.m., they reported it, Kaylee's sister comes out and corrects them, and the time is changed to 1:56 a.m. But hold on, we can get to the bottom of this, with date tracking. Moscow PD examined the grub truck surveillance, which was approximately around 1:30 a.m. From the girls' departure, the time cannot be verified, other than from a source that interacted with them, and this would be the private driver. It appears the private driver gave that 1:45 a.m. time, which they reported. There was no other source of verifying when they arrived back at home. But then, he changes it to 1:56 a.m., which Kaylee's sister also claims? What do you make of the discrepancy? I'm thinking that private driver gave the wrong time, but then again, when I think about his statements, I would even suggest he never dropped them off back at home. Since nobody will never know actually what happened until it's revealed, theories will just keep popping up. And here's another one. I'm starting to believe Kaylee and Madison didn't get dropped off, rather, they were kidnapped. And they didn't arrive back at home at the time claimed, either 1:45 a.m. or 1.
Hold on. What did this person just say? Hold on. I gotta look.
Okay.
Let me see here. I gotta rewind that. What now?
Since nobody will never know actually what happened until it's revealed, theories will just keep popping up. And here's another one. I'm starting to believe Kaylee and.
So another theory. Okay, they're starting to believe Kaylee and Maddie were kidnapped?
Yeah, that's what we heard.
Yeah, let's hear this. In a minute and a half. That's all that's left of this video. Yeah, let's hear this. Hold on one second. I gotta get rid of my Discord here. There we go.
Madison didn't get dropped off, rather, they were kidnapped. And they didn't arrive back at home at the time claimed, either 1:45 a.m. or 1:56 a.m. This time frame is from the accounts of the private driver. No visual proof has verified either one. Many believe the victims were murdered somewhere else, then their bodies brought back to the home. It would make sense why Kaylee and Madison were discovered deceased in the bed together. I think they were separated. Kaylee and Madison were kidnapped, murdered somewhere else, while Ethan and Xana were murdered perhaps in the home. Don't want to have 4 bodies being returned, especially since Ethan was quite tall.
Whoa.
Kaylee and Madison were very petite, especially Madison. It would be easy to transport those bodies back to the home, without much effort. It would appear to anyone who saw this, well, they were, quote, passed out from drinking. There was a lot of partying that night, and anyone who would spot this activity more than likely would assume the girls were drunk. And since it's known as a party house, SMH, there is more to that private driver's accounts, which reveal more suspicion. A clusterfuck of information and evidence scattered around, mixed and matched with different lies, blending it all together and presenting an official affidavit of what occurred. As always, we center around the bullseye until we hit the mark. Give us a moment as we find out when each time of arrival was mentioned. This is the chaos sector.
Wow. Alrighty then.
That's interesting. Who are you talking about, Phantasmic? Do me a favor, send me the link with what you're talking about in the grub truck video, the private driver. Yeah, they were. You guys were putting in a lot of great comments too, because they were at that
Seeing
guy.
them,
Yeah, it was. Hurry up!
we've seen them. I mean, go around the grub truck like they knew
Hmm.
who was picking them up.
I mean, yeah. Even the guy giving them the food knew they were in a hurry.
Here's another. Everybody needs to pay attention because we're in a digital world now, and cameras. Don't you think there would have been more cameras on that street that they were walking on to include by the grub truck?
Yeah, if there's all these cameras of these ring cams and stuff like that of
The
all these
business.
people of the cars, there's got to be other people too.
You know how many businesses I've been in and seen cameras,
Yeah,
even out on patios.
outside. Yeah,
Them
yeah,
where they at?
and not just one. A lot of them have multiple.
Mm-hmm. So why aren't we getting more footage? Because it's there. We're just getting bits and pieces.
What? Yes, and that's all it is. Let me see here. I want to see if there's another one.
And so
I
do they
mean,
believe that
if there's
theory of them being kidnapped, taken somewhere else, and brought back? What do you think, chat?
the whole thing that didn't make sense is how effective it was inside with how chaotic it was outside there and after. You would almost have to think that there had to be, I don't know. It's just to to do all of that to four people to not leave the scene showing where you left with DNA. There not being your DNA all over the first, if not the second victim, because after that, there's a lot of mixture of different DNA, Um, I don't know. I always thought, when I got rid of the MSM bullshit in my head, I always thought that there had to be more than one, you know.
If that camera
How that
saw
took place, I don't know.
them, like Olivia was stating that she's seen the video of them being dropped off. Okay, but that camera is coming off of 1112, correct?
Supposedly.
Okay,
I
how's
don't
that possible? That camera doesn't face their house. That camera's
know.
facing down the King Road.
Just assume they got dropped off. That's why I was saying, okay, because that's why I always thought that there was, and I'll have to show you the map. That's why I always thought there was surveillance at that apartment. If there was, it had to be there at the apartment across the street from, not the 1112, but I'll have to show you. It's like 700 and something. Let me see here 1 second.
So she definitely would have seen the vehicle, so she knows what it looks like.
Well, yeah, so here's the parking lot of 1122. 1122 is right here. Here's
Mhm.
the parking lot.
So kind of
712, the
diagonal.
apartment of 712. Right. I
Yeah.
felt would have, if it does have surveillance, that would have to be the surveillance that showed the girls getting dropped off, getting out,
Mhm.
either going through the front door or going up around the side to the sliding door, however that takes place. But yeah, and that's that photo right here. This is the corner that they were showing in the beginning with that railing on the fence with the pumpkins. It's showing this house across the street, 1119, and it's showing the intersection of King and Queen. So the only way that she would have been able to know if it was from 1112 would to see the car that supposedly was there at the timestamp and then see it turning down Queen Road as it passes the house. And honestly, as it gets to about where that white car's at, is probably where it would disappear from that surveillance. So
Mhm.
that camera would not be showing anybody getting dropped off or even stopping. for that matter.
Mm-hmm. And it's already been
Well,
said there were no cameras at 500
yeah,
clean, so.
and there is 1126 right here that this is the front door. Okay. If you see, there's the patio sliding door for 1122 up in the right corner. Over here is 1126, and the front door is where this darkened path is. And you would think that would also be surveillance, and actually, that would be the best surveillance when it comes to who opened the sliding glass door. And if the person did enter or exit out of that door, if they did enter, exit on the ladder that was laying up against the side of the house where you could literally climb up the ladder, small roof in front of the property, you could gain access into Ethan and Zaina's room and then go from there as well. And you could even exit that way because uh, you're entering on a roof. Did these LE even test the roof to see if there was any DNA on the roof, and maybe they left and came in through the window of E and X, and when they went down the ladder or hopped down from the roof? Is that little slight roof? It's not that high
No.
off ground level. You could literally just jump down and not even walk down the ladder. It was that easy. So, or even
All
the
they
patio. Another.
patio.
Hmm?
That was it.
What's
The
that?
only thing is the patio.
Yeah, a
The door.
patio could. That back right corner is definitely, the way the elevation is on the ground. That back right corner of the patio, for the third floor, you could definitely, especially if you're a taller individual, 5'10", 6 foot, you could. There was a couple cinder blocks sitting there next to a grill. You could definitely have stacked a cinder block or two, launched yourself up onto the corner of the patio, and gained access through the sliding glass door on the third floor. Who
There's
said?
something else that I can't
You know what I
shake.
mean? There's so many
When
things. Yeah.
when they did the CSI pictures, when they showed us the pictures, I cannot shake the fact that you see them in the living room and you see them in the kitchen.
Yeah, the way that they're walking around and bending over, taking photos on the other side of the railing as you go down to the bottom floor. They were taking photos and standing there. Also, right in front of where the little bar was, and the good lights, the good vibes light sign, that
Mhm.
corner of that wall between, even right there where the investigators leaned down and were clearly looking at something and taking photographs as well. And the way that they moved didn't look like they were picking up a can of pop.
Nope.
It looked like something else.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Definitely.
way that, yeah, that is one good thing about News Nation, and is them getting clips like that, because that has its own story, and it definitely tells you a lot when it comes to the inside of the property. And what always amazed me as well. What's up, Vix? Thank you for hopping in. What's always amazed me as well is when you look at those initial uh, videos of when the crime took place that day and even the next day, where are their booties?
Yep.
Where are their
They are
frickin'
not
booties?
covered. Not covered. And that's protocol.
Where are their
Everybody.
booties? It's
hmm Everybody's supposed to be dressed head to toe. Don't care who you are. It's a crime scene.
And then you're going to close off the parking lot later on when you determine that you need, like, after you let everybody else and their frickin' cousin come park all over that parking lot, no booties or nothing as you're walking in and out, you know. And then you got to close off the crime scene and expand it to the parking lot and the woods in the back. Like, what the fuck are you going to get off that parking lot now? Seriously. What are you going to get off that parking lot? After you let everybody else fucking pull up and park all over and turn around and upside down, and then you're going to be like, yep, we got a skid print. What?
And then you've got the party that happened the night before, which had 150 people, at least they state, and all them been cleared? Are you serious?
Quick. Not cleared, but they were interviewed and we don't feel that they have anything to do with it
Oh, no, I'm not buying it.
at this time. At this time.
Not buying it.
At this time. What's up, Pammy?
There's a lot more DNA in that house than that.
There has to be. There has to be. Let me see here. There was something. So we do like Brian Enton.
Yeah.
We do like Brian Enton. So usually I don't play News Nation videos anymore. Haven't for a long time, really. But I came across, I kind of made a decision last night because we were talking about Brian Enton and stuff, and I do respect him a lot. And so from now on, I will definitely check out News Nation videos that do have Brian Enton on them. And we'll go from there. I definitely don't want to get sucked into some bullshit, but I really do feel, I always have felt that Brian Enton is one of the most reliable reporters out there. And so I'm definitely going to just see what it's like. So don't think we're going to be checking out MSM. It's not about that. I just, I want to, it'd probably be better for me actually to go to his Twitter. Because I bet you, because then I don't give a view to News Nation. My view will go to Brian Enton's Twitter account. Let me see here. But it has to do with... I'll just play this one, and then I can go to Brian Enton's Twitter in the background. Let me see here. Where's it at? This is News Nation. But you know what? I'm going to go to this harsh video instead. Then I'll go to Enton's Twitter. Because I love playing harsh videos. And then we'll get into some of that press conference. Damn, I've been streaming. What? Shit. How long have I been streaming? Fuck, 3.5 hours already? Shit. What's up, Lulu? Let me see. I'm going to be having that member zone.
Some consistent bone of contention when it comes to this case. And I feel that the only two elements of this that have any real importance is the fact that, look, it would appear that in my non-professional eyes is that the prosecution are still trying to hide stuff. At the end of the day, there is an issue with ascertaining how we've got to where we are in this case. We know that there was a DNA sample found on a sheath, and that sample was sent to a lab. That lab found nothing, but then that was sent to another lab, and it went through another process in order to obtain a match through the building of a family tree through this genealogical DNA process that is sort of in its relative infancy, but apparently there are specialists who can come out and say, look, this is a system in its infancy, so there are flaws to it. There are things that can go wrong, and there are things that need to be done, and they need to be done in a specific way to make sure that there are not false positives given, because that is a possibility, and we need to be able to make sure that the outcome was indeed the right one. But look, that's not the real issue that I have here. What I'm acutely aware of is it would seem that Brian Kohberger just simply at this stage doesn't have an alibi. And even though some would say it's highly unlikely that he was simply just driving around and this was, what was it, just a coincidence then that he just happened to be driving around the area and there was this murder taking place, and the murderer just happened to have a white Hyundai Elantra, like he has a white Hyundai Elantra, and and things start falling into place. I get it, but I've said this and I'll say it one more time, and that is that we are led to believe that the murderer drove a white Hyundai Elantra matching Brian Kohberger's because that's what we've been told. We've been told that Brian Kohberger is indeed the person who did the crime, and he happens to drive a white Hyundai Elantra. But that doesn't necessarily mean 100% beyond a reasonable doubt, when you take into consideration what we have access to, that the murderer couldn't have done this crime earlier on in the evening and been in this area on foot. But it just happens that Brian Koberger was driving around in his car around a time that they have pushed as being the time with which the crime happened. So there is that. But when it comes to this DNA situation, and I know there's still some confusion because I see some people who are commenting and they're saying, but hold on a second, if at the end of the day they took a buccal swab, the buccal swab matches the DNA on the knife sheath, and why are we even at this juncture? Why is there a problem? And this is why we're at this problem. And it is because Brian Koberger doesn't have an alibi. He doesn't have the ability to say, this wasn't me because I was here. So he has to challenge the procedure. That's the only thing that he can do. He can't say anything else. And
right, and that's why I'm saying, like, and I'm sure we all pretty much feel this way when it comes to alibi. Yes, I even say how I did this stuff for myself, but when it does come to the alibi, if you would hope that there would have been more of it being, I wasn't here at the time of the crime. Now, when it comes to the experts, that could be another thing. It could go to trial. And then when the experts are discussing it, it could be like, well, we have cell phone pings here per prosecution. And the defense could be like, well, my client was here, and here, and here, and here, based off of experts. So that'll be that's what I'm saying. I think the cell phone is going to be more, there's going to be the DNA, and the DNA is always going to trump everything. But I've always thought with this case, it's going to be the cell phone data that is going to be the make or break, because the sheath with the type of DNA could have been placed. You know what I'm saying? There's possibilities there. When it comes to the data analytics of the cell phone, that's why I'm saying I feel like that is going to be the pivotal part. Because you can have so many theories on the DNA when it comes to the sheath. But with the cell phone pings, that's straight analytics, it's hard to argue. And just like DNA is, but I'm saying anybody can place a sheath. You can't strap your fucking phone, even if it is shut off. You can't strap your fucking phone and just like expect it to be doing all the. I guess you could strap the phone on a car and tape it or something, and then it could make it look like you're fucking doing all this shit. I don't know, but I just feel like the data from the cell phone stuff on either side is gonna like tell a lot.
Yeah, but your phone has to be connected. So like you need to have like GPS on your phone in order to play.
I've seen some stuff that you don't even have to have it on, and it'll still.
It has to be activated. It can't just ping your phone without you activating.
I don't know. I was looking up some stuff with that. What's his name? The dude that jumped from the U.S. because he released secrets about Homeland Security.
So if you make a phone call, it'll ping.
No, but I'm saying he goes beyond shutting his phone off. So obviously, if he goes way beyond just shutting his phone off, then you can be tracked. That's all I mean.
But how is it possible when there's no signal? If you're not using your phone, it's not going to ping to it.
No, there's because Eric Snowden. Yeah, watch some shit on Eric Snowden, because somebody had brought that to my attention a couple days ago, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. So I started looking up, and he actually talks about how your phone can be tracked even if it's shut off. Maybe I should play that video. Eric Snowden talking about that.
Because I know when they're looking for people who are like lost in the mountain, they always say last known ping was at, because they've lost the signal.
Yeah.
So they have a radius of 50 miles to go searching for them.
But that's in the mountains. That's just
an example.
BK's in the city, so it would not, it'd be a different, because there's towers all over the place. So in the mountains.
There was only one tower. over there.
I thought there was 2.
Well, in the area he was at, there's only one.
Oh, I thought there was 2. Sleuthy said there was 2. And then
And if
showed
you're
like
in a
the
rural
data
area,
ranges.
when you're in a rural area, and if you do have mountains or trees, there's gonna be interference. My son explained it all to me. Then
Well,
you got
yeah, I
dead
mean,
zones.
even other people said that the signal ranges suck there. But what
Mhm.
I'm saying is if his excuse was out driving around, he would have been had to have connect even with I don't know, just in my opinion, even with the phone being shut off, he would have had to connect somehow. Because if you're driving around that much, you're not in the woods, you're not even if you're driving through spotty areas. I'm sure you did drive through spotty areas because we heard from a lot of people that drive through those 2 cities that it gets spotty. But what I mean is, if he did drive around that much, which he does state in the alibi or it's stated in the PCA that he did drive around for that time,
Yeah.
then you're gonna
Perfect.
be connecting at some point.
I have a
That's
perfect example. When my daughter lived in Alabama and we crossed over into Mississippi, there was, I shit you not, a 1 mile dead zone between the 2 states because it was fighting for a signal. It was fighting for the tower because the tower was servicing both states. It's
I'm not
weird.
saying it doesn't exist, yeah.
No, I'm just making
I watched the Eric Snowden because that's somebody had just pointed it out to me and told me to check out this video, and I
right.
wish I would have saved it.
I'm just making
I
points.
was
That's
like,
all.
yeah, no, and it's definitely possible. That's why I'm saying for either side, whether it's the prosecution side saying he was pinged going here and he was on surveillance here and all this other stuff, or whether
Right.
it's on the defense where they're like, yo, my client, this is his alibi. And if your alibi is just driving around, you got to have something more than that, especially if you're trying to have an ex parte. You
Right.
gotta have something more than that, and what I'm saying is maybe he knows that his cell phone was tracked because, he was driving around all over the place, and he would have had to have to say that both towns from Pullman where he's, quote, "drove," to say that you aren't able to connect to a tower any in those locations, you had to have connected somewhere, and I would think quite often you would even with dead zones and such. Now, when it comes to the south route, I'm sure you're in the back country. Who
Yep.
knows?
There with Payne's PCA where he stated that the car was located. I'm not believing it. I'm
I
not
don't.
believing.
I don't even. I don't. I think it was just. I think it was a jump to the gun, and I
Mm-hmm.
think they had. Listen, you can manipulate. You saw how the grainy the footage was from the surveillance with the gas station picture. All right, you can have literally any of that footage, any of those white cars that look similar. There's 3 different versions of vehicles they were wanting to look for. Um, they're like you could basically throw a whole bunch of. Listen, when you have a shit ton of footage of a white vehicle that looks similar all over the fucking place and there's so many of them to take footage and get footage of, you could
Yep.
piece anything together when it comes to that, especially with the quality. You couldn't
And
even tell if there was 1 person or 4 in these vehicles.
no license plate. Keep that in mind.
Right, when you have surveillance from all angles in the most well-lit parts of the city and you're supposedly driving through them.
Look, I drive my daughter's car. I drive my other daughter's car. It could have been somebody else driving it. you know, couldn't necessarily be
Yeah,
him because he
Eric
didn't.
Snowden is who I was talking about. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's him. Even if listen, if you can't even tell how many people, if it's 1 to 4 to 6 to however many, then how do you even know it's the person? Especially, and you have to, like, you have to have a picture of the fucking plate. I'm sorry, this whole not having a front plate. Do you know how many criminals out there take their damn plates off before they go commit a crime?
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just because somebody's missing a front plate doesn't mean they were from PA.
And I don't think you'd be bringing a phone to a crime scene anyway. To be honest.
Right. especially if your expertise is, the forensic data and all that shit, cloud based. You would know. You would know what to leave my phone on YouTube when I walk out the fucking door and leave it on the coffee table.
Right.
Autoplay. Autoplay. What the fuck? And I'm not even going to school for that shit, and it's that obvious to me.
Common
So
sense.
to sit there and yeah, exactly. And of course you don't have a photo of the license plate. Of course you don't have a photo of a missing hubcap if the car was missing a hubcap or whatever differentiates it from any other vehicle, because it's a lookout. Look
No, they
out for
give
the vehicle. Yeah, look out for the vehicle that has this plate, or it's missing a hubcap, or it's got a smashed up
tires.
back window, or what the fuck,
Missing tires,
N-
remember?
Right. And you definitely put out the image to the community so they could be on the freaking lookout.
Yep. Oh.
And you're driving through all them cities with cameras and all day. I'm sorry. I'm from a big city. I never seen cameras like that in my damn life. The way they have cameras over there in all different directions. Never seen it.
Mhm.
Maybe two. Never seen it like it is over there. I looked at it and I'm like, damn, this is a small ass fucking town and it's this surveilled. So you can't tell me you don't have a license plate.
That's some great observation right there.
You can't. All right, we'll get back to Harsh. Sorry about that. We love chatting here too.
That's
And
right.
Dolphin, if you want to hop up, you're more than welcome. I see you. If I need to get out of bed, I will. We'll get out of bed, Dolphin. Get up here.
Has to challenge the procedure. That's the only thing that he can do. He can't say anything else. And the DNA provides him with an avenue to challenge. Because if they can, for argument's sake, prove that his arrest stemmed from the illegal collection of data that the law enforcement shouldn't have had access to and they shouldn't have used, then you have this fruit of the poisonous tree scenario. And that would then be grounds for dismissal. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make him innocent, doesn't make him guilty. That is just part of the legal process. The legal process has to be done a certain way. Even law enforcement, they have to abide by specific rules. And if they do not, then that leaves them open to being found to be acting illegally. And if you obtain an arrest of Brian Koberger through illegal means, then yeah, you've got a problem. And they see the issue is that they just seem to be wanting to hide everything surrounding this procedure. And my question then would be, and to all the naysayers, and even people like Knock and stuff, people like Peter Tragus, maybe he would be able to shed some light on it. And that is, but surely the jury are going to want to know this information. Surely the jury are going to have the same questions. If we can't clearly look at how this all came about and how we came to where we are today, and we have questions, surely they will. And will the prosecution then be able to say, well, we can't tell you that. You just have to trust us that the method with which we used to get to where we are, there's nothing wrong with it. There isn't no secrets. There isn't anything, but we can't tell you because of the legalities of it and protection of the who these people are who we used. I don't think that will wash. I don't understand why, if there is no issues with this, why they just wouldn't be more transparent. Now I can see later on.
Real quick, I just want to say thank you for the cup of coffee, Phantasmic. Thank you.
You're awesome.
Down the line, that the judge is going to force the prosecution to hand over more information, because I think if the judge has got any stones, then he's going to turn around and say, well, look, you've got to hand it over, because this could come up as a question later on. The jury, again, they are likely to want to know the exact same. And at the end of the day, the prosecution has a duty to hand over every single piece of evidence that they are going to use against Brian Koberger so they can form their defense. And at the moment, in my eyes, that is not happening. It isn't happening. They are hiding elements and they are fighting. they're fighting to the teeth. Do you know what I mean? They just don't want them to have access to it, and that makes you wonder why. But look, we've still got a long way to go. Is this, they're still pushing forward and saying that this court case is going to go ahead in October. Is that likely to change? Could it change? Obviously, but as we stand here at the moment, everything looks to be going ahead. The stay and all of that, and what Brian Kohberger is raising with regards to trying to get the case dismissed via the grand jury issues. What the state are basically turning around and saying is, look, this is just something we see all the time. There's so many people who are in this position that Brian finds himself in, and he's using the same arguments that everybody does, and they fail as well. So what's the point? Because this is always going to fail. We're not going to let you dismiss based on what you're saying because you're wrong. Like everybody else who's tried the same argument has also been found wrong. So move on. So I do feel confident that this is going to go to trial. I do not now feel that there is going to be a dismissal, but I do feel that this DNA situation is really going to become a problem if the defense continues to request it and not be given it. And the prosecution proves that they are trying to hide that procedure, because you can't hide that procedure from the jury. And if the jury want it and the jury feels that there is something nefarious going on there, it only takes one and the house of cards starts to fall down. Let me know down below what you think. Where are we heading? What's going to happen next? What are the next hearings going to look like? What are the next, what are the next problems going to be? What crop up?
The house of cards. That's what it is.
But they don't.
Let me see here. 1 second.
They already said it. They don't have it. The prosecution doesn't have it.
Nope.
They didn't.
How can we produce something, Judge, if we don't have it? We didn't. Yeah. That's when I was like, are you fucking serious? I'm supposed to be a family member listening to you say that you don't even have or explored the other DNA like you did with the defendant? And I'm a family member and I'm supposed to feel. That's why my confidence went from here to here.
That's when I would have got up in court and said, wait a minute, what did you just say? You don't have it? You can't produce it? Whoa, what's going on?
And the way that Bill Thompson responded to it was like all snarky and shit too. It's like, bro,
you're a prosecuting attorney with 30 years under your belt and you don't have your shit together? Wait a minute. You had 10 months. 10 months.
Papers. Dolphin's looking and thank you, Dolphin. She's my computer.
Yeah.
There we go.
She's looking for
Dolphin's looking for that Eric Snowden video. In the meantime, I'm going to Brian Enton's Twitter. Let me see here. So they're talking Kohberger here. That way I give Brian Enton the view and I don't give News Nation.
If you take the SIM card out of your phone, there's no signal.
Even Sarah.
Can't.
There we go. Yeah, if you take your SIM card out, for sure.
Nope, you don't have anything.
Let's see. So this is about Idaho 4 here. We'll watch a couple of these until we get that Eric Snowden video. Thank you again, Dolphin.
David and Sarah, thank you so much for being with us. Sarah, I want to ask you first, because this seemed to be like what everybody was talking about on Twitter today and on social media. They were very confused why Kohberger was in the suit and he was not in the orange jumpsuit. And that seemed to bother some people, Sarah. There was no jury there.
Here we go.
Well, and I was confused why they were confused. Pretrial detainees typically show up to court in their jail uniform. Obviously, that's kind of the norm. But first of all, this is not a typical case. All eyes are on Kohberger. For all intents and purposes, we already have a jury watching him. And it really is to humanize him. And this is not, the only case this is done. And it was done in OJ, the Ahmaud Arbery defendants, Nicholas Cruz. I mean, there's a whole list of defendants who were able to do this. And there really isn't a law that is for or against it. It's not about law, it's about logistics. You ask the judge for an order to the jail facility, and then they accommodate the street clothing for the defendant. But it really is, it goes to his presumption of innocence. He has not been convicted, although we've convicted him in the court of public opinion. And he absolutely can wear street clothing. So I was confused why they were confused.
I guess it makes sense, Dave. I mean, it does bother some people, though. Here he is accused of these murders, and he's in the suit, and he doesn't have handcuffs on. And again, I get when there's a jury there, because when they're sitting there, you don't want them to view him as a bad guy, innocent until proven guilty. But were you surprised he got to wear the suit, Dave?
No, the benefit always seems to go to the defendant. And if he wants to wear the suit.
iPhones don't have a SIM card?
Well,
really?
Speaking, he didn't have an iPhone.
Don't shoot, lady.
They're going to let him wear the suit. And remember, even though there's no jury, there's a jury pool out there that hasn't been decided yet. And those members of the jury pool may be watching. And so they're playing the long game. They're going to try to show what a decent looking guy. Although I got to tell you, Brian and Sarah, in that suit, I thought he wore a striking resemblance to Ted Bundy. Not a guy you want to be compared to.
God.
Yeah, a lot of people were zeroing in on him today and just saying that he looked sort of creepy. I think that's what the judge is concerned about, when they don't want the really tight shots. I want to ask you, Dave, about this genetic.
What?
That he looks creepy. Come on, people.
It's MSM, We all here know. You know what I mean? Hell, we had people in chat yesterday saying he didn't look too bad. I mean, and come on. There's somebody for everybody. You know what I mean? That's why there's so many people out there. That's why I don't understand people who stalk. I don't understand people who the jealous. I don't understand all that shit, because it's like, yo, there's so many people out there.
They're bitter and unhappy.
You know what I mean? Just like there's YouTube. If you don't like my show, then fucking go to another one. There's plenty of them out there.
Door number 3.
Whatever it is, it could be 50. I don't give a fuck.
You tell them, CJ.
I do every damn day. 150. Let me see. I'm gonna play this real quick. And I got a phone call coming in. I'll be back in 1 second, but I'm going to be listening to this on my speaker while I have my headphones out.
Genealogy. That was a big topic today. The defense claiming that it's unfair. The way it was handled was unfair. That's ultimately what led police to Brian Kohberger. What do you make of it? Do you think that could really be an issue, Dave? Do you think it's going to be an issue for prosecutors?
Brian, the reason why the police were able to make an arrest was because they got his DNA from the sheath that they then tested at the garbage of his father in Pennsylvania. Now, in between was the genealogical DNA. And so the theory, I think, for the defense is, hey, you would not have been able to get to that arrest if you didn't have the lead, the tip that genealogical database gave you. But okay, so if this type of stuff is used all the time, are you trying to say, defense lawyers, that it should be suppressed because why? Because maybe Kohberger's relative did not want police to access the database because you have to check a box. Even if that were the case, and we don't know who this relative is, and we don't know what privacy settings the relative put on his 23andMe or whatever database he used, but even if that were the case, does Kohberger have a right to object to his third cousin's DNA? Does he have a right to get that suppressed? That's not his DNA. That's his third cousin's DNA. I don't think he has a right under the Fourth Amendment to for suppression on the exclusionary rule. So in my mind, it doesn't matter. In the end, they have the swab of his cheek, which shows he was a match. So that's why I say he's guilty, and the DNA stuff from the genealogical database shouldn't matter that much.
But Sarah, if they decide that there is something shady with this genetic genealogy and the practices behind it, could they throw all the DNA out? Could they throw everything out because it all began with this genetic genealogy?
Well, yeah, because without the SNP profile, which is part of the IgG work, which then goes into the,
The homework, everybody. And that's what I was saying. They with what we've heard, and I'll go in. I need to show these DNA videos too. They're like 10, 15 minutes apiece. When you go into the type of homework and reports and stuff that you have to have in order to even get the frickin' profile, you have to have it. Like, you can't get to the profile without having all the homework. And to say that you don't have the homework, what the fuck? That's why I'm saying these cell phone pings, there's too much shit with this DNA that could go either way. With these cell phone pings, that's got to be the fucking deciding factor. And it's sad because DNA should be numero uno. But this is one of those cases. It's just way too different. But I could be wrong. It's just my opinion. But there's just so many doubts with this DNA shit. Whether it's the sheath, how they got the profile, all of it. But I'm not a legal. I'm not in the legal field. I don't know.
FBI's work and the family tree, there would be no SDR analysis. And so the two are very, very much interconnected, even though the prosecution, like Dave, is trying to divorce the two. And in fact, even saying IgG is not even science, but DNA is. And so in this case, they're very much related. And I think the defense has done a really good job, including today, putting on these various DNA and IgG witnesses on the stand to really show the process, the complexity and of all of this. It's, I think the prosecution wants us to just accept that DNA is this ironclad science with no flaws and absolutely reliable. And the defense is coming in, like they did with their experts, showing that no, it's actually complex and complicated. And with respect to IgG, there is a protocol that has to be followed. And that was really laid out by one of these experts that brought the PowerPoint today. That the FBI has to, the DOJ has policies in place that have to be followed. And she cites different instances where it was not followed and therefore not reliable. And so the defense, if we're calling this, Dave, part of an investigation, some investigative tool or tip or whatever, well, that really is what the defense has to do to dismantle the prosecution's case. We get to see the reliability and test it, the accuracy of any investigation used to charge our
Sarah,
clients.
are they just trying? They're not trying
Well
to
said.
throw all of it out at this point. They're just
That was
demanding to
very
see
well
more
said.
of what went on with the testing. Is that right?
Right, absolutely. So they're gonna, if the judge, we don't have a ruling on this today, right? But we will soon. So if the judge grants the motion to compel and the IgG materials are turned over, the defense then can use these experts that they have on deck to see what issues there might be with it. And if there are any, then sure, they can move to quash the arrest and search warrants. They can even move to quash the indictment. They can move to suppress the DNA, because again, even though the prosecution is saying we're not using IgG, so that's not evidence that to be suppressed, because they're connecting the SNP with the SDR, they're making an argument that then the SDR needs to be suppressed because the SDR is coming in.
And just really quick, I'm almost out of time, but Dave, I'm very curious just to hear what you think about this. They're now saying October 2nd is still going to stand for the trial date. The judge seemed pretty serious about it, saying that's the timeline he's working on right now. That's like 6 weeks away. I mean, should we all start preparing like this thing may actually go?
Yeah,
Brian's trying to pack.
I mean, yeah, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm moving to Idaho for 2 months, So I'm just personally curious.
And it gets cold up there in October, Brian.
Yeah.
So we're heavy clothes. I do think it looks like it's going to go, unless there's some new evidence or some discovery disputes that won't be solved by then. Yeah, that could extend it a little bit, but in the end, it's going to go faster than we think. And one final takeaway: if you show the picture of him in court today, do you notice that he seemed to trim his eyebrows? I guess that's what happens when you have an eyewitness who said the killer had the bushy eyebrows. Well,
all right, that guy is who cares what he's saying? I don't. But what she said was spot on. Huh?
How much did they pay that dude to say that?
I don't know, but what she said was spot on. Like,
yeah, she's right.
I feel like listening to that again because like I've seen a couple clips of her before and I didn't really care for her too much. Uh, I don't know. I just didn't see a lot of there wasn't a lot of substance. But with this right here, I'm glad I went to Brian Enton. I'm glad I went to what Azari Law. Uh, I'm telling like that was well put. That's exactly how I felt. That's exactly what I thought. And it's nice to hear that mainstream is actually seeing things that way because you got the dumbass on the other side that's spitting the MSM shit that was coming out, you know, like the two victims' IDs being linked.
Yeah.
What's up,
Hi,
Dolphin?
Dolphin. I see you up there, honey.
Hi, guys.
The cell phone tracking video. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. That's, yeah, Sarah Azari. She and Jennifer Coffendorfer argue all the time when they're on panels together.
Well, good, because I like what she said, and I feel like making some kind of highlight out of it because I think what she says not only needs to be out from Newt, but also around this community too. If nobody's made a highlight with it in it, like that is well fucking put. What she said when it came to everything, like they're asking for this, everything that we've been watching from the witnesses' testimonies, the videos that we're going to see about, you know, CC Moore and this other lady. They have to have had their homework. There's no way you can get this shit without having your homework. And I'm glad that, you know, at least some people on News Nation, Brian Enton and this lady, what's her name?
Sarah Azari.
Sarah Azari. I'm glad Sarah
She's a
Azari.
defense attorney out in LA.
Awesome. I need to follow her on Twitter too. So this is a video. Let me see right here. This is about how any cell phone can be tracked. Okay, give me 1 second here.
It takes hundreds of thousands of people to develop and build the components in a state-of-the-art smartphone. Electronics are getting so sophisticated that it is not surprising many people are confused about what modern phones are actually capable of. Today, I want to focus on mobile phone location tracking. How phones can be tracked in practice, what is theoretically possible, but also common misconceptions. When we think about who might want to track a phone, usually 3 types of entities come to mind: governments and law enforcement, companies, and individuals. All of them have different resources, which determines the type of location tracking they are capable of. The types of tracking highlighted in this video are by no means exhaustive. Also, many of the technologies aren't freely available, which means the academic literature on them might be based on reverse engineering. One of the oldest phone tracking methods already worked in the pre-smartphone era. Triangulation works with angles and measures the signal strength of different cell towers to a phone. If at least 2 towers are within reach at the same time, the rough location of the phone can be calculated. The more towers are within reach, the more precise the result. And if the target is a modern smartphone, trackers can use a similar, much more precise process called trilateration. This method works by calculating the distances from different cell towers using the time of arrival of the different signals. Conveniently, newer phones might even include their exact GPS coordinates in a response to the cell tower, which makes any calculations unnecessary. Usually, only telecommunication companies have access to the cell tower data, and there is no way to hide from this kind of tracking as long as a phone with a registered SIM card is powered on. Edward Snowden explained it during a 2021 discussion with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Unfortunately, the audio quality wasn't great.
How does the network know where you're at when you got location services turned, right? You know, when you have Wi-Fi turned off, when you have Bluetooth turned off, when you have GPS turned off, but you're still connected to the network, right? Well, you're registering to the nearest cell phone tower to you, saying, here I am, here I am. Your phone is constantly screaming out to you. Here I am, here I am. Is there a cell phone tower that hears you? And the cell phone tower goes, I hear you. You create a handshake, and then whoever owns that cell phone enters you into a register. It can be a home register if that's where you're frequently on the network. It can be a visitor register if you're like often. But then they share this upstream. The phone globally knows where all phones are at times. That's how they can signal to each other wherever you are, right? And location services doesn't turn that off because it can't turn that off.
You wanted to say something, it sounded like?
Not me.
No, Dolphin?
No, not me. I was
No?
on mute.
Okay, sorry.
Some network providers even openly use this data for more than providing cell service. For example, for serving location-based ads. To illustrate how revealing this geolocation data can be, German politician Malte Spitz requested 6 months of his own phone data in 2009. An online tool displays the timeline of his life during this period. You can clearly see how cell towers tracked his movements. No wonder that law enforcement agencies often request access to this data to aid with investigations. A comprehensive FBI cellular analysis guide from 2019 that was unclassified in 2021 demonstrates how important for policing geolocation data is nowadays. Well-equipped police forces may use so-called cell site simulators for large events like rallies. These mobile cell towers can be used to record the presence of nearby cell phones to track attendance, but are often also capable of more complex attacks like communication interception. On a smaller scale, individuals are able to track objects or people by attaching products like Apple's AirTags to the target. AirTags, or similarly their competitor Tile, work by communicating with nearby Bluetooth devices. An AirTag in a person's coat pocket or stuck to a car gets updated every time a Bluetooth-enabled Apple device is in close proximity. For example, in January 2022, software developer Lilith Wittmann successfully located the offices of a secret German federal agency by simply mailing them an AirTag. These tracking devices usually have anti-stalking features to avoid tracking people without consent, but unfortunately, they can often be disabled and generally require actions on the target's side. To use digital maps, most smartphones have a built-in GPS receiver. A common misconception about the GPS signal is that it necessarily reveals your location to other parties. Actually, the GPS satellites send out a one-way radio signal, and each GPS-enabled device passively calculates its position using these signals. That's why GPS and the many alternatives like Galileo, GLONASS, or Beidou work without an internet connection. Only when the receiving device has an active sender, like a cell phone does, might the location be sent elsewhere, for example by a navigation app. Since GPS waves are sometimes difficult to receive, for example indoors, navigation apps commonly use a hybrid positioning system that combines GPS and network information like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals. If the mapping service knows the identifiers and location of Wi-Fi networks, for example through crowdsourced acquisition, or by collecting this data itself, it is possible to calculate the phone's rough position using triangulation. Some retail stores try to track shoppers based on their Bluetooth devices, since Bluetooth and Wi-Fi signals broadcast a unique serial number called the MAC address. Use the approximate location feature as often as possible if you need location services, and only allow permanent location access to the most important apps. Turning off your phone to avoid being tracked is another option, but as whistleblower Edward Snowden pointed out, how would you know if a smartphone with a built-in battery is actually off? Malware with fake shutdown animations already exists. Well, I guess it's back to the dark ages. Thank you to patron Joe Blogs and all other patrons and subscribers for supporting the SensiClick channel.
SensiClick. That's an interesting freaking video. Thank you, Dolphin. I appreciate that. And if you want the video for your own playlist, there's the link for it if you want to use it or save it or whatever. How long ago was this video? From a year ago.
I think like a year ago.
Very interesting. So what do you take away from that, Dolphin?
My takeaway is that, a lot of
What's
things
up, everybody?
that we think, that we can avoid, by turning off a cell phone and whatnot aren't exactly true. Like I said, the part that they were talking about with, your phone constantly, yelling out your coordinates, like every second to a cell tower and
Hey,
cell
are you there? Are
towers.
you there? Are you there?
Yeah,
Well,
collecting it all the
what
time.
about so what if, because they were talking about cell phones with batteries that you can remove. I
hmm
really don't know of any cell phones of batteries that you can remove anymore.
No, you can't.
Um, so I can see how if you can take a battery out, what I'm thinking of is like the ones that you can't take the battery out.
hmm
You know, it's still, even if with a SIM card, uh, without a SIM card, that's the biggest question I have
hmm
is if you do have a SIM card, if you take it out, well, is it still reaching out to something?
No, I mean, unless there's some little extra backup. But I
Well,
think what he
they
said
do
in
have
there,
like 911. You have the ability to contact 911 even if you don't have a SIM card, right?
yeah, I think,
So you
what
would
is it?
still have to
If
reach
you
out
don't
to
have
a network.
service with somebody, yeah, you could still call 911 on a phone. Like if you take a brand new phone out of the box and you haven't even activated it, you can call 911. But he did say something about that. How would you know that the cell phone is actually off when you turn it off? Because there are fake, animations. You go through the motions and it looks to you like it's turning off, but it's
Well,
actually not
yeah,
off.
it would have to because it keeps track of your time. That's why when you turn your phone back on, it tells you automatically what time it is right then. It's got that brain that's always working. What I guess I'm because I would think like, okay, if you don't have a SIM card in it, would it still be able to track quote that phone number, right? Now I would think. Now I don't know how it works though because if you
Well, the
don't have
phone
a
number's
SIM card,
programmed to the SIM card.
right? But if you take the SIM card out,
hmm
is it still reaching a tower with that phone number? You know,
hmm I'm trying to think about
is
that.
it? That's my question because um, taking a SIM card out is easy as shit, and it could make it look like you shut your phone off or whatever, right? If it's linked like that, I don't know. I don't know the forensics like that,
True,
but
but
I'm
then there.
curious. To,
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Keep going. No, go ahead.
I'm just
Ask your question.
curious. I'm just curious. Like, if you don't have a SIM card, can you still contact 911? If you still can contact 911 without a SIM card, then you would still your that phone number would still have to be reaching out to a cell phone tower even without a SIM card. Then, because I think the whole part of that video, a lot of it was saying even though you have your phone shut off, your
hmm
phone is still going, "Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me."
hmm
Does the
But
SIM card,
yeah, okay, so here's the thing. Like, it's to me, the different things in the phone, it's like you have redundancy systems. If you're not on, a cellular network, they did mention you still got Bluetooth and Wi-Fi that the phone is connecting to. So even if you yanked a SIM card, the phone's still connecting to Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Phones also have accelerometers and different things built into them. That has nothing to do with the SIM card. So that would also tell you positioning. of the phone, movement of the phone, and whatnot. So there's like all these different things. There's not just like
Hmm.
one and done to disconnect
Yeah.
a phone. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Well, yeah, then because I think then you would probably be able to at least have an emergency dial out, even if you don't have a SIM card. It would have to have that feature, so it would have to have other stuff in the background still working, saying, "Hey, what's up?" Because you have to have that in order to connect a call.
You know, I'm curious.
Right?
Yeah, I just did buy a cell phone. I replaced
Google
mine.
it.
I'm looking for my little SIM card thing because I was gonna say, if anybody has it, maybe eject your SIM card and see, if it gives
Well,
you
don't
some
call.
sort of option. I mean, don't call, but
Call 411. Call 411.
I think but it gives you a message
What's
though
up?
when you go offline, or something. It does. I've seen a message on the screen that says that the phone can call. Like say for example, if you drop or something, or I don't remember. I'm trying to think. I've seen a message where it says that you can still make emergency services, like
Yeah.
emergency services are still available or whatever.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
DJ,
Yeah. What's up? No chains.
Google it.
yeah, well, that's another,
That's how I get my answers.
Well, yeah, but then I got to take my eyes off of chat.
I can do
She
Uh,
can.
I'm only on one screen, no chains. That's how I do it. I'm not fancy over here. I don't have the multiple shits. I do one screen. So if I'm looking on Google, then I'm not seeing I'm not seeing anything. I definitely need to figure out a way to I don't know. I just tried to do it with my computer before,
Hey,
and
chat.
It
it
says
just
yes.
it bugs out. It
Yeah.
bugs out. So because I'm running off a laptop, so it is what it is. At least I can do all this stuff that I can do. But
Get
yeah, if you
chat
got
to Google. Yeah, get
Yeah.
chat to it. Get them involved.
the
Let's.
SIM card does not have a location. No cop should have those. Yeah, the air tags or whatever. I did have a video I could show you guys again. I had played it before a couple times. It's very informative and definitely the ladies definitely need to know about it if you don't know already.
There's
Very
that.
easy for people to track you. So stay aware, please.
I found it. Yep. What you were thinking is right. That you can call 911 even without a plan or a SIM card.
Yeah, every cell phone in North America is required to be able to dial 911 even if there is no plan or SIM card. So it
deal.
still has to say, hey me, hey me, hey me, even without the SIM. And like the battery thing, I don't know what phones existed still that you could take the battery out. I don't know. I haven't had one myself
Like
for a
30
long
years
time.
ago? Yeah.
It's probably been 15 for me since I've had a cell phone that you could take a battery out of.
Yeah, I've had a smartphone
Well,
since like early 2000s. So, yeah, I'm saying more
Okay.
like the 90s.
I'd say no, because my ex had one that the battery still could be taken out. He used to flip it and take it out all the time.
He has an old flip phone.
okay.
No, he had a Android type phone. He had Metro, PCS or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And he used
Yeah.
to take the battery out. He was the only one I knew that had the phone like that, though.
Yeah, it's been a long time. In Cherry, basically it's kind of like this. Like, you know how you shut your phone off and you turn it back on and it still knows the current time? There's a lot of other things running on in the background, even when you have your phone off, even when you have your SIM card taken out. There's still a lot of things running on in the background, so you should definitely still be able to be tracked, even if you have your phone off or your SIM card out. I'm not an expert, so don't take my words as an expert, but that's the conclusion that I'm coming to, and I feel comfortable saying it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here, actually, let me. This article has a little bit more in it. They are talking about
Yeah,
battery
Nokia.
removal too.
Nokia, where you had to hit like the one button to make it a C. You had to type each letter out at a time by hitting the button so many times. You guys remember those? Ugh. Took forever. Shit was crazy.
Oh God, Misha Girl said she had a bag phone. Wow, yeah. Those things are heavy too.
I bet it was back in '95, Michi Girl. It was like, what do they call them things that were that the guys use now? That they're like little bags or whatever. What are that? Whatever that shit is. They look like little mini laptop bags that they carry around or whatever. Yeah, you'd have to carry some shit like that with a cord coming from it.
Hmm. Yeah,
Those were
Phantasmic said.
expensive too. Those were really expensive. I only seen them in the movies. Damn,
Yeah.
Michi Girl.
Yeah, way back then. Yeah, those were
Yeah.
like well over 1,000 back in that day.
Damn,
Right?
Michi Girl.
That's old school.
Hell yeah, rock on. I bet that was awesome having one of those. Shit. Back then you had to go to the damn payphone and use a pager. And use codes and shit. That's awesome. Rotary. Those I would love to have like an antique rotary phone just to hang up in the background with some neons around it. I think that would look so cool.
My mom and dad still have a landline.
Yeah, one of those old rotary phones with the bell on it and have some cool neons around it.
Tubbs and Crockett. Oh boy, that's funny. Talk about a blast from the past. Yeah, but seriously, guys, Edward Snowden, if you guys are interested in more, you should definitely try and look up his videos. That clip is from some sort of conference call that he was on, so there's like a longer video of that out. But he talks about more than just cell phones. Like, he's the guy that blew the whistle on the NSA, how much they were spying on people. So cell phones, landlines, computers, this, I mean, they've gone into, especially after the 9/11 terrorist attacks and whatnot, they found out that people were planning things in video games. So the game that I play, World of Warcraft, they start monitoring chat and going into discords and stuff like that. So, I mean, like right now we're on YouTube. What we're saying is being transmitted. They have, massive list of things that they're looking for, code words,
Keywords.
whatever.
Yeah, keywords.
Exactly. So, I mean, and also think with your phones, with your voice assistants like Siri, Alexa, Bixby, whatever. Those things are listening to you all the time. So if those things are listening to you,
Even your
anybody
phone,
could track you. Yeah,
You talk about something, and next thing you know, it's on your Facebook
Right.
recommended
ad or
purchase,
something.
and there's a video showing up in your recommended feed. It's like, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa, for real.
definitely.
If you want to check out this document, I put the link in chat for you, and it's thank you again, Dolphin. This is regarding deactivated cell phones, 911, and all that information. So thank you for that. Let me see here. So here is another video from Brian N that I want to show here. Oh, never mind. It's just a clip. This is a case that I'm going to go into here soon. Microsoft exec Jared Bridgens.
Yeah.
That one, we covered it a little bit right when it first happened, and it was really freaking shady and very odd. And now that the wife has been charged, I think there's going to be a lot more to talk about. And so that is a case I'm going to be covering coming up here, probably the beginning of next week. Not this coming week, but next. All right, and I think that's it from Anton. Yeah. That's it from Anton. And yeah, with that new movie coming out, I'm sure.
Wait, which new movie?
Shoot. Where was it? Oh, the Barbie paraphernalia is like going crazy up in value because of the movies. That's why you even got to keep your little California raisins, from Hardee's. You got to keep them things in the packages because it's like any investment or stock. it's going to go up and it's going to go down and it's going to go up and it's going to go down, and you got to get rid of it when the time is right. So like right now, you know, definitely start looking maybe in 5-6 months, start looking to hit the market to get rid of some of your stuff, because it's probably going to be another 10 or 15 years before the value goes back up, because it'll be up there for like 2 or 3 years, and then it'll start to go down and fade away, and then it's really going to drop again, and then it'll 10-15 years it'll come back. I wish I would have gotten to stocks, honestly.
Still can.
Stocks or marketing. I wish I would have went to school for stocks or marketing, but here I am on YouTube. Use your 25 cents. Yeah, you had to wait till 9 p.m. or call on the weekend.
Oh wow, yeah, those were the days.
Yeah, wait till 9 p.m. or call on the weekend. That's funny. All right, let me see here. Let's see, what time is it? How long have I been going today? It is 1:30. Let's see if I got 2, 3, 4. I could probably. What do you guys want to go into right now? Because we can go into. We've talked about the alibi. We've talked about the DNA. We didn't really touch on body cams, but I would kind of like to keep those separate so it's its own video when we do it. Well, thank you, Phantasmic. I appreciate it. If anything, I hope that I'm just spreading peace, you know, if anything. Because there's not enough of that. Not enough peace in this freaking crazy ass world. And it's just getting worse and worse.
Oh, we were watching Emily D. Baker's coverage of the trial or the hearings or whatever, and she was giving a lot of like little snippet, comments and clearing it up because she could, she said the volume, was bad, so she was giving commentary and saying, "This is what's happening right here. This is why they're doing that." Yeah, it was.
Is
so
she
good.
cool? Is she cool with playing her videos? Does anybody know? Because I know there's some people
I
that.
don't know, but she in general is a cool person. Her tagline is what is it? It's about facts, not fuckery. She says she's a fan of the coffee and the cursey words, so she seems like super down to earth.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know if she like slaps you? Because I definitely don't want to take any chances. That's why I don't play certain channels, just because they do that. Even though it's about spreading the message, I don't understand. I'm Emily D. Baker. Does she have issues with other content creators playing her videos?
Well, she's an attorney, so I mean, I don't know. She seems super laid
I'm
back.
asking
She's like
chat.
you. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know, because I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody up here
see.
knows. So I'm wondering if anybody out in chat might know, because I definitely, I'm sure there can be others. Because like I don't play Law and Crime because they'll do that shit. Law and Crime will, and so I will send you the hidden 3D report. Oh wow, thank you, Keith. Yeah, I'm probably that's going to be at the beginning of next week when I start doing the body cams, because I gotta go through these witnesses' testimony and the DNA, and then I'm also excuse me, I'm also going to go through the hearings. I got 3 hearings to go through. I was going to try and go through them this morning, all 3 of them, but I don't know if I have enough time, and I wanted to keep them all in one show.
Oh,
I didn't want to have to split it up.
Sorry, I forgot to ask you something. Phantasmic Ether wants to know, did you see Andrea Burkhart's coverage on the Pascal show?
Is he cool?
He should be super cool. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, I can play that one.
Yeah, and Susan is saying Emily is super cool.
Keith is cool, because I'd like to watch Emily. She's actually
I mean, she's
more
an
qualified,
attorney,
right?
and she's right there. Yeah, she used to be,
Yeah,
I
she's
think,
more
like
qualified,
a
right?
district attorney or an
All right.
assistant DA in LA or whatever. And when you watch her, you'll see she's laid all the way back. So
Okay.
yeah.
And the Pascal show, because I totally want to respect that as well. Who was on Pascal? Is he a defense?
No, he's just a content creator.
Okay.
He had Andrea Burkhart,
Andrea
who's
Burkhart, and who's
one of the
she?
attorneys who was in. We were looking at her Twitter for a hot second yesterday.
Okay. So
I think
who do you think's the most qualified out of the two?
Emily was so good. Let me see. Let me
Type in
find the.
Andrea or Emily in chat. Type
Andrea is
Andrea.
an attorney
Huh?
from Idaho.
She's an attorney from Idaho.
Uh-huh.
I think she's from Washington because she keeps having to drive over.
Well, P. Fox says that she's from Idaho.
Where's the other one? I mean, if you're in Washington, you'd still probably practice Idaho law too. You know.
Yeah, because I've heard
Because
her.
it's a
Say she
joining
wasn't
state.
sure about Idaho law, but yeah.
Andrea was at the courthouse.
She's in Washington State, you guys.
Andrea is
But
local
she's
to the
close.
case.
Yeah, she's fairly local. She keeps driving over because I watched the Pascal show too, and she's been driving over, sitting in court, and then coming back and telling him what's going on and explaining some different things. She's good and everything, but yeah, Emily just really tells it how it is,
Okay.
without trying to be PC about it. I like her.
So what? Just a lot of people are saying Andrea.
Yeah, because she was there. She attends the hearing.
You're not a pain in the ass, Phantasmic. Give me a break. This is intriguing. I'm like, who do we go with? I'm very interested. I'm actually interested in both of them. How long are each one of these? I saw the Pascal one that Phantasmic sent me, and thank you for that, Phantasmic. That was like an hour and 15, I think. Let me check here.
Yeah,
Hour
Emily's
and
is
15
longer.
for the Pascal. How long is the... So
251.
this one's shorter? Is what? Is
It's
251?
251. She's got chapters though in her video, so you can like skip ahead to certain parts if you just want to see, certain people's testimony or whatever. Yeah.
Well, let me check. Let me see here.
You can check out Andrea Burkhart first.
Let me do this. Can you send me the one of the 2-hour one? And I'm going to watch this one right now in this episode, and I'm going to save the 2-hour one when we go into the court hearing show, because then we can watch that after the court hearings. The court hearings are only going to take about 2 hours, so the show would probably be about a normal 5 or 6 hour show, where we're talking about the court hearings and then having the reaction as well as ours too. So I think it would fit good. And then that way I can watch both of them, because I definitely want to watch both of them, and I definitely want to know what you guys think too. So I'm going to watch this one now, and then that way we can watch the whole thing of this one, and then on the court hearing show, which will be next, because we'll be going into the DNA stuff after the court stuff. So yeah, we'll add that. So, and then he's cool. So let me... Now, I saw something on Twitter. I saw him on Twitter. I don't know if he liked something or if he followed or something. I did notice that on Twitter a second ago. So shout out. We'll return the favor. And let me see. Let me go ahead and play this 1 second.
P-A-S-C-A-L.
Can't play that. Second. I wish I could just go boom, 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 boom. Come on, computer. Now it picked the wrong thing. There we go. Come on. Come on. Where are we at? StreamYard, come on. Okay, 1 second.
Somebody. Good evening, everybody. Yes, it's real. It's actually happening now. Welcome to the past.
Brian, do me a favor, man. I see you hopped backstage, but do me a favor. It says device is not connected. And I need to see you wave at me, buddy. And then you can go off camera, or you can just make sure you're off camera. I just need to see you wave to make sure it's you. But it says device not connected, buddy. So you might have to bounce out and hop back in.
Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits.
Thank you, Phantasmic.
Okay, because it's the freaking weekend now, y'all. It's finally here. Oh, it's the weekend. So you guys should be very happy. I don't know about you guys, but I am definitely happy about it. Okay, maybe I'll get some sleep this weekend. Probably not, but wishful thinking, right?
I ain't getting any sleep.
Anyway, guys,
Barely.
we are here because a hearing just ended just about 25 minutes ago, okay, for the Brian Kohberger trial, for the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. And a lot of us have been wondering what's been going on, what happened. There were a lot of motions that they had to go through today. There was a lot to go through in this hearing. And there was a lot of arguments, especially on one main one. That one was thicker than a snicker, everybody. Thicker than a snicker. And we're going to be getting down to the nitty gritty on this for real. So before we get into it, we got our good friend. Without further ado, we got to get straight into this. Please welcome Superwoman. I'm going to say it again. Please welcome Andrea Burkhart back to the show. How you doing, Andrea?
Do me a favor. If it's like bugging out, let me know, because StreamYard is like on a delay, like 6 or 7 seconds from when I click on something to when it registers. So if it does get buggy, let me know and I'll pause it and maybe have to refresh or something.
Doing great. I'm right here outside of the Latah County Courthouse, as you can see. It's right at the end of the day here, but this was a nice little bit of shade to sit and do our recap.
Yes, man. First off, I want to say thank you so much for hopping on and being a part of the conversation on the show. I know you could be doing so many different other things, like living your life.
Driving a long way back through a lot of very brown harvested fields right now.
Yes. I don't know. Do you have like some weird, I don't know, a craving for potatoes right now? No? Okay.
Who does? Always.
I'm working on my dad jokes right now, okay, guys? But we got to get into some things, okay? Obviously, there was a big, huge court hearing that happened today with Brian Kohberger. There were many motions. The protective order, reconsider order, staying time for a speedy trial, a scheduling order, okay, which is like deadlines for everything that for the defense and the prosecution to bring in the paperwork, bring in the things that they need to have. But then that's only just on the prosecution side. On the defense, there was their third motion to compel, their motion to stay proceedings, a motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury, which we will be diving into that a little bit here as well, and a motion to alternative remand for preliminary hearing. So we got a few things we got to get into, and I understand you didn't feel, seems like there was so much going on, especially with the DNA conversation. I felt like they weren't going to be able to get through everything in a timely fashion. Did they get through everything?
Yeah, so they did not. They basically deferred the motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Those arguments are being held over for I believe they said September the 1st. I'll verify that when we get to the scheduling order, because a lot of deadlines set today. But yes, the bulk of the day got taken up by arguments relating to the investigative genetic genealogy. Started at 10:30, and they wrapped that up finally about 3 o'clock. So that was by far the bulk of what we were doing.
So mainly it was the conversation about the DNA, the argument about the DNA. So then let's get into that, because I mean, obviously that's the thick piece that took basically all day, or majority of the day. Everything else was pretty quick to get through, which we will talk about the other a few of the other ones as well, especially like the scheduling order, especially the scheduling order as well. But let's talk about this, the DNA, because what we're seeing online, like, you know, from of course they've put out some of the footage of the actual hearing with the DNA, covering the DNA. Now, from what I understand, there were 4 different people that came on behalf of the defense to talk about whether or not this DNA should be used. Now, I'm hearing through the grapevine, of course, that some were just lawyers talking on behalf of the DNA, and not every single one was actually a DNA or genealogy expert. Is that true? And can you clarify that for us a little bit?
Yeah, that's correct. So 2 of the witnesses who testified. Uh-oh, am I gone?
No, you're here.
Okay, sorry. My phone is being weird. But the
No
witnesses
worries.
who testified are attorneys who specialize in DNA litigation. And so the first guy who testified, Stephen Mercer, is an attorney from the East Coast, and specifically...
Yeah, and it's not StreamYard bugging. And no chains. I saw that it might have booted you out. Let me know in chat if you wanted me to throw a link out for you again, okay?
It is basically, yes, kind of on the cutting edge of litigating these issues, because it's a novel technology. It implicates a lot of issues, legally speaking. So he was there to talk about that. There was a second attorney also who has more of a background in genetics, and so her practice is more in consulting. She is working with the defense to help them review the discovery, understand what it is that they have, understand what happened, understand what should be there, what's missing, why it might be missing, and all of those types of things. Then there were 2 other experts that testified, who are genetic genealogists. One of them is a PhD in botany, I believe. The other has no scientific background at all, but she had worked in, she had a degree in criminal justice, I believe. But because this is basically such a cutting edge technology, there isn't really any standardized system or certification or anything like that. It's just something people have learned to do through experience. So this final witness, even though he doesn't sound very experienced, she does this work for a third-party company who does it law enforcement. So she does the type of investigation that we're doing in this case, and that's why she was called.
Interesting, because I keep wondering, when it comes to the people that they brought on as DNA experts, would you consider them really DNA experts in the first place? It seems a bit odd that they would just bring in these people in. None of them are really genealogists. You got a botanist that dabbles in genealogy as, like, it almost seems like a side hobby. You have, as you said, like Dr. Varkas, who is a state genealogist, so you still have somebody in there. But the other 3 that were brought in, why bring in 2 lawyers to talk about this when they're not even experts in that field?
Well, so they are experts in the intersection of law and genetic issues, basically. And so that's why they were brought in. They're not trained geneticists or anything like that, but they've been dealing with these issues for decades. One of the attorneys actually is probably the most qualified scientist of everybody who testified today. She had a bachelor's and I think a master's in genetics. But she has used that in a legal career rather than some kind of hard science career. The other gentleman, expert, the reason why he's testified is because he's been involved in some of the early and high profile litigation on this case, not on this case, but I mean on this issue. So he's very familiar with how privacy interests are implicated, what types of arguments might be raised, and that type of thing. So that was really his role to kind of alert the court to why, from a legal standpoint, these issues matter.
Interesting. So, okay. So then as far as their argument, as far as the defense argument over the DNA stuff, what did you see in the court? Did you see them have a strong argument, or is this just for the birds?
No, actually, I thought it was quite a strong argument. In fact, I went into the hearing not that impressed with their argument, just based on their written briefing. I thought the state was potentially going to win it on the state's argument that, look, if they're not presenting it at trial and it's not really relevant to what they are going to have to say, then I mean, there's maybe some pieces of it that you can see being discoverable, but things like details of the family trees and stuff like that, why would it matter? The defense did an excellent job today of spelling out why that would matter, the types of effects that it has in the analysis, the way that the handling of the sample is implicated because of the two separate profiles, the way that the understanding the relations between the suspect profile and the other potential matches. That's a different sort of statistical setting than they use for the STR profile, which is what the state intends to use at trial. The STR profile is statistically compared to non-related individuals. And so it only kind of means something in a world where you're the only person in your family, and nobody's the only person in their family, right? We all have relatives. So
Right.
The more potentially related people you have, the more it can skew that statistical measure. So that was something that really had not been fleshed out in the briefing role, and I thought that was quite a strong and important point. The other thing that you get, of course, just from being in the court is a little bit of the gut check impression, from the judge, and judge, does us the favor of being a pretty, direct kind of eye. He doesn't really hide what he feels that much. And so he says straight out, this is a death penalty case. We're all concerned about, what happens down the road, if there's an appeal, if there's conviction relief and stuff like that. And so it just seems to kind of make the most sense to err on the side of caution.
Ooh, that audio, some of that audio. And I want to say, I'm going to take a pause real quick, and I want to say thank you to CR. I appreciate that $4 super sticker. It's my favorite one. It's that cup of coffee. And I definitely need a refill because I'm only about a third of this cup left. Thank you for the reminder. She's got some interesting things. See, I didn't know that these weren't experts in that specific. Yeah, I understand intersection, and I understand that they have a lot of expertise when dealing with all that. So, of course, I have my own, what I felt yesterday is still the same. But and really, when you listen to, that's why when we do this witness's testimony, where we go into those, and I'm going to show those DNA videos from CC Moore and that other lady, I still feel the same way. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that they were saying is exactly what the stuff everybody else is saying. I'm just wondering why specifically they were called up and not someone else, I guess, is a better question.
Well, here's the thing. So the other video that I was talking about with Emily D. Baker, she when the guy gets up on the stand, the first attorney from Maryland gets up on the stand, she pauses it because at first it was like, wait, same thing. Why is this guy up here? But then when he starts going through his credentials, she was like, oh, I get it. She said that, what do you call it? This guy in Maryland, so around 2018, when this type of DNA, started to be used in cases and everything, this guy had like one case. And because he, had this one case and like worked it thoroughly and had to go to the Supreme Court, not the state Supreme Court, he became quote unquote the guy. And she said, attorneys, that happens a lot with attorneys, that there's a specific case and there's, a specific topic or incident or whatever, and they're the one that's been on that case for like a year or a few years or whatever, and then they become the guy, that then other attorneys are like, oh, I've got a case about this, but I don't know anything about this, so I'm going to go to this attorney because they've had, experience in it. So then basically she's saying for this new, type of DNA and whatnot, that this guy is like the guy. That's why they called him. And because then, that's why I liked Emily, because then she literally goes and stops and explains all this stuff, what you're seeing. So the exact questions that you would have in your head about it, she stops and she's like, let me break it down for you. This is why they're doing that. So,
And here's the link to this video. If I'm going to share it again, definitely save it to your playlist. And we'll be going into the other one, probably in the Hangout show tonight.
This kind of thing. So perhaps maybe tipping his hand a little bit there about the court is a little bit of the gut check impression, and from the judge, and judge does us the favor of being a pretty direct kind of guy. He doesn't really hide what he feels that much, and so he says straight out, this is a death penalty case. We're all concerned about what happens down the road, if there's an appeal, if there's post-conviction relief and stuff like that. And so it just seems to kind of make the most sense to err on the side of caution with this kind of thing. So perhaps maybe tipping his hand a little bit there about the direction that he's likely to go.
I see. And that's the thing too, because I've also noticed that, so from my understanding, they haven't made a decision on this particular piece yet, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And so the state had actually objected to the witnesses testifying because they argued they had late notice of what they were going to be saying. And so they had reserved the right to call those witnesses back for more cross-examination and to potentially call their own witnesses to rebut that. So that clearly was not going to happen today. But after the conclusion of the hearing, it's not clear that they're going to do that at all. Judge did not rule on it. He's taken it under advisement. So my suspicion is what's going to happen is that the state will contact the court, the parties, let them know, hey, either we need to bring this back to make this record, or we're fine to go ahead and submit with what the court's already heard. And then after that, the judge will likely issue a written decision.
Gotcha. So he hasn't made a decision obviously yet, but he will do like what he has done in the past with the bigger arguments. He'll issue a written statement with the decision in that, correct?
Yeah, I expect a written decision in this one. It is enough of a likely appeal issue just because it is so cutting edge that it's likely he's going to want to have that pretty well documented what his reasoning was.
Yeah. So as far as the prosecution, on the side of the prosecution, when it comes to the DNA, what was how did they cross? How did they, what was their response to this whole?
The state didn't cross
the defense?
Basically that the witnesses weren't necessary, that the lawyer witnesses were just arguments that the attorneys who represent the parties could present, and they had submitted, they basically just relied on their own declarations from their own expert that they submitted with their briefing. So they didn't present any additional testimony themselves. And so, yeah, their argument is basically just that it's really not relevant because they don't plan to use it. They argued that the defense hadn't really shown a good reason of why it would matter. They argued that they have, their main concern is the privacy interests of the people who would potentially be disclosed, of these family trees. are handed over to the defense. And so the defense's suggestion is, well, you can just, put a protective order on that, and then the parties can't disclose it. It will remain private, and that takes care of that concern. It was sort of rich getting that suggestion from the state that, that they're concerned about the privacy of these folks, right on the heels of getting some of the most detailed testimony I have ever expected to hear from a witness, telling us how law enforcement will backdoor some of the limitations in these private DNA databases in order to get access to profiles that have opted out, that did not want to be part of that law enforcement search process. So that was a little bit of a, doesn't quite add up with those two, but be that as it may, there's of course no evidence that the state has in fact done anything wrong in this case, but just evidence that these techniques are pretty widespread and understood and well known in this community.
So then let's talk about that really quick, because obviously the whole argument is the DNA. The conversation is the DNA with everything. I mean, with all of this. And of course, this makes or break. Guys, this makes or breaks the situation with this trial. I mean, when they continue to press forward, if the DNA is a card that is played or not played, it is a very, very big deal. It can bring in more reasonable doubt into either side's argument. It is very, very big. Okay, and because if you don't have the DNA, if you can't play that DNA card, then it's going to be very tough for the jury to believe that he was even in the room or even in the place in the first place, right? So when it comes to this DNA, I mean, they were able to retrieve this DNA and through this database, through the genetic genealogy websites and whatnot, they were able to connect this DNA to a family member, and that brought the cops to the front door of Brian Kohberger's parents' home, where he was arrested. Now, obviously, there was all these other things playing in part with the car and all these other things.
Right. Good questions.
But how, I guess, and I know we've talked about this before, so I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but how can they not have this card played in trial? Why are they arguing so hard on this piece? Right now. Good question.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. First, we got a lot of emphasis again today on the fact that this is trace DNA. This is, not a like direct blood sample or semen sample or something like that. This is trace DNA. This is the kind of thing that's easily transferred and that type of thing. And so some of the limitations with that are what the state is, or what the defense is interested in exploring. For example, they suggested that one of the reasons they need the SMP profile, the SNP profile they call it, is because, well, first off, they don't even know exactly how this DNA was handled. And so depending on how it was handled for the genetic genealogy, there's different types of information that may potentially be available to the defense, things that would indicate, for example, that there was contamination, things mishandling, that this was a mixture of DNA, all types of different things like that you wouldn't get from the direct STR profile. Also, the ability to potentially evaluate the STR profile itself by comparing it to sort of neighboring locations on the SNP profile. So like all of these things that are technical reasons why the defense wants to be able to access this evidence so that they can explore whether those things are viable or not. But at the end of the day, with the privacy stuff, they're really looking at the potential to move to suppress it. The argument being if police, violated the law or violated people's privacy in order to make these links, that's something that people should be concerned about. One thing that came up in the hearing today from Mr. Mercer, the first witness, which is something that I've looked into myself recently as well, is the fact that when DNA evidence was first developed and coming before the courts in like the early 2000s, the main reason why the court was basically willing to say, we don't think you have an expectation of privacy in your discarded DNA and the profile that police are able to obtain from that, is because the profile that police obtain for identification is extremely limited. It doesn't provide a whole lot of personal information. If you guys can hear that, I've just got to show you if you can see this truck over here. You can't see it, sorry. Anyway.
No. But what's going on with that truck?
Oh, there's just a wild truck going, but we've seen it before. It's got a bunch of flags hanging off of it and stuff. Anyway, it's fun. It's a little piece of Idaho.
All right, we're going to take a break here for a second. Brian's joining us. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man? I like the new setup. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Brian.
I was so relieved. I thought you were so
Love the painting.
And I'm like, what did I do wrong?
I can barely hear
I
you,
couldn't
buddy.
get on.
Do what?
Okay, wait. No, I'm trying to. I felt like last night I was loud. Is that better?
No, I'm having a hard time understanding you because your microphone sounds like it's like way, way far away.
Okay, wait. Let me move it in.
Okay.
Is it better now?
No, it's still the same.
Okay, wait. Let me click it off. I don't know.
Yeah, you sound so far away. It's hard to understand you, buddy. Hopefully you're feeling better. Say please.
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out why this isn't working now.
Yeah, it sounds the same. It sounds like your microphone's coming from where your keyboard's at. Like if your keyboard or where your screen is. Yeah.
Yes, it is. But that's where
It's
it's
hard to
always
hear you.
been. Okay, wait. So I gotta figure.
I don't know,
how to
buddy.
turn it up, huh?
It's different to everybody here. I don't know what to tell you. It just sounds like you're really far away, and I have a hard time hearing you. And I want to hear what you're saying, buddy. So,
Okay, so it's up to my mouth now. Is that better?
no, it's still the same.
Well, you're the pro. Tell me what you think I should do. Because it's getting a little weird.
Well, this is the first time I've seen you sit far back. Normally, you're sitting. If you're on camera, you're up front. You know where it's got your face. I don't know. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Get close to the camera. All I know is this is the first time I've seen you sit far back, and before you were always like right up front. So maybe that's why. Maybe the microphone.
This isn't about you not wanting me to come up. It's about something I'm not doing.
No, Dolphin. Can you understand what he's saying half the time? I can.
He sounds like he's halfway across the room.
Yeah,
now.
you really do, buddy. And even in chat, people are saying that. No, I let you come up on panel because you wanted to come up.
Okay, no, I'm just being paranoid because I don't understand. I'm just gonna have to shut everything off again. This is like the third time, but let me tell you something. When I did it, there was stuff like on this program I run that came up with like there's a lot of junk here. So maybe it's something on my end. So let me just go away and try again.
Well, no, what I think it is I think the microphone that you're holding probably never worked in the first place. And the reason that you thought it worked is because you were sitting up closer to the computer. And so maybe because
I don't think that camera has a microphone.
Most cameras do. Yeah.
Oh, so is it better now?
I don't know. Are you able to sit down in front of your computer? You're kind of creeping, bro. You make me nervous.
Yeah, I look like a dog, you know. First I have no shirt, now I'm gonna go rough, rough, rough. Let me try killing everything and starting again. Yeah, I'll try.
Here, how about
Hold on. Oh, God.
Okay, buddy.
Bye.
I know, technology, right?
Okay, wait. I just am glad to know that you're okay and you're not mad at me about something.
No.
Okay.
And if you think I'm mad, reach out to me in a message or something, and we can handle it right away.
This is so weird, y'all, because this is exactly the way I've been doing it ever since I first finally landed. But okay, I won't take
Yeah,
up
but
your
this is
time.
Brian. This is the first time you've sat far back, so that's why I'm thinking your microphone that has always been used is the one that's by where your screen is. Because if it's the first time that I've heard you have these issues, and it's the first time you've been sitting far back, and it sounds like you're far back away, that's just what I'm thinking. I don't even think you have to reset. I think you just need to be sitting in front of your computer.
Well, no, but the microphone has always been right here on the bed. That's where I'm not getting. See, I'm wondering if there's some way to increase the volume. Is there a way to increase?
Volume, bro. It's the distance. It's the distance. You sound like, you're like in a well or something.
Okay, but now I feel like I'm stopping you all. Let me just restart everything and I'll try again. Thank you.
Okay, but all right, buddy. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. Yeah, just let me know when you want to link again, okay? We had to take a pause for fair use anyway. We had to take a pause for fair use anyway, Brian.
I helped you out,
No,
my
it's still
friend.
the same.
Love you, and we'll
Yes.
see what this is.
Yes.
All right. Bye,
Yes.
guys. Love
Thank
you
you.
all.
I
See you
appreciate
guys.
you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed it gets fixed. I'm telling you, Brian, sit at the computer and I bet you it'll be fixed. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, what? No, but what kind of truck is it? You said something about what? A taco truck? What is it?
No, it's just like a little Jeep Wrangler or something like that, but it's got all these flags on it and like blowing off of it, hung on, and it blares this death metal. It's very Idaho. So I wanted to share that, but I'm sorry I missed it.
It's okay. It's okay. If it's a truck shaped like a potato, let me know. Then
Anyway,
let me know.
the point that I was making was that the Supreme Court originally said DNA sampling like this, testing like this is fine because the information that police get is very limited, and that's no longer the case with these new techniques with the full genomic profiling and the SNP profiling and stuff like that. They get an enormous amount of information that includes extremely personal stuff like health information, racial background, potentially even things like personality characteristics and stuff like that. So it's a lot more than the court was dealing with when it was first struggling with these questions of the admissibility of DNA and the implications for the Fourth Amendment. So that's why this is such a cutting edge issue, because this technology has not made it before the court, and it really undercuts some of that original reasoning for allowing it in the first place.
Right. And that's the thing, because I know this is still brand new in a way. A lot of people are getting caught. A lot of bad guys are getting caught through this genealogy stuff. So, of course, being able to have some idea of what can be used, what can't be used in the court of law, as far as catching somebody, I get that piece. But when you say that, and I understand the touch DNA and all that stuff too, but when you get all of that, you scrub things down, you find this DNA, and they don't use that. Or they're arguing not to use it, yet that could be the only person that is connected to the scene. I feel like they need to get some things figured out, but that's just a matter of opinion. Because I also understand that the defense is trying to say that there were other samples of DNA in the room. Can you expand on that a little bit too?
Yeah, the defense did repeat that again today, that there are 3 unidentified male DNA samples associated with the case, 2 that were found inside the home, 1 was found on the glove outside the home. They did not get any more specific than that. Both the defense and the state kind of repeatedly today were intentionally vague. And so this is one of those issues where I think you can see that they're being intentionally vague. Don't know where it was from, don't know if it was in a victim room, don't know if it was in the kitchen, no idea. But nevertheless, they were there. They were there, unidentified males, DNA samples. So that could have some connection. It could be unrelated. We don't know, but it does indicate, obviously other people present in the house, at least with the same strength of connection as Brian Kohberger.
Gotcha. And of course, they brought this up. The defense did bring this up in in their arguments today in the courtroom. I mean, was that viable? Was that a viable play, or did they put some attention to that conversation, or was this just kind of mentioned and then just kind of brushed off?
Well, so the reason why that came up is because it relates to one of these other kind of outstanding discovery disputes where they have been requesting a lot of reports and things like that from from the lab, from the FBI. And so there was additional like data and analysis and stuff relating to those unidentified profiles that they had not received. So that it just basically came up in passing because it was one of the other things that's in the motion to compel. They're asking the judge to order the state to turn over.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, I feel like when it comes to the DNA, but it took all day.
It took all day. It took all day. Poor witnesses takes a lot of time, even when they don't have a lot to say. It takes a lot of time. I mean, the state's got to object to all of them. You know, you got to get all that on the record. So.
True. It just blows my mind that a conversation that we just had took about 27 minutes. And it took them 7 hours to get through this.
Well,
this
they
whole
went
thing.
into a lot more detail. In fact, I actually really enjoyed it in court today. It was very educational. They taught us a lot about genetic genealogy and how it works. I mean, I learned a ton about the process. I wasn't really familiar with, exactly step by step, what do you do? And so we got walked through that. One of the witnesses had a PowerPoint to kind of help walk you along that process, see what the work product is. That was one of the issues for the motion to compel as well, because the state had indicated that like there were no notes, no work product, nothing like that. They just kind of did stuff on the computer and didn't record it. And so this witness was basically there to kind of try to call, BS on that and point out the types of things that would ordinarily be produced in this type of investigation. And so, the implication being that probably somebody did it on the state side and it's either there and hasn't been produced, or they, didn't keep it and need to explain why.
Yeah. It's interesting because someone on YouTube just said this. Kathy, I think it's Kathy. Kathleen, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I apologize, but they have a good point here, because 3 unidentified male DNA samples found in the crime scene is very big deals. Okay, it's a very big deal. So why didn't anybody? Okay, I know that they brought it up. The defense brought it up. But why aren't they putting more focus on that more? Maybe diving into it, throwing that into the genealogy database and coming up with the names of their relatives or something like that. You see what I'm saying? Why is it not being something that is being thrown out right now so we can nip that in the bud, whether or not those people are connected to this heinous crime or not?
It sounds like that's exactly what the defense is wanting to do. That's why they are making this request for additional discovery, so that they can do that type of investigation. From the state standpoint, when the state identifies their target, their suspect, they stop looking elsewhere. So they're not, going to continue down these roads, because from the state's perspective, these are no longer suspects. Brian Kohberger is the suspect. So the state doesn't have any interest in kind of undercutting its own theory. That's just part of the adversarial process. You might think, you'd want to turn over every stone to be sure, but that's just realistically not how the process works. So it does look like the defense wants to be able to do that type of investigation themselves, and that's why they're trying to compel more information about it.
Okay,
So
what
is there
again
gonna
now?
be an answer?
Yeah, maybe I just heard that wrong. But not testing the other DNA profiles like they did Kohberger's is standard? Or did I hear that wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. I didn't hear it.
Let me rewind that.
Rewind it a little
one
bit.
second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Let's see.
I got distracted by the comment about Kaylee's aunt wearing a shirt that says shots fired into the court. Not really sure
Oh,
how she got into
wow.
court with that on, but yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so, the implication being that probably somebody did it on the state side and it's either there and hasn't been produced, or they, didn't keep it and need to explain why.
Yeah, it's interesting because someone on YouTube just said this. Kathy, I think it's Kathy. Kathleen, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I apologize. But they have a good point here, because 3 unidentified male DNA samples found in the crime scene is very big deals. Okay, it's a very big deal. So why didn't anybody? Okay, I know that they brought it up. The defense brought it up, but why aren't they putting more focus on that more? Maybe diving into it, throwing that into the genealogy database, and coming up with the names of their relatives or something like that. You see what I'm saying? Why is it not being something that is being thrown out right now so we can nip that in the bud, whether or not those people are connected to this heinous crime or not?
And I want to pause that real quick. I want to say thank you to Phantasmic for sharing this link. I never watched this person's show before. This is my first time. And great freaking questions. Very, very good questions. This is definitely a great watch. And thank you all to who recommended this. And we'll be checking out the other one probably later tonight. I imagine after the members only coming up in a few hours here. This is definitely, I mean, each question is on point. About facts and about common sense too. I definitely am appreciating this interview. So thank you.
It sounds like that's exactly what the defense is wanting to do. That's why they are making this request for additional discovery, so that they can do that type of investigation. From the state standpoint, you know, when the state identifies their target, their suspect, they stop looking elsewhere. So they're not, you know, going to continue down these roads, because from the state's perspective, these are no longer suspects, Brian.
Why wouldn't they be no longer suspects though? That's what I'm confused about. Everybody's a damn
Because
suspect.
of the white Elantra. Because they were hell-bent on saying that the white Elantra has something to do with the crime, and he had a white Elantra, so
Yeah, I know. I'm just
they've got
saying
tunnel vision,
hypothetically, hypothetically, why wouldn't you? Like there's other frickin' profiles there. I would want to know everybody that was there, so then I could ask everybody what their involvement was or not, and then figure out what the real story was, what really took place, not based. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It was more of a hypothetical, like, I
Yeah,
know
that's
why,
real
but
police work, though, that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like real police work, right?
They're not about that,
And Cobra
Right.
is the suspect. So the state doesn't have any interest in kind of undercutting its own theory. That's just part of the adversarial process. You might think, oh, you'd want to turn over every stone to be sure, but that's just realistically not how the process works. So it does look like the defense wants to be able to do that type of investigation themselves, and that's why they're trying to compel more information about it.
So is there going to be an answer, from the judge, from Judge? Weird last name, but Judge. Is he going to be able to say, yes, let's play this card, but we do need the other DNA? Or actually, does that throw out the whole case? If he says, wait a second, we should get that DNA, those other DNA samples. If there are 3 unidentified male DNA samples that were in the crime scene, we need to do our due diligence and dive into that. I mean, is it possible that he would sit there and go, yeah, we need to postpone this for a little while until we get that fully vetted? What are your thoughts on that?
There is zero chance he would do that unless the parties specifically ask him to do that. And so nothing like that is pending. And in fact, as we'll go when we get into the scheduling order stuff, it really looks like they are getting ready to go on October the 2nd. Everything
What?
Yes. Oh, yes. Everything is geared towards that.
Okay.
So
No, the reason why I'm shocked is because the scheduling order, the deadlines for all this paperwork, everything that they have, I mean, it's a quick turnaround that they're asking for. Of course, I'm getting ahead of ourselves, and we are going to be talking about that. That was one of the main questions I was going to ask you is, are they going to be seeing trial in October? Are we going to be seeing this in October? But hold on to that for just a second. Okay, because we ain't done yet, obviously. Now, I know that when it comes to the DNA, that's a huge conversation, a huge argument. It's going back and forth like a game of tennis. or a match of tennis, and I get that. And we will find out more information in his written decision, hopefully within maybe next week. I mean, he's got to turn this thing around like fast, right?
Yeah.
So with that, we'll see what happens here. But there was the motion to stay. Now, us what motion to stay is pertaining to this particular case?
Yeah, so the motion to stay is basically pump the brakes. Put a pause. Deadline stops, it pauses, right? The clock stops, and we don't restart it until after the basis for the stay is resolved. And so in this particular case, Idaho has a statute that allows them to ask for a stay if they're going to challenge the grand jury proceedings for irregularity. And so that was the basis for the motion. They argued that there were problems with some of the questionnaires, potentially some of the qualifications based on how those questions were answered, problems with how the jurors were summoned in, that type of thing. Judge denied that motion. And he basically said that to the extent there were some irregularities, they're pretty normal. Like they're just the type of thing that you always run into when you have juries. Like people forget to check a box on the, on the questionnaire. It's not like really indicative of anything except that people make mistakes. So it was normal. It was like normal non-compliance, not substantial non-compliance. So he did deny that motion. And then interestingly, he also did effectively grant the state's motion for reconsideration of the earlier stay.
Mm-hmm.
That had been an issue because it had basically resulted in extending the speedy trial deadline for 37 days. The state had objected to that and basically argued there wasn't grounds in the statute to do that. Plus, it's like a real pain because they're trying to schedule witnesses and have an idea of what's going to happen. And they don't know if Mr. Koberger is considered to have waived his speedy trial or not. So it just gets very complicated. But so Judge basically like backpedaled on his earlier ruling since, as we are about to talk about, they all indicated they're preparing to go to trial on October the 2nd here. That's where we're at this point. And so it's kind of a moot issue. It doesn't matter because speedy trial doesn't run until after that anyway. So I think to just sort of avoid there being an issue, he just went ahead and took the 37 days off the table.
Yeah, because I mean the damage is already done. I mean, if we are really going to be seeing the trial in October, what's done is done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Yes.
If they were to extend, that would be. I was expecting the opposite, Andrea. I'm going to be honest. I was expecting you to say,
a great interview.
"Oh yeah, they're going to be extending this until October. until November, December.
Yeah, these two are good
even
together.
maybe seeing it well into 2024 because of all this stuff that's going on."
Because a lot of people, even in the beginning of the show, feel that it might go extended. But I just think it's either going to get dismissed or it's going to, it's going to be going ASAP. Because I don't think they're playing around.
Yeah, from the parts that I saw, the judge definitely seems to be trying to keep them on track for October 2nd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know the defense wants to do that as well because they've been pushing this the whole time. I mean, hell, when she shows up when he's still in PA paperwork, that tells you how quick she's wanting to, get this done. And that's crazy. From the very beginning, before he was even in Idaho paperwork, she's out there setting up a team, shutting shit down, reviewing the property. I mean, it's she is, after this trial is over, she's gonna be up there. She really is. She is gonna be up there. And I can say bravo because at least there's somebody doing their fucking job out there. There's a lot of this shit where people ain't doing their job, in my opinion, with this case. Hell, even with a lot of cases. But bravo to her, man. I would feel lucky, blessed, and honored to have a public defender, even, let alone an attorney, represent me like the way she's representing Koberger. Just amazing, amazing work and effort and dedication to the Constitution, and a model in the community and in the profession as well. I just couldn't even say enough good things. I'm blown away. I'm blown away.
On all this back and forth, like I said, it's like a tennis match going on. So the fact that that motion to stay is kind of obsolete in a way. So obviously for them to go into October is still, for them to be going into October is still surprising. And we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm surprised that they will not, we're not looking at a delay in this trial for sure. Now, when it comes to the other thing, that this is something that was interesting. The motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury. Can you explain that a little bit for us? Because, you know, we're just regular people. We're not superhuman like yourself. So can you explain that to us really quick, what that all means?
Yeah, well, so this is the motion that was not heard today. This one did get kicked down the road and they rescheduled it. I don't have it right in front of me, but it's going to be within like a couple weeks or so. So they have not heard that one yet. But this is basically just another argument that the grand jury process itself was defective. And so because of that, the indictment should be thrown out. And then if there is no indictment, then, you know, either Brian Koberger needs to be released and the grand jury reconvened, or they need to go ahead and do the preliminary hearing to get the finding of probable cause. So that's really what the defense is trying to accomplish with that motion. They're arguing that due to technical defects in the grand jury proceeding, potential bias in the grand jury proceeding, that type of thing, that the indictment is invalid.
Okay, so but that was reset, correct?
Yes.
So we are going to be seeing, or they're going to be circling back to that conversation here soon. So it's not fully, they haven't fully made a decision on this or not?
They're coming back to that one on September the 1st at 1 p.m.
Yes. So that's the other question I was going to ask. So why is there a motion to dismiss on the 1st of September?
Yeah, that's this one. That's this one that got reset.
Okay, so it just got reset.
They just did that. Yeah, they just did that this afternoon.
Gotcha. So no answers on that yet, guys. No answers on that yet. Oh, okay. Okay, that is fine. And that's the reason why, because somebody just asked that just a second ago.
Yeah, and I mentioned to you before the show, people may have seen there was some reporting that went out from some sources that said he had dismissed the indictment and had referred to him as Judge Petty. He actually came back on the bench after a short recess in the afternoon to kind of, I don't want to say chastise the media, but he kind of chastised the media that they might want to be careful about their details, make sure they understand what they're reading before they report it. Because what apparently happened is somebody had gotten a hold of one of the responses that was filed. And attached to the response, the state's response, were a number of rulings from other jurisdictions. And so the final ruling was a ruling from a Judge Petty in Canyon County, who had denied a similar motion. So somebody apparently got a hold of that, thought that that was the ruling in this case. It's not. It was just part of the state's document. So if folks did see that being reported, that he denied that motion, that is misinformation that you got from media who reported facts that they didn't understand.
Oops.
Ooh.
Oops. Yeah, that's crappy. This is the reason
why. Oh, and by the way, I did want to ask too, because I, of course, didn't see any of the coverage that has come out so far, but I was sitting behind the cameras on that side of the courtroom and noticed throughout the course of the afternoon, one of the cameras doing exactly, you know, what Judge has told them not to do, panning over to Brian and zooming in on him and just focusing on him, you know, while people are testifying to get his reactions and stuff
That's
like
what
that.
we had.
It was bad enough to the point that I went and alerted defense counsel to it myself. You know, they may already have been aware, but I just wanted to be sure that they were aware that that was happening against the court's order. So I don't know if any of that made it onto the actual, like, what's been released so far.
Yeah.
I would be interested to find out about that.
Well, I will say this. I mean, they just there's other places. Law and Crime was very much towards the the witnesses and of course or the expert witnesses that they had coming on and all that. The only time that they really spent any time on good old Coco was when he walked in and sat down. I mean, that was really it. And then there was just one big wide shot of the courtroom for the most part. So they stayed pretty respectful on Law and Crime. You know what I mean? Or they stayed respectful, not pretty respectful. They stayed professional with it and all that for sure. So that dismiss indictment is obviously is going to be circled back on the 1st of September, and then there will be a final kind of decision on that.
Yes.
But as far as like the motion to compel, their third motion to compel, we're just talking about the defense. What was going on with that? Because I mean, obviously these were kind of talked about briefly. The main one was DNA and the motion to stay. So
the motion to compel basically all got wrapped in with the IGG stuff. Since that was like the main piece of it, there were the other little parts that kind of got brought up casually, like for example the unidentified male profiles and the information pertaining to those samples they're handling and so forth. I think specifically they wanted to know if those samples had been entered into CODIS, and the state, as I recall, was a little annoyed because according to them they had already told Ms. Taylor that those samples were not eligible to be put into CODIS, which is not saying that they weren't, right? So I'm a lawyer here, like I hear what I hear. I never actually said the words they were not put into CODIS, but that was what we were to understand. That was clarified on the record, so I don't know if that's going to go any further, but yeah, those issues were kind of just dealt with in passing as part of the overall genetic discussion that really focused on IgG.
Right. Yeah, they were very, very big on the genealogy for sure. Yeah. So, of course, we got to talk about the scheduling order. And this is the reason why I say, really, they're going to have this trial by October. And did they settle a date? I don't remember anymore. In October, did they settle a date in October?
2nd.
It is October 2nd. Okay.
October 2nd was the date for the trial.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was not insane. There's so many dates that keep flying in and out. So many hearings. So the numbers just come in and out of my head.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up.
So October 2nd.
I'm going to throw some more at you.
Can't wait.
Because it is, of course, still possible that they may not happen. But we're going to have some limits on that now. So first off, at the very end, Ann Taylor requested a status conference for next Wednesday. So that has been set for next Wednesday at 2:15 in the afternoon. Not clear what that was about. She did not specify like what are we having a status about? Is this a status about discovery? Is this a status about what? So to me, I don't know, but my suspicion is this is going to be kind of the
I'll be having a show Wednesday.
Point for deciding are we going forward in October or not.
Right.
This is having a
Yeah, normally I don't stream on Wednesday, but at 5:15 Eastern, they're gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna do a show early that evening. But I'm not gonna be up all night. I'll probably just start it. I'll literally have to have everything ready before I even get home, and then as soon as I walk in the damn door, I'm gonna have to go live. But that's fine. I'm definitely gonna cover that. The staff conference. That's very interesting. I didn't know about that. Yeah, I'm loving this interview, and the very informative. That's for sure. What's up, Brian? Did you need a link again, buddy? And you two know chains. I don't know
deadline
if
where
you're
the
still on your
decision
phone call.
has to be made. Are we going to continue it or are we not going to continue it? I don't know. Again, that's just my speculation, but that's what makes sense to me in this context. But even if that doesn't happen, as part of the scheduling order, Judge did set a deadline for a speedy trial waiver in this case. And so if Brian is going to waive speedy trial and ask for it to be continued, he set a deadline of me find it in my notes here, September the 8th. So we will know by no later than, probably a day or so after that. He either waves or he doesn't. If he doesn't wave, then we are going on the 2nd, and that will be that.
Interesting. But there are a lot of things that they still got to go through.
Yes.
Until October the 2nd. Now, I know, and I know, like, not did. They're still going to allow cameras in the room during the trial on October?
As long as they behave, as far as we can tell.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. It was there was definitely some issues today. I don't know exactly what happened because I couldn't see everything. I couldn't hear everything. There was some sort of kerfluffle between the bailiff and one of the cameramen. Don't know, kind of possibly looked like some footage was being confiscated or being asked to go do something. I don't know.
What?
There was definitely some interaction going on between the court staff and the camera people. So the court, I think, is aware that these boundaries keep being pushed. And so, my hope is that they don't lose their access over just trying to get stupid shots of Brian Koberger.
Right.
So it was just over stupid shots of Brian Koberger?
Yeah.
And that's all?
And everybody wanted to know, why are you throwing the coffee cup? Why are you putting screen covers on it and shit? And it's because that specific reason right there. Because it may be Court TV, the only one that has access covering it up. But with what I want to do in the future, I want to be able to go into that courtroom and so they can go all the way back to the beginning of me doing my shit and see that I'm about the same shit that I'm about. And maybe one day, they'll see this shit and be like, yeah, you know what? He is about that shit. Because it's ridiculous. You have the judge, going crazy on all of social media, all the media in general, when it comes to all of these crazy theories and stuff that people are putting out. Specifically tells the people he does not want no zooms. He doesn't want people analyzing his body movements. None of that crap. And the place that, or the company that you let go in there, I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're allowing it to be streamed on our platforms, but damn, why are you fucking walking on hot coals when you don't even need to? It's ridiculous. And it's sad that I have to sit there and be focused on my fucking coffee shit to make sure I can cover up BK because they're not doing it. It's sad. When they have the access, they keep playing games. They did it again this time. They even went a step further. They even zoomed in on his freaking hands in his lap.
That's ridiculous.
It's like, what are you trying to do, Court TV? Seriously. Playing games.
There be zoomed on his face while he's watching the experts testify. This exact thing that judge told them not to do.
Wow. Okay, that's no bueno. That's definitely not no bueno. So real quick, another person just asked this. Didn't they say that they're still missing autopsy reports? I didn't hear anything of that sort, but you were in the room.
That's what I
just said. There's been no.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I asked that in chat. Did anybody say anything about the autopsy reports? And yeah, he's asking her.
Yeah, no, there, as far as I know, they don't.
Indication of missing autopsy reports. I do believe those have been provided.
Now, another thing, some people have been saying this in the chat, so I'm gonna.
They're not. I'll rewind that a second. They're not missing, in our opinion.
Experts testify. This exact thing that judge told them not to do.
Wow. Okay, that's no bueno. That's definitely not no bueno. So real quick, another person just asked this. Didn't they say that they're still missing autopsy reports? I didn't hear anything of that sort, but you were in the room.
Yeah, no, there's been no indication of missing autopsy reports. I do believe those have been provided.
Now, another thing, some people have been saying this in the chat, so I'm gonna ask it.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people are going, ooh, the state be shady. the state's being shady.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts?
I understand the perspective. I mean, the argument is, what is the problem with handing over this IgG stuff? If you didn't do anything wrong, then why don't you want to show us? It's the fact that you're fighting so hard to keep it secret is, what raises a suspicion more than anything else. And then when
that creates all these freaking crazy theories that can be, you know what I mean? Like, when this is what I was talking about when I first started this show, and I said that the prosecution should be going boom, like, you want this,
Give it with the
boom, here you
smackdown
go.
here.
You want this, here you go. Like, you talk a big fucking game, but again, the dog didn't eat your homework. Come on now, that's third grade shit.
combined with testimony from somebody who does this work for law enforcement telling you how she breaks the rules to get them, information they're not supposed to get access to. Well, that does kind of make you wonder if maybe that's what's going on in the background. Now, does that create a legal issue that's going to create a problem in Brian Kohberger's case? That's arguable. That was something that they discussed a little bit on the bench today. Okay, if the state went and, or the FBI went and violated the rights of all of these people who, submitted their DNA and opted out of the law enforcement matching, well, that's not really Brian Kohberger's concern. That's not his right that he gets to assert. So that's a standing issue in the constitutional language. So it's not really clear that would undermine anything from that standpoint. Like, it wouldn't necessarily lead to suppression. But the defense made a very good argument that, well, we might want to cross-examine people on some of this stuff because, that goes to honesty. It goes to credibility. If you're willing to cut corners and break the rules in this part of your investigation, why wouldn't you do it in all these other ones?
No doubt. And that's the frustrating part of it all too.
What a
Because
great interview.
if they got it in an illegal way, if they got the DNA and
That's
they
what we've been
proceeded
saying.
to do things in a not so kosher way, a lot of this stuff could be thrown out, which
is why I'm saying I think
it's very, very frustrating.
I think it's either going to be happening October 2nd or there might be a fucking toss. Just,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When it's time to open up that stocking that has a bunch of wadded up paper, when you've been thinking it's got Kit Kats and Hot Wheels this whole time, and you get to finally open it up and you see it's just a bunch of crunched up paper, or even that big box under the Christmas tree that just had a box inside of a box that had a weight with a penny taped on it.
Especially if you got the guy, especially if you actually have the guy. Okay. I know there's a lot of people out here with a lot of pushback. Basically, there's some pro Kohberger people out here, right? That are saying that they got the wrong guy. And
Pro reasonable doubt people.
Fair enough. Pro reasonable doubt people. Okay. Fair on that. Okay. But there's a lot of other people that think, oh, they got their guy. Now, on the side of if they got their guy, and they find out, the state finally releases the stuff that the defense is asking for, only to find out that they did it in a not so kosher, or they did it, they cut some corners, they kind of did some things that they weren't supposed to be doing, lawfully speaking. Then all that stuff could be thrown bupkis, guys, thrown out the window, and then guess what? He gets to walk. So. For the probable cause people, they're going, yay, Hercules. But all the people out here that are saying, hey, we're pro, he did this damn thing. Mm-hmm. It's going to be it's a very polarizing result here at the end of the day.
And that's 100% the reason why they have this rule in the first place. It's the easiest thing in the world for police to follow the rules. We all have to do it. They should do it too. And so if they can't even do that, these are the consequences that you face, and they're still willing to cut these corners. This is why we have defense attorneys. This is why we have consistent, business and opportunities to make hay in cases, because just for whatever reason, law enforcement can't follow the rules. It's just it's an ongoing issue.
It's the truth.
You said it, not me.
It's the truth.
And I say,
It's the truth.
that stuff. Oh, it feels so good to have somebody.
We've been saying that for a long fucking time. And again, another reason why this show, people wanted to talk shit about the show. People wanted to talk shit about my intellect. People wanted to talk shit about my thought process. People wanted to talk shit. Just be honest. And you all didn't even really know. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't let that venom spew out to the community. I took on that venom and I redirected it in a different way. Use it as motivation. But it's just nice to know that eventually at some point there's people saying the same shit that you were saying that you were getting vilified for a couple months ago.
Somebody else say it and not me. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't pay her to say that, guys. Just so you know.
Put me out of work, please. I dare you. I would love it. Put me out of work. Follow the damn rules.
But it is true.
Heavy metal. There was, how like I use a lot of analogies and metaphors and stuff. Yeah, damn straight. There was fucking channels out there that were making fun of my puzzle piece analogies, my metaphors, making fun of my, all sorts of my metaphors. I say some, it's just sometimes shit pops in my head and it's meant to make people laugh because I hate seeing people sad. And so shit just comes out of my mouth when I don't even think about it, It's just on the fly shit. And people will sit there and fucking make fun of, like I'm a little fucking kid talking about puzzle pieces and shit, when here, if you really broke down what the hell I was saying with some intellect, then you would understand I'm talking about the case itself. Oh yeah, there's plenty of people fucking talking shit. Trust me. And I didn't let any of you guys see it. I just used it as motivation, because I'm not going to sit there and take the venom that's coming in my direction and then let it transfer to you guys, because I care about you guys too much. The last thing you all need to do is to come to this show and listen to anybody talking shit about somebody else or me spewing venom to you guys because it's coming from somebody else. I'm the one that has the fucking shield. I'm out there in front. But when it comes to times like this, I gotta speak the truth, and that's the shit that was happening for a while, a couple months ago. Very bad. Quite often, people were making shows about it. For real. Making shows about me, making shows about my show, making shows about the topics I'm talking about, twisting it, making fun of it, talking shit, bashing my intelligence, everything. But you guys didn't see.
You were dealing with that.
You guys didn't see none of it. Yeah. When I tell you I do 150% peace, positivity, and progress, that's why you never heard or felt any of that shit that was taking place. Trust me, there was plenty of nights. It was hard to not let shit affect me, but I had to do it, because if I even let 1 ounce of it affect me while I was with you guys, then it would show through no matter what. But yeah. There's certain people that, certain mods of mine that know what I'm talking about, and saw it too. It's real shit. Just because I was saying this same shit 2 or 3 months ago when nobody else was, And because I have a couple thousand subs, I'm not, you know, I'm a fucking nobody. So it's easy to talk shit and make fun of, and, you know. But that's why I always told people, you better fucking respect. Just because I got just a couple thousand subs, don't mean you need to treat me like some little fucking kid. Y'all motherfuckers need to treat me like I got 3.7 million motherfucking subs, 30 million subs. Like, you need to quit playing. Because I'm about the peace, positivity, and progress. I'm about doing it together. I'm about community. But at the same time, I ain't about letting somebody fucking get me in the back and never giving them a chance to do it again. You're out of your fucking mind. I know what loyalty is. You get 150 loyalty from me until I don't get it, then you get nothing. You get nothing. So there's people that in real life, YouTube life, that have been in my life, and when I get less than 100, but I've been giving them 150 the whole time, you don't get even 10% from me at that point no more. Because as far as I'm concerned, if it dropped down that low, we will never be on the same level ever again. And I don't fuck with people that row boats in the different direction. I got enough of you guys working with me, rowing that boat together. The last thing I'm ever going to do is let some other person come in here and row the opposite direction, so you and all of us have to do the same extra effort to make up for that one person. It ain't happening. And those people are the ones that don't want to give at least 100 to me when I always give them 150. It is what it is. I live life with no regrets. People are there for a reason or a season. I understand that, and I move the fuck on. I won't ever change, Kay, because it's about peace, positivity, and progress. And if people ain't about that, we're on a different path as far as I'm concerned. And my car's driving in the opposite direction. I will always preach that. Thank you. I'm sorry about that little pause.
Guys, all right.
Oh, you're good.
5-0 can do some things that they shouldn't be doing, okay, out here. Let's keep it real. Just so that they can stick it to the guy or to the person. And in this particular situation, trust me, I'm still on the side of, I feel like they have their guy. But there's a lot of things. The fact that the state is being very, very, they're dragging their feet on this whole situation. Yeah. It is frustrating that they're not going, oh, you want our stuff? Here you go. There's the evidence. Go ahead and take a look. Go ahead, take your time. You got it all day. We got copies at home. You know, they're not doing that. And it's frustrating because this could be a situation where they really do have their guy, but because of a technicality, for lack of a better term.
Right.
Yeah.
This could be screw up the whole thing up. Yep,
right.
As she said,
you mess
shenanigans.
up the case for shenanigans.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
One more time.
You mess up the case for shenanigans.
Yeah.
Bang. Just so
a guilty man
hey,
gets
look,
set free.
Guy,
That's ridiculous.
Let's break
too.
the rules really quick so we can get our guy. Yeah. You can't play
right.
dirty in the
they
game, especially when it's something this big. But I will say this too. And I want to put this up here too.
Great interview.
Hold on. Where is it? Rachel K just said this. Okay. I wait to see evidence in court. Okay, yes. That's true. Because there's a lot of evidence that we have not yet seen, y'all. We 100%. Haven't seen, I mean, I would say 95%, or am I being generous?
I think you're being generous.
Yeah, I'm being generous. Okay.
I think you're being very generous. That's the thing, though. We just don't know, and we don't know what we don't know. And so until it actually gets to trial and we get answers to some of these questions, that I think is really what defines kind of where you stand on this case right now, is basically just your view of the strength of the probable cause affidavit. For some people, okay, that's enough for them to be convinced it was Brian Kohberger. For some of us, that's not enough to convince me. And so if we go into trial and that's all the state has, I personally am not convinced by that. But it's just very unlikely that we're going to go into trial and that's all the state has. We don't know what all the other pieces are.
Yes. We don't know everything yet. And I feel like we're going to find out more when the trial actually happens, but I am scared. I am worried because eventually the state has to cough up the stuff.
Eventually.
How they got the DNA, everything, their proceedings in which they got the DNA and all that. You got to remember, guys, and the only reason why I'm saying this, because I'm still on the side of, I think they got him guilty, guys, him guilty. But I'm waiting for the trial, and I will be the first to be like, sorry guys, I was wrong. Oops. Okay. But they, I would say, oh, the defense did their thing. They did that. But you got to remember how they got him. Multiple men walked in there. Multiple men wearing badges walked in there. Majority of them, I would
Busted
assume,
the
were wearing body
windows,
cameras.
the doors.
They're saying none of them were turned on.
That's
They don't
ridiculous.
have that footage suddenly. That footage just suddenly disappeared, guys.
That's
So there's a
ridiculous.
lot.
You know what? Come on now. If you're gonna bust into somebody's doors and windows like you did, they're gonna require you to have your fucking body cams turned on, because if something goes wrong, they want to protect their ass from a fucking lawsuit. None of them? No. They want those cameras on because if something goes wrong, they have proof to protect them against a lawsuit. That is ridiculous.
There's a
50
lot.
law enforcement officers or so, and not a single one has a body cam on.
That's weird, right, guys? That's a little weird. Okay,
Yes.
That's weird. Now, does that exonerate Brian Kohberger? No, I'm not sitting here saying that. You know where I stand. Okay, that doesn't say that he did it, but that doesn't say that he did either.
Yeah.
So that's the piece that's very tough. And then what's frustrating is this could blow everything out the water, and we're back at ground zero all over again, where we're looking at Idaho police or Moscow police and basically saying, okay, who you got next? Or do you have any more hard evidence pinned to this man? And I'm not talking some security cam footage of a parking lot that you saw on one random day that people are replaying 15,000 times over in black and white. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Evidence. Okay. No disrespect to you guys out there that are playing those videos. No disrespect, but where's the evidence?
Yeah.
Show us the evidence. So if the state does have to show that, so okay, then can we talk about this? Why are they taking so doggone long? I mean, it is taking forever. The defense and Taylor's team has been basically begging, demanding for this evidence from the state. Why is it taking so doggone long? And can they hold on to that till the actual trial in October 2nd?
Yeah. Okay. So 3 things. 1, to answer the last part, no. The judge set a discovery deadline as one of his scheduling order items, and that is September the 1st. By September the 1st, that is the cutoff. If you've not produced it, you're not going to be able to admit that at trial. So
wow.
That's out there. But as far as why it's taking so long, there's a couple reasons. I mean, obviously with this IGG stuff, it's taking a long time because the state doesn't want to produce it at all, right? So they're kicking and screaming and fighting to not have to at all, and it just takes time to litigate that. But with a lot of this other stuff too, it's jurisdictional territory marking is a lot of it, and that's so common when you're dealing with multiple jurisdictions, multiple law enforcement agencies, because, I'm not in law enforcement. I'm not going to profess to understand, exactly how the kind of team mentality works with all of that. But it just does seem to be very strong that everybody is a little bit siloed. They do their own thing. And nobody likes to be told what to do by the other people. So the sense we got today from the discussions and the arguments was that it's really the FBI that is the primary roadblock in this case. The FBI doesn't want to turn stuff over. And the state, in fact, Judge asked the prosecutor very directly, are you telling me that if I made an order of the court, the FBI would not follow it? And the prosecutor basically said, well, I'm not gonna say that, and I'm not authorized to speak for the FBI. However, it is the law that they are a separate sovereign. They're not obligated to answer an order from the court. And so what typically happens in cases where state agencies are seeking information that's in the possession of the FBI, they issue this thing called a TUI letter, and it's just named after a case, and basically requests them to turn it over. The FBI then hands that to their own legal and goes through the review or whatever, and then ultimately the FBI decides we may or we may not give it to you. So that's a lot of what's going on, is that this stuff is in the possession of the FBI. The state's saying it's not ours. We don't have it. We can't get it for you. Yes, maybe, Judge, you can order them to give it to you, but they don't have to comply with that. So that's a big piece in all of this as well. Why is the FBI being so sketch in all of this?
Yeah, and that's odd too. What's up with that, guys?
I always thought it's because they saw what
sketch.
the fuck was handed to them in the first place, and they were like, yo, that's a hot fucking potato. We're good. We're good. Here, we'll give you a little help, but that's why they don't have the homework. Because they didn't do the fucking homework. They were just handed something. They were given the answer to the test, right? Supposedly. But they weren't given the homework. Well, the teacher's like, well, okay, well, you got a test here that has a whole lot of impressive answers. But how did you get to those impressive answers? Well, some documents we don't have. Oh, okay. But I think that just my opinion, I think the FBI was like, whoa, hot potato. Whoa, hot potato.
Yeah,
That's
kind of
just
like
me.
they didn't want to get pulled too deep into this mess.
They're not stupid. We're not stupid. You know what I'm saying? We don't even work for the fucking FBI. And we're looking at the information like, whoa. Yeah. And they're privy to more information than we are. So that's what I'm saying. And you got, first off, community doesn't have to worry, and it's an unalive, self-unalive situation. Really? Damn straight. They walked in there and saw that. They saw that fucking potato had a coal going. I mean, that thing was just red hot. They saw how hot that potato was before they even went to pick it up. They could see how fucking hot that potato was. They were like, I don't know, though. That's just me and my opinion. I don't know. I'm not at the water cooler, but I don't know. I've always got the feeling that they were just like, yeah. They're like, no, we ain't getting tied into this shit.
What's up with that? And that all will be either presented or not presented by the 1st of September, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So they have a couple more weeks. What is it? Less than a couple weeks. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They got some work to do.
Yes.
They got what?
They have a
12
lot
days?
of work to do. It was a repeated theme throughout the day that there are 6 weeks until this trial date, and there is a lot to do in that time. So if this really is going to go forward, it has to be very, very. It's going to be a tightly managed ship.
This is the reason why I'm saying, are you really sure? You really, really sure we're going to be seeing this trial on October 2nd? For real? For real?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, like I said, it could by November or by September the 8th, we will know for
Yeah,
sure. One
that's
way or
how
the
I
other.
feel.
He will either waive or he will not.
So we will know at least within 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
3 weeks we will
They're
know
ready.
if this is all going down. And
They
then, of
want
course,
this.
we'll see if the state or if 5-0 at that time did some shit.
It's like I said a long time ago, I got the impression like a poker match, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're playing poker, you're betting a little bit, you get to that second to last, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna make a really big bet, even though I got a low pair, because I'm a good poker player, so I'm gonna push in a bunch of chips. I'm gonna make this other poker player think that I got something more than a low pair. Maybe I got 2 pairs or something, right? And then when it comes time, and all of a sudden they called me, but not only called me, the defense raised on my ass, and I'm like, oh shit! Well, I already put in this many chips. And I'm bluffing my ass. Maybe they're bluffing too. I don't know. But I've already put in most of my chips. I might as well go all in. And now it's that time where it's about ready to lay them cards down, and they're fucking, I don't know. I feel like they're scrambling. They're scrambling because I think they were, it was a poker match, and the defense called their fucking bluff. And it's like, yo, let's see your cards right now. We want to see them. Give us your cards. Well, hey, look at that blue light over there. Hey, that's speculation. Speculation. It's we don't have the documents.
Shady dealings, or if they're just holding all this information until they actually present it on the first. But I feel like they would have been shared this a long time ago.
So we have motions for pretrial motions. There's going to be deadlines for that as well. They're going to have to file all those by September the 8th as well. So any motions to suppress, any motions in limine, things dealing with evidence needing to be excluded or whatever. All of that is going to need to be filed by September.
I'm just pausing it. We'll be getting into the finale of the Grub Truck probably next week. Okay, it'll probably be next weekend.
For the 8th. So yes, things are going to get ramping up and happening very, very quickly.
Wow, it's going to be insane, guys. Oh, one other thing though, real quick. Any talk about any other key witnesses, anything of that sort, when it comes to any of the girls that were in the, some of the surviving roommates, so on and so forth? Was there any talk about any of that stuff at all?
None of that has come up. This okay. I think relates again to both parties are being very, very deliberately vague about all the fact details of the case at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Man, it is crazy. This is a crazy trial. I've never heard so much movement as far as so many motions and so many hearings leading up to an actual trial. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this in my life personally. But then again, I haven't been watching trials like this with a magnifying glass in such a fashion ever in my life. Is this normal?
This is extremely accelerated, especially for a death penalty case. But honestly, even if the death penalty weren't on the table for this was just a, quote unquote, ordinary quadruple homicide, this would still be very, very fast from my perspective. 6 months from indictment or whatever is just it's not a long period of time. I normally expect these types of things to take, a year or longer to get prepared. So no, this is a very accelerated schedule.
Yeah, this is.
I'll be honest, for a reason.
This was fast.
For a reason.
I've never seen so many motions before. But then again,
right.
I'm not a lawyer. You are. I mean, is this a normal procedure?
Yeah.
With this amount of motions that have happened.
Well, even if it is normal, when you go to the Idaho website, there's way more documents with Kohberger than there is on a lot of those other cases on there, and it don't take long to see that. Even if it is normal, there is a crazy amount of documents
in this trial. And I get it's a death penalty trial. That's some serious stuff. She, her job is to save his life. But is it normal, the amount of motions and hearings that they've had leading up to October 2nd?
Yeah, from my perspective, the volume is pretty normal. We're seeing about what I would expect to see. You'd like there to not be discovery motions. You'd like there not to be the need for that type of thing. But that's just kind of the reality of the process. So it's not really surprising that does happen. So yeah, everything here volume-wise looks pretty normal to me. They're just compressing it into such a short period of time that I don't know when anybody is getting any sleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no kidding. I was going to say.
Right. And I totally agree, Dietra. Like, that's why when I go into all of the hearings, the last 3, including the one yesterday, I'm going to do like a rewatch of all of them together. And, I had my questions before, but the way that and justifiably so, because Ann Taylor come on, why is she still waiting for this stuff? You know what I mean? And I'm glad to see that the judge, like, that's why I'm respecting him so much. Even, even though I don't have to, I'm throwing the damn coffee cup up, or even doing this when they're zooming in on BK, because it's something that the judge does not want to have happen. And I have total respect for that judge, and I totally appreciate that he listens to the point of view of Ann's as well. I think it's very important, especially when you got this foolery going on. It's nice to know that, because usually, let's be honest, when it comes to the small town politics, they're at the Denny's together, hanging out, having lunch the next day. And, there's a lot of, I knew Bobby's cousin from the fourth generation, and we used to be neighbors type shit. It's nice to see that there is a reason why they're called honorable, because they are honorable, and I totally appreciate Judge.
And Taylor is on some serious, she on coffee, like
Yeah.
just Red Bull.
And if anybody has the last name of Judge, it should be him. To have the name Judge, it's this guy right here. The name fits you, sir.
Coffee. That's it.
Oh, Judge commented about how he'll be working at night, for the next 6 weeks. So if that's what they want to do, they're going to make it happen.
Wow, that's crazy, guys. So there is a good possibility, everyone. There's a strong possibility that we will see it before the end of the year.
Yeah.
That we will see it before Halloween.
Less than a year from the crime itself, which to me is absolutely astounding.
Yeah, that's very, very surprising. How long do you think this trial is going to last for? Like the runtime of it?
Yeah, so they have scheduled it to run for 4 weeks for the guilt phase, and then if necessary, another 2 for sentencing.
Oh, wow. So if it goes in October, it's going straight through Halloween. Straight through Halloween and everything, guys. So that's, wow.
Yeah.
That is insane, guys. This is going to be, I will be.
Yeah, for real. And definitely, if you want to check out the rest of that, I'll throw the link up there in chat here. And yeah, Cynthia, the Reverend Cynthia, that's what I was asking. Why are you not dedicating the same amount? If I had to be that family member, sitting there listening to them, and the fact that they didn't even investigate these other DNAs like they did Kohberger's, and I'm supposed to sit there and have confidence that you're what? No, that's one of the things that really pissed me off yesterday when we were watching that court hearing, was hearing that shit, thinking about me being a family member, and thinking the fact that I got to sit there and listen to the prosecution say, we can't give you documents that we don't even have available to produce. Come on now. And you're supposed to where's the effort for the victims? Where's the effort for the community? Where's the effort for the families? It's just like I'm saying, I'm giving it 150, and if I had this prosecution, you're giving me 50? Fuck that. I ain't got time for you. Unfortunately, they can't do that. They have to trust that they're doing the right thing for their loved ones, and unfortunately, it's just my opinion, I just don't think the right thing has happened. I don't think it's been happening since day one, and I think all this is a bunch of bullshit, and it's going to be very unfortunate if a guilty man gets set free, or if an innocent man gets convicted, and it's going to be very unfortunate if there are other people that are involved in this, and they're still going to be out there. There's students that are back to school in that community thinking that this is the only guy, because that's what the prosecution's saying, and then you have an anniversary coming up. I hope you all don't fuck around, come on. It's horrible. This is the kind of effort. It's sad. It's so sad. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. I appreciate you guys. Another long stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. The topics that are going to be coming up in the next few days. We got a members only coming up in 2 hours, so I'm going to set the notification for that after the show's over. We'll be doing Sigma Chi Part 2, and then we'll be doing a hangout show after that, going into the evening late night. So appreciate you hopping up, Dolphin. Thank you, No Chains.
Yeah, sorry I was kind of sleepy. I'm just
Oh,
wiped
you're
right
good.
now.
You know, it was a very that I'm telling. I appreciate you guys letting me know about that because, very great, very good interview, great host, a great guest, and it was definitely a watch that I'm glad that I got to hear. It, you know, because it was a lot of it was you know, just kind of knowing that I'm on the right path as well. When you have other people that are on a hell of a higher platform than you that are saying the same stuff that you used to get, you know, talked down to about, you know, it makes you feel good and it makes you feel like you are on the right path. So, you know, it was a great watch in many different ways. So I appreciate you guys sending out the link. I appreciate Pascal, the content creator, and Andrea Burkhart for her time to show up on that show as well. So yes, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. And I will see you in just a couple hours for the members only part 2 of Sigma Chi. And then we'll be back tonight with the Hangout show. Thank you again, Dolphin. Appreciate you all.
You're welcome. I'll be more awake for later.
Oh, me too. I'm going to take a small nap in between, and then we'll be back for some more stuff. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. And I'll see you 2 times the rest of this evening. Good night, everybody. Good night. I'm not. Good night. Come on. I'm thinking I'm used to the damn night show.
Check out my melody. Check out my melody. Check out my melody. Check my melody. Check out my melody. Check out.